Morena, kia ora everybody, what's up? It's Robert. I'm not gonna lie, team. Had a really shit day yesterday, but I've reset, I've regrouped, I've come back, I've got my tea, I've got my whiskey, and I'm ready to go. This is the 2020 Entrepreneurs Summit for virtual. And what we decided we would do for the day is we've got 10, actually we've come now, we've got 12 epic weapons that in business, and they're going to help you out across all the different bits and pieces around your business, from marketing, sales, insurance, HR, investments, customer service. What else we got? Tech, leadership, property even. Obviously with COVID, there's a lot of stuff happening in property, legal, finance, strategy, and a bunch more. So we've got a whole bunch of guests coming up, including Cassie Roma, Kristen Harper, Anna Parker, Samantha Gadd, Dave Armstrong, Dylan Weymouth, Luke Chemies is even jumping in the mix, Anthony McMahon, Simon Mundell, Lloyd Budd, Toby Cutright, Jamie Eddy here. Pretty excited for today's the day that will be. If you are locking in now, I have a suggestion. My suggestion is, that's why we put the YouTube link out, because I think, you're not just going to sit here for 5 hours straight and just go to town. If you are, you're flipping epic. You can check a little screen, shift it to the right, bring your emails up on the left, like you do a little switchy switch, and then you can just, duck in and out as you need to. And that's going to be the format that we're going to be going through. The way the speakers are going to be and the presenters, they're basically going to get 10, 15 minutes to themselves, present what they want, jump back in, ask a question, and then we can do a Q&A there. So we've got a big stream ahead, big mission, and big thanks to everyone that's made this happen. Very happy with that, and we're going to get kicked off. So to kick off the 2020 POWERMOVES Entrepreneur Summit for 2020, we are starting with marketing, the year that is marketing. But also why we started with Cassie is Cassie Roma, because she's also one of my really good friends, and I thought it'd be a great way to start off with a bit of positivity. Ladies and gentlemen, Cassie Roma, how are ya?
I'm good. Hey, we usually have like claps or music or something, so that's what's going on in my head right now.
There you go. Going well? Ready to rumble?
I tell you what, I was rumbling with you yesterday, deep in those depths. But look, that smile's on. The lips are like they're glowing. It's a day. We're here. Let's go.
So we're also, as well, we've got the YouTube thing streaming, but then we're synced into LinkedIn, Facebook, and Twitter as well. And the good thing with this too is we're going to be doing a POWERMOVES playbook. So all the lessons from all of the speakers today, we're going to be coming into like a free ebook, which we can give out today, which will be super good. Or if you are tuned in and saying what's up, the way it will work is you can ask any questions below, and then we can get into it after. So Cassie Roma, we're going to start off with marketing for the year. It was 2020. You've got some stuff to slide, and I will get myself out of the way. You do your thing. When I pop back up, we can get into some Q&A and go from there. We've got a few people that are joining in, so I'm very interested for this. It'll be very good. So without further ado, Cassie Roma, founder of CR & Co, and all the rest of it. Starting off with the 2020 POWERMOVES Entrepreneur Summit 2020. Robert, get out of the way. Go for it, Cass. Love your work.
Fantastic. Thank you also, Robert, for challenging me to cover something like marketing in 15 minutes on a Tuesday morning. I'm going to crack into it, because if you're like me, 2020, man, 2020 has been a year, right? So I was trying to distill marketing down to one concept, and one concept only, because, how long is a piece of string? And I always come back to connection. So whether you're talking marketing, whether you're talking about entrepreneurship, whether you're talking about selling a widget, whatever it is, everything boils down to connection, right? Humanity boils down to connection. And throughout the course of 2020 specifically, connection has meant a whole lot of things, whether it's IRL, online, webinars, whatever it is. But my favorite definition of it by far is by Mama Brene Brown, who has literally seen me through the depths of this year with her FFTs, her freaking first times, and helping us to feel comfortable with discomfort. And Brene defines connection as the energy that exists between people when they feel seen, when they feel heard and valued, when they can give and receive without judgment, and when they derive sustenance. It's a give and a take. It's a jab, Gary V. right hook, right? So 20. If we're going to even start with marketing, if we're going to think about storytelling or communications or putting things out into the ether, we have to understand the context in which our clients and our customers and just humanity are living, right? This was this time last year Look at that happy kid up there. I was in the sun, just a swinging, right? Just in the front porch, a swinging, gathering with friends and throwing out all of the bad 2020 vision memes into the universe. Like, new decade, who dis, right? Well, I can tell you who dis. This little fella, right? We've been hit pretty hard globally this year by the COVID, and I hope it finds its chill now that humanity has found a bit of a vaccine. But really, the context of the year from a business perspective, regardless of size, regardless of budget, spend, marketing plans, kind of for us came down to this, right? We had to get really comfortable with weirdness, with levels, with bubbles, with toilet paper being unavailable. Humans, man. We had long walks in sunshine. We had bear hunts. And for the first part of New Zealand, the accent got me. I thought we were going on beer hunts. And I still haven't found a beer in a neighbor's letterbox, but I'm hoping for it. But what all of this has meant now in the framing up of a year is a lot of uncertainty, both where we were and where we are. There's a lot more people online telling us what they think. And there's a lot of armchair experts, and there's a lot of folks on the LinkedIn and the Twitter and everything telling us how we should market, what our pillars should be, how to define purpose, right? It's overwhelming. We had to learn how to look at our own selves on a screen, just as I am now, and to see this instead of room full of actual people. We were working from home a lot. This was my favorite view of lockdown. It was my desk downstairs in the garage where I am now. But we also found ourselves looking for some balance, right? So we were trying to figure out working from home when really we were living at work. And we all had a lot of hard days. And I know it's hard sometimes to come out and say that, but when you start to frame marketing content pillars and stories, you have to remember that folks are having hard times right now, even if they're smiling through it. Beyond that, from a business perspective, consumer confidence has plummeted from levels not seen since the last recession. And we know that's true. And we know that the knock-on effect of the next few years is going to be huge. What we might not be seeing now will have repercussions as we move forward. But there's hope. And I think that hope is in purposeful marketing and marketing that connects. And stuff like Jack Black, man, this guy might just save the world with his ridiculous connective TikToks. When you put all of that context together, we've got a hierarchy of needs, right? Maslow put this together hundreds of years ago, and we're jumping between all of these spheres. I don't think many of us are in self-actualization mode right now. So when we're thinking about business and we're thinking about marketing, we need to start thinking about the kind of stories we want to tell and we want to put out into the world. It's not just transactional anymore. It can't be a push. There has to be a push and a pull. There has to be a tug and a kind of beautiful tide that helps rise all ships, because we're tired. Everybody talks about going back to the new normal, to the before, to the way we booked media, to the way that we shared things. But before, we were exhausted. We were praying at this altar of busy, and that needs to shift now. Because when it comes down to it, content is our world, right? As business people, as marketers, if we want people to know about what we do and how we do it, it's content. And you can't switch that off. We're living in an attention economy, right? Hey, pay attention to me. We're all trying to muck with algorithms and figure out what will fly and what will connect with folks, because we think that that's the best way to do things. And when we think about framing up the world, most people see that world and our businesses and our content through the frame of 6 big apps, or with younger people, 7 big apps. And when I think about these apps, I think, yeah, that's cool. I can get a handle on all of that stuff. But when I turn from a business perspective and I look at the actual MarTech landscape, it blows my mind. Because for the few apps we all have on our phones, for the emails that we read, the amount of tech taking in our data and pushing it back out is ridiculous. It's huge. There's nothing like it, and there never has been. We're just going to be getting more and more of it. There are more social media users online today than there were humans alive in 1971. And the last stats show that actually this isn't quite right. It's not 2.5 hours. We're now spending 3 hours a day, each of us, just on social. That's not even on work emails. That's not even on Zooms. So our brains are overstimulated. Cutting through is going to be hard from a business perspective, right? If everybody's overstimulated and exhausted, how is a business going to cut through? Right now, there are 3,000 minutes of content for every single minute of human life that's being created. So 2,999 minutes plus are just going out. into the ether. And that shit is bananas. I mean, George Clooney and Julia Roberts, they know, right? They know that shit is bananas. One of the things that I've been saying for years and years and years is that we don't need to make things shorter and shorter and shorter and shorter to fit into a pre-described template when it comes to advertising, right? You don't have to have a 6-second bumper. You don't have to have a 15-second story. We don't have 30 seconds to be interrupted, but we have 30 minutes to hear a great story. So I would suggest, as you move forward into 2021, that you reset and you look at the story you want to tell. What are the through lines, or as you might want to call them, content pillars? What is the essence of what you want to put into the world? Not just sell, not just sell, not just sell. What is your give? What is the value you're imparting on other people? Our brains are wired for storytelling. So how are you going to frame your stories, right? You need trust. People have to trust you to purchase from you. They have to trust you to utilize your products, your services, your consultancies, whatever it is that you're doing. What are the stories you're going to tell? And how are those stories going to start pumping people's brains full of things like cortisol, oxytocin, and dopamine? The same things that social media pumps into people's minds. Well, I can tell you what a great story is. Okay, there's a few parts to it. A great story is authentic, first and foremost. And I know the word authentic gets thrown around all of the time, but authentic means just that. What is your brand? What is it? What is its essence? And what can you put into the world that's good? It has to be structured, beginning, middle, end, conflict, resolution. Our brains love structure. And it has to inspire people to act. That's the secret sauce of a business marketing plan and story. What part of a story is going to inspire somebody to act, right? There was a study done recently about videos that went viral on Facebook. I think there were about 200,000 videos that were studied. And what was interesting was the thing that got people sharing things the most was the idea of hope. So how can you inject hope into your stories? The second most was surprise, and we love it. I'm not talking a jump surprise, straight into the camera, a surprising twist, a storyline. The third was entertainment, and the fourth is education. Brands and businesses usually jump straight into the fourth, then the third, and they work their way up backwards. So how can you flip the narrative to make sense? When we talk about brand building in the long term, I can share this because it's quite a pithy little slide. Studies are showing that over time, the power of consistent brand storytelling when paired with direct marketing, so that data-driven, very, very targeted direct marketing, it will grow your share of voice and your revenue from 14% to 45%. That's huge. Applying a story, applying a through line can bring your sales, your estimated share growth, and your voice skyrocketing through the roof, right? So let's talk about the story cycle. I'm going through this really quickly because I have 15 minutes, but if you want to hear more, just hit me up after this. Story cycle is important because it's that structure I mentioned earlier, right? You see this picture, what do you think? Right? Star Wars. You see this picture, what do you think? Life is like a box of chocolates, right? The story cycle is so important for business because what it does is that it distills down different parts of a customer journey, but it frames it in your marketer's mind, in your business person's mind as a story. We all know the hero's journey. We all know how it goes, the homecoming tale. If you look at it flipped just a little bit in 10 different parts, you can start to build out strategies that matter. You go from backstory to ritual. Backstory is who are you? What is your brand? What do you sell? Why do you do it? What's your purpose? All the way around this cycle to ritual. My favorite part is the third step, the stakes. So understanding why you matter to your customers. Your most powerful and magical resource as a business, I will die on this hill, is a shared narrative, right? When somebody can interweave their story with your own, when they can tell your story back without it being salesy. I'm thinking about the guy on the longboard and the cranberry juice bringing back Fleetwood Mac after 40 years. I think 1972 was the last time they were on the charts, and this guy who had a flat tire was just like, I'm gonna go down this hill, I'm gonna skateboard, I'm gonna drink my cranberry juice, I'm gonna TikTok this. He completely brought a fledgling brand back to life and made drinking cranberry juice cool again, just because his story resonated with so many people. I wanted to go further today and talk about, when you're thinking about creating content, when you're thinking about sharing, when you're thinking about your stories, a lot of the questions I get from clients, especially smaller brands, but even bigger brands now, is we don't have the money to create a lot of amazing content. And I'm like, well, we don't have to have a lot of gear, a lot of kit. We don't need 50 people on set with catering. What all you need is a phone. I mean, I'm pretty sure Ellen broke the internet with this, and great product placement there by Samsung back in the day. We just need a camera on our phone and the ability to think creatively and understand our stories. The biggest moments of this year have been with people on their phones being creative.
You there, Cass?
Yep. I didn't know if the sound was working. Probably
No,
not.
no, the sound wasn't working, but no, keep going. You're right.
Sweet. Next is the power of purpose. So when you take everything together that we talked about, story, understanding through lines, and marry it to your purpose, that's where the magic comes. A couple brands that I love this year that did a really good job through COVID, through the Black Lives Matter movement, and through just taking cultural context and applying it to their brands was Nike. Nike did a fantastic job when the Olympics were canceled. They went, okay, let's shift this. Let's change the narrative about playing at home, keeping people safe. And then they went a step further and they had their products manufactured to help folks on the front line with PPE. Another brand that I talk about quite often is Wild Fang, not Fang, but Fang. And the way that they moved into selling in a way that wasn't intrusive during this time. They realized that most of us are sitting here in front of cameras with the top half looking pretty dapper and the bottom half maybe just some like pajamas or undies. And they're like, hey, you buy the top half of a suit, you're going to need the bottom half one day. So you buy one half, we'll supply the other. And I thought everything that they did this year was quite clever too. To wrap it all up, all brands and marketers must be in the purpose business now. You must understand why you exist and who you exist for, not who you're going to sell to. That's irrelevant in a certain sense. Growing engagements, it's real simple, right? Build stories with the purpose of connecting with communities, ask questions, set challenges, be cheeky, banter with people. People love banter. I love banter. You love banter. We love to just have conversations. Do that as your brand. Inspire people to act, right? So there's a 15-minute, I think, real quick wrap of what marketing will be. The keys to success are go back to basics. Think about your story, think about your through lines, and take the foundation of what's happening culturally and contextually for humans and apply that to your business. Remember that we're all going through a bit of a shit show right now, right? We're going up and down this hierarchy of needs almost by the hour. So be kind. Stand for something that matters. That's your purpose, right? Build and invest heavily in community. By build and invest, I mean invest time, invest resource if you can. It doesn't have to be cash. Be consistent with your community. Consistency matters so much, right? That's why we buy reach and frequency, reach and frequency, reach and frequency. You have to be out there for people to see you. And then create opportunities to embed shared narratives. If people will tell your story as part of their own, you just hit the magic. That's the secret sauce. Last but not least, own your own story before someone else does. I see a lot of small businesses, especially, being afraid to front foot their own story or not wanting to tell it over and over again. If you don't tell your story over and over and embed that in the minds of other people, they're going to make up a story about you anyways. So you might as well help shape that narrative, right? So last thing as we head on into 2021, it's been a big, heavy year for all of us. I love this. It says, I asked the girl on Instagram how her day was going, but not the girl sitting beside me. So I would implore that all of us, marketers, business owners, entrepreneurs, take a minute today and just smile at the person next to us. Science is showing that smiles are contagious, and that kind of contagiousness is something I can get behind. Sweet.
Cassie Roma came in hot. Jeez.
Oh, Shia. 15 minutes on the dot.
That's usually. Can you hear the claps?
Mm-mm.
You can't hear the claps?
No, but I'll take them.
Oh, Something's going on. I've got. How's that not going? I don't know. That's weird. How about now? No.
I mean, I just always have an audience clap in my head at all times, you know.
Let me guess, that's usually an hour?
At least, yeah.
Hey, I've got Alan has popped up for a question. He doesn't have his video on, but he maybe had it before. Oh, so much clapping. There you go. Catherine saying so much clapping. Alan, if you're there, mate, turn your video on and then you can ask a question. There you go. What's up, buddy?
Holy cow! I
Hey,
actually
Alan.
didn't expect to be. Hey, how's it going? I was actually just stunned by the whole thing, and I just actually was more of a comment. I didn't actually think I was going live, actually.
Well, no pressure, but this is, so please don't swear, say shit, or make it awkward. But feel free to ask your marketing question, Alan. Go for it.
I mean, make it awkward. That's this year. Make it awkward, Alan.
Look, one of the biggest things I've been focusing in business is really trying to connect. There's all the standard stuff we're doing, you know, webinars, and there's a lot of fatigue. How do we? I mean, this was really engagement. I actually took a lot out of this and actually seeing how you can present really well. But what sort of advice could you give to a business that's trying to reach people, you know, in a remote way that really, I mean, I got a lot out of this, but you know, what's a really killer move that you could advise us?
I think, you know, one of the best things you can do is just be really clear on what your value proposition is. When people know that you're giving and without a take, like today, my whole entire goal is to hopefully just give as much as I can. And that's what it always is. Whatever your product is, whatever your service is, whatever your give is, be really, really, really tight on that. And then another thing that folks love is just, here's the science behind it. Here's some of the data. And here's a little bit of funny stuff. I mean, I don't know if it makes you giggle, but Jack Black shirtless doing his TikTok just always brings me joy.
Favorite, mate. Favorite, absolutely. Thank you very much. That's
what
awesome.
Type of business are you in, Alan? I see the green screen going on. Is it's either real sketchy or what's going on?
That's my partner. That's my partner. So, Robert, I know you're big into TikTok. So,
okay, Alan.
Yeah,
okay.
Destined for drama. Check it out. Destined for drama. No, look, I'm in IT. The reason I wanted to get into the Power Moves, the reason I was really drawn to this opportunity, is there's a couple of opportunities that a few friends of mine are looking at and getting me involved in. I've always worked for the man, so actually looking at something that allows me to, you know, get a bit more entrepreneurial and understand what's really going on and how people are connecting. That's what I really wanted to get out of today. So I was real gangbusters to get in.
Yes,
I think one of the main things too. Yeah, one of the main things, Alan, that I've taken away from this year, you know, hopping away from working for the man on the day before lockdown, is just to be consistent, even in the shit times. Like it's consistency, and it's going, what would I want to hear right now, and how would I want to hear it? I know Rebet and I spent a lot of time together this year on the live streams and just seeing what the give could be and trying to be as consistent as possible. So it's not easy, but man, once you're there, it's liberating.
Yeah, no, this has been great. Thank you.
Sure, Alan. Enjoy the rest of it, man, and good luck with the green screen. I'll ask no more questions. It's funny, he didn't even expect to jump on. It's like, all right, yep, sweet, you're on. Like, what the fuck? That was good. We had someone else that had just clicked in before, and they've disappeared. We had a little bit of technical thing. Matthew said, "Hey, Robert, for those of us viewing on LinkedIn, there's no audio." Toby comes through with the fire. Well, actually, Matthew, I'm viewing on LinkedIn with the audio, but I found the default on the video was mute when I joined. Thanks, Toby. Use the error on my end. It's awesome.
Community.
Community. Samaria beat. Oh, it's up, Samaria. My business partner is camera shy, but she's awesome, staunch personality that our customers would relate to. Any advice? Oh, there we go. Okay. Advice for someone whose business partner is epic, but potentially is too shy or doesn't have enough internal bravery to put themselves in front of the camera.
That's a big one. I know when I was leading teams where the gals on the team were just fire, amazing humans, and we're scared. What we did is we just practiced. We practiced and we practiced and we got comfortable and we got all the awkwardness out before any kind of filming or any kind of live speaking event. And I tell you what, I still get like little butterflies every time we do something. And it's hard getting used to the sound of your own voice, even after all these years. But I think it's just practice and knowing that it's safe. And I mean, let's be honest, there's a lot of real shitty people out there who talk a whole lot of crap, and they're just like comfortable as heck. So if you've got somebody amazing and they're just a little uncomfortable, it just takes time.
Well, the other part too as well is finding what format they best suit. Like sometimes I've got a friend who's amazing talker but hates the camera, but could easily just talk to a microphone. So, all right, well, do you just do a podcast? Do you convert that to text and make articles out of it? Do you get little snippets which become quotes? Do you ... But video, it's interesting. The rise of video seemed to have the big, huge first wave, but then the rise of audio is this next bit, which is coming obviously with the commutes and stuff, not maybe a bit less commutes now. I think the bit which I really just like Cass is, regardless what it is, it's, own your own story. So for a small business that usually works on more short-term type thing, how do you best help them think longer term with building story and brand when they want a transaction today? I guess the pressure of long-term versus short-term. How do you think about that from a marketing side?
I mean, a lot of people try to extricate the marketing strategy from the business strategy, but sometimes I think that when you do that, you put your business at a disservice. So I know from my business, which is a creative consultancy, we have sometimes long-term partners, and we have sometimes just, here's what we're going to output in the next 2 weeks. Regardless, our business tell through, our story, our threads is the same. What we believe in, why we exist, and the people we work with. When it comes to the kind of work that you're doing, if it's more transactional, then that becomes more of your direct storytelling, right? That comes into, depending on what it is that you're doing in that transactional side of your business. You've got your through story, which is your brand story, your anthem. And then you've got, here's what we do. Here's how we do it. Here's something that we did last week. Here's a case study. There's 1,000 different ways to tell a beautiful story, regardless of how quick your projects are, what you sell, etc. It just depends on the focal point of your business and tying it back to your overarching business strategy.
Matt Jones, value loaded content, loving it. Thanks, team. Tate, for someone who knows their story and can tell it to others in regards to marketing, does the way the story is told differ?
Yes, it should.
Go.
The way that, yeah. Just as I couldn't sit here and tell Rebec's story the way that he could tell his story, and Rebec couldn't tell mine, we could give it a good rip.
Yeah. We'd give it a good nudge. That'd be a good nudge.
We could give it, and we'd probably get pretty close. Even within the auspices of your own business, there should be ways in which you can tell. I mean, look at Nike, right? Just do it. You think about the different ways they've told their story year in and year out, but it's got the same ethos and the same feel and that same drive to be better as an athlete. That's the same story in a different way to thread the needle every time. So definitely the story should be told differently by platform and by channel. And depending on whether it's organic or paid or earned, stories, it's a loose term, right? Story is a loose term. Some people see it as just a single sentence. Other people see it as a 6-second video, and others see it as a full long form documentary. So yeah, totally. It should differ.
So let me guess, there's claps now?
There are claps now.
And my audio sounds better.
Fantastic.
Guess why? Someone didn't decide to put the microphone on and was using the AirPods the whole last half hour. So I'm
and you sound great now.
Well, at least there's one kook of the day. That goes to me to start with. Cassie Roma, marketing, amazing. I'll keep the clips going, put it up there. And that's why I had these. I was thinking that you could hear it. And the whole time, I'm just a kook. Tate says, thanks, little slugger. John says, love the info provided today. This is really actually interactive, team. So if you've got any comments, questions, concerns, anything else you want, literally just comment it below. And it's going to be streaming out all day. Hate to love you and leave you. You've got me in a way better mood now. Cassie, I'm feeling bloody great. I felt that was awesome. Oh,
sing out.
go on.
Sing
Okay, I'll
out.
get this out of the way. Okay, hit it. Hit me.
No, I won't. I won't.
Dab on him. Okay. All right, love your work. Be good. Thank you, Cassie. Marketing. If anyone wants, CR & Co is the company. Check Cassie out on LinkedIn. All the different. Is it website cassieroma.com?
CassieRomaco.com.
CassieRomaco.com. Perfect. Love your work. This has been Marketing with Cassie Roma for the 2020 Power Moves Entrepreneur Summit. Love your work. Be
Thanks,
good.
everyone. See you 2021.
See ya. Adios. Oh, such a good human. Great, great presentation, talking marketing. So now, hopefully, this is working a lot better. We're going into sales. Sales. Sell shit. Get that cheddar. Make money, yo. If you're looking at this live, we're mainly on YouTube because I figured that you'd probably put it in a little box, drag it to the right-hand side. You'd have your emails on one side, maybe have a headphone in, try to tag team it up as we go through all of this. Next up, we're talking sales with the bro, Kristen Harper. So I have some claps to lead him in, and hopefully he joins us right about there. What's up, brother?
Brother, how you going, mate? You well?
A-okay. Oh, looks
Mate,
like a great spot. I'm not going to ask where you are.
No, let's not talk about that, eh? Mate, how do I follow up Cassie Roma?
How good was that?
Mate, that was bloody awesome.
Dude, she I'm not gonna lie, she came in strong with the slide deck. I was not expecting the full story slide deck.
Man, the pressure's on now because I don't have any slide deck at all. And I'm watching it going, oh shit. No, that's all good.
No,
Cassie was awesome.
How you start. Sell this pen. sell this pen. How are you, brother? For those who don't know, what's your name? What are you up to? And how do you mix into the world of sales?
So my name is Kristen Harper. So I'm the director of Harper Co. So that's my own consultancy. So passionate about helping businesses grow and basically, sell through value. And I'm also the general manager for a company called Upsell. And I'm helping a software business grow here in New Zealand. Plus, I'm also one of the co-founders of the Nesian Network. So, bro, really appreciate the opportunity to have a chat to you today.
Dude, it's awesome. It's pretty. I think it's good to just cram shit like this because so many times, so much stuff is actually out there. But when it's practical and tactical for them in their business, what can they do? How can they do it? So, sales is, especially for startups and entrepreneurs and everything, is kind of not only the lifeblood of it, it's the thing that is the most mission critical, and especially difference when it's their money, not someone else's. Right?
Absolutely.
People act a lot differently when it's their cash. Jim is jumping in saying, "Whoop, go, Kristen." So how will stream, buddy? So maybe I'll put the floor over to you.
Cool, man.
Go nuts and do your thing for about 15 or so, then I'll jump back in and people can ask questions and jump on in and we can go for it. But the floor is yours, my friend, to talk sales 2020 Power Moves Entrepreneur Summit. Game on.
Cheers, brother. Hey, look, I guess as business owners, as entrepreneurs, we're really passionate about what we do. And, but, when it comes to, selling yourself, selling your products and your services, I think a lot of people really, really sort of struggle with that. But, at the end of the day, sales is all about people and, just understanding that you have your own style. Because the reality is that we're in sales and every interaction of every day, we're selling our products and our services to our clients. We're selling our ideas to our team. Bloody hell, we're selling our ideas to our kids and trying to negotiate with our kids. Sales has that real stigma around it, we all feel like that we're going to be sold to anytime that, we're in we're dealing with a salesperson. And I've been in sales for about 16 years and I'll still walk into, retail stores and I'll get my bloody heckles up and I feel bad about it because I sort of know what I guess I know what they're sort of going through. But, what I'm going to talk about today is not really too much around strategy and tactics. I'm going to talk about a couple of key fundamentals that I believe have more of an impact on the outcome of, any sales that you're trying to do. Because with anybody that's getting into business right now around their products and services, I think if you understand the key things and do that right, then the other stuff will take care of themselves. So I guess there's three things that I look at when I'm working with any business is, firstly is around qualification, secondly is around value, and thirdly is around energy. And that's one of the things you won't hear too much in sales is the energy that you're bringing to it. So, what does qualification look like? Qualification is qualifying the right type of businesses for your products and services that you're going to have the best impact with. And I see way too many businesses that take that shotgun approach. And I see a lot of big corporates doing that right now where they're trying to be everything to everybody. They're trying to solve a multitude of problems. And because they're doing that, they don't have the success that they want. So it's really key to be very targeted around the audience that you're going after and looking at problems within your own business or your own products and services where you can solve some major problems. So qualification of the market is really key. And then secondly, qualification and negotiation is where you should really find out whether they're going to be the right fit for you or not. Any negotiation I go into now, I qualify really hard because I want to work out whether this is going to be the right type of client for me. It's going to work out whether I invest my time with this client. And when I first started out in sales, I'd go to about 10 different meetings and get absolutely bloody nowhere because I didn't ask the right questions. So those easy questions to ask to qualify is, do you have budget for this? What are your pain points? Where are you hurting? How can we help you? What are the key criteria for making your decisions? So it's asking those questions to get a really good understanding around how they make their decisions. Generally what happens is people will go into negotiations, they're so worried about themselves and talking about themselves is that they forget to ask questions and to get that rapport. So some of those, don't be scared to ask hard questions. I know it's when we get into negotiations it can be quite intimidating, especially if you're just getting into business. But if you ask those hard questions up front, then you'll save yourself a hell of a lot of time in the long term. So qualification is qualifying the right market, and then qualification is qualifying in negotiation. Now the second thing is value, and Cassie sort of touched on this in her talk. And one of the biggest things, especially post-COVID, is value. Everybody's gone through their own shit. Everybody's gone through, people have lost their jobs. People have had their own stuff to deal with, and people don't want to be dealing with transactional people. And, Rebecca, you're the bloody king of this, of creating value, especially with POWERMOVES today. You've created this platform to create a whole lot of value for your audience and anybody else that's listening. And you're not expecting anything in return, but as a result, you'll create opportunities through this. So any offering or business that you have is look at the value that you can create for your audience, and that's in your services and that's in your offering. Create value for your partners, create value for your team, and have a value-driven mindset, because the more that you can do that, the more you have to negotiate with, the more that you'll be able to set yourself apart in a very competitive market. Because again, I see a lot of big corporates out there with their sales teams that have a very transactional approach, and people these days are just so sick of that. You, in my experience, 80% of salespeople will still be trying to sell stuff, not even listening, not creating any value. So have a very value-driven mindset with your offering. The last one is energy. This is our lives are all about energy. When things are going really well, you tend to create more opportunities. When things are going really bad, it's like everything else goes really bad, and sales is no different. It's all about creating that momentum. And if you come in with great energy, you'll tend to attract a lot more other opportunities. And even when I first started in sales, I used to lose a hell of a lot of it. And I used to go into negotiations and I sounded desperate because my energy was desperate. So be very mindful of how you approach things. And again, Rebecca, with your POWERMOVES, the energy that you bring to whatever you do is that you attract a multitude of opportunities because of the energy that you actually that you bring to it. But a lot of people that are selling their products and their services, their energy is generally, it's all about me, it's not about them. And, you know, it comes across that way. People smell that, people pick that up. So be very mindful of where you put your energy. So qualify really hard, because that will save you a lot of time in the long run. You know, create as much value as you can for your audience, and, you know, bring great energy to it. So I'll talk about what I'm doing with one of the businesses that I'm working with at the moment, and how I'm integrating those into the markets that we're going after. So I'm the general manager for a company called Upsole New Zealand, and we specialize in workflow and process automation. And we can solve a multitude of problems, you know, from all the way up to your banks, your DHBs, to small trucking companies. But that gets quite overawing, you know, if we're trying to do everything for everyone. So what I've done is I've chosen 4 markets. I've qualified 4 markets for us to focus on. And on those 4 markets, the reason I've chosen those is I've qualified those 4 markets is that we're solving a really big problem, you know, for each of those markets. And you know, as I'm going after them, I'm not looking to compete. I'm not looking to play in the game. I'm looking at to dominate in each of these sectors that we're working on by solving this one problem. So what I'll do is I'll talk about one of the markets that we're going after and why we're going after it. So the DHBs is down on the South Island. We've got a DHB that will solve a very big problem for. And the great thing about that problem is that every other DHB in New Zealand has exactly the same problem. And as a result, we've picked up another DHB in the South Island through that. And the great thing about these DHBs in the South Island is that everybody knows everybody talks. So we've qualified this as the right market, because we'll get so much momentum going so much quicker based on the problem that we're solving, based on the value that we're bringing, and based on that network that all know each other. And as part of that, I've created a case study to talk about the problem, how we've solved it, and the outcome. And you know, Cassie talked about that you know, earlier on in the piece. So I've really qualified hard on those marks and how we go about it, and the value that we're bringing. You know, the DHBs. You know, I've put a lot of weighting around, you know, customer success, project success. You know, we've got all the technical expertise and all those other things there, but I've weighted more around the people side of it, and the more how we deliver and the more value that we can create, because it's a lot more meaningful and it'll have more of an impact on, you know, keeping our clients not only for 2 years, but for 10 to 15 years. That's how, and the more value that you can create for your clients, you'll hold on to them for a lot longer. And if you get big clients like that, then you can get, you know, you'll sell a lot more other products and services through those clients. And then you leverage that one to go across, you know, that sector. Now, does that mean that you focus on that one sector? Absolutely not. As you start to dominate in one sector, as a result, the energy that you're creating in that one, you'll attract a lot more opportunities in a whole lot of other sectors, you know, solving a multitude of problems. So the energy that we're bringing to, you know, the negotiations that we're having, especially within this sector, the energy we have is professionalism, is knowingness, is confidence, because you know, when you're dealing with multi-layers of decision makers and you know, a whole lot of other people that are involved in that decision making process, you need to know your shit. You need to be able to talk with confidence. So it's all about, you know, again, qualifying really hard, bringing value, and, you know, bring great energy to that. And you know, part of you know, growing the sectors that I'm working on, I don't just have a couple of things on the go. I have about 10 initiatives on the go to actually help grow those areas. So I've got, you know, Cassie really talked about this around, you know, around marketing, around content. I've created Upsole TV, humanizing digital transformation as a way to position myself differently from what everybody else is doing in the market. I'll talk about that value in our content, so we become known for value. I'll be leveraging the network. So there's a multitude of things that you can do to grow your business over and above, you know, what everybody else is doing. But to set yourself apart from your competitors, you know, drive everything from value. And I think I've got to nearly 15 minutes, Rebet.
It's good, mate. Bloody great.
Cheers.
I wanted just to jump back quickly into that first one you said around, do you have the budget for this? Now, I think as I'm saying this right now, someone might be walking up to you with a little something. Can you? Is Nick bringing you something?
Is there anything popping up?
No, it's going to come up.
So you're dropping out there, bro?
Walking?
No.
Okay, I'll be there in a second. I was going to ask around. You said, do you have budget for this? A lot of time people waste their energy waiting for them to actually realize if they actually have budget or not for it.
Yeah.
And then the second one, do you say, what is your budget for this? Or do you say, do you have budget for this?
No, it's all around the context of the situation that you're in and asking those questions. And generally, I'm very subtly aggressive around how I ask my questions. So I'll ask questions like, you're talking to 3 other of our competitors, and I know you've got this, you said to me you've got quite a large problem here. Do you mind if I ask, what is your budget for this? And when you ask questions like that, it's more of a rhetorical one where we can open that conversation. If you're asking those close-ended sort of questions of what's budget, do you have it? Yes, no, then. But it's about that conversational style. So I'll give you an example of I've had this quite a few times where I've talked to potential clients. And I had one client one day say to me, and he goes, like, I've got my incumbent, I've been with him 10 years, been really happy. So I've sort of said to them, I said, like, you've said to me that you've been with this supplier for 10 years. I've looked after you really well. You've got a great relationship with them personally and professionally. They've got great technology. Do you mind if I ask, if there are any reasons for you to change, what would those reasons be? Because if I'm hearing you right, it doesn't sound like there's a lot of reasons for you to change, or am I just... And that way it sort of puts them on the spot. It's a nice way to position it where you're sort of calling them on the bullshit. Because generally what will happen is a lot of buyers will use you as leverage to get a better deal out of the other one. So asking those questions early, but it's around how you ask those questions. And you've just got to be... You don't have to be a dick about it. You just sort of ask it in a bit of a conversational style. But a lot of salespeople are very direct and a bit too pushy or a bit too aggressive in their approach, and that just pisses people off.
Yeah. Well, what do you say when most of the time it becomes, whoever says the first number loses? Someone saying, I've got this project coming up, and what's your budget for this? Oh, I've still got to talk to them. The majority of the time, everyone always knows what type of number it is. They just get too scared to actually say it because they say, oh, I've got to talk to the team or this and that. But usually they're not engaging just for the sake of engaging, right?
Look, a couple of things here. So number one, if you haven't qualified in that very first meeting where their problems are, where they're at, then you really should know what those key points are. Because if you're coming back the second or third time and you haven't understood those things, then you're really taking a bit of a back step there. So you've got to be very upfront around that, and then you've got to find where those problems are and the value that you can create. Because at the end of the day, in the absence of value, people will always argue price. And if you can create so much value around problems that you're hearing that they're saying, then it's going to make it a lot easier for you. I think that's a wee bit of a cop-out. If people haven't asked the right questions and somebody says, oh, I can't sort of really tell you this, I'll just ask them, is there any reason why we're here talking about this problem? Is there any reason why you wouldn't talk to me about, your budget right now? And if they're not going to tell you about their budget right now, then there's always a reason for that. Either you haven't asked the right questions, you haven't found where their problems are, or they're just using you as leverage. So you just ask them, is there any reason why you can't tell me that?
The danger
and just go silent. Just wait for them to answer the question. People are so concerned about talking next.
Yeah, in services, I would get concerned on the video side where if you just compete it on price, the only thing you can do is just race yourself to the bottom.
Yeah.
And I was always very hesitant when we'd be talking about different projects and stuff, just competing on that. Because if the other side's coming back to saying, oh, my flatmate's cousin's nephew's dog's got a production company with a GoPro and an iMovie, and he's going to do this thing for less, I'm like, you do you. You know, I would say we don't want to compete on transactions. We win through, you know, value creation on the partnership side. Gemma McKenzie has a question. How can small business owners identify the value they provide and talk beyond the physical product or service they sell? There you go. Nice one,
So how
Jen.
can small business owners identify the value they provide and talk beyond the physical product and service? Yeah, again, is, you know, when you, I think there's probably two parts to this. So it's how, I guess it's, you know, going back to what Cassie says, it's around, and thank you, Rebet. I've got something just come along.
What's just walked up to you, mate? That's super weird.
Thank you very much.
What did they bring you? Oh, you got a tequila.
A tequila.
I've got a whiskey. Well, we better have a sip then, mate. Go on.
Okay.
Cheers, buddy. That's so good. That's so good. You're lucky I know where you are, but no one else does. It's great. Okay, continue.
You know that I haven't had a drink for 6 months. You've just broken my drinking.
Oh no! What were you doing?
Oh no, I did dry July, and then I've just carried on with it.
Did I just destroy 6 months of you?
You just destroyed it. Why would you do that? No, that's all good. So,
oh, jeez. Sorry, brother, but this is kind of a funny story, but sorry, continue.
No, that's all good. I guess there's two parts to Gemma's question there. The way I look at it is, number one, how you're selling yourself, because I know you're starting to create a bit of a profile online. I think it's all around how you position yourself in the market and the value that you create. And again, it goes back to what Cassie was saying before around that storytelling, how you solve the problems for your clients. And when you are in front of a client, it's around talking about the value that you can bring. Because, as I said before, post-COVID, everybody has had their own shit. Everybody's had their own things that they've had to deal with over this, and the more value that you can create, that becomes you and your offering. So it's just keep talking about value, because in the absence of that, you become a transactional business. So hopefully I've answered that.
Well, I think one thing I've noticed on the transactional piece is there's a certain threshold that you pass, and no one on the other side actually gives a shit about what the number is.
Yeah.
And it's about the person, and do I like you, do I trust you, do you execute? And it's a really interesting thing, because for some relationship, perfect example, if you've got a supplier and then they go, to their biggest competitor, but if you've got a good relationship with the person, you're literally going with that person. And so many people, so many time and time again, they think that it's just a transactional game, not realizing that you might need that transaction 100 times over your lifetime, or whatever it may be, that it's the bonds of the relationships of the value. And one of the things I've realized sometimes is I'll literally tell them if it's not right or there's a better thing. I'll just tell them straight up, like, dude, if I was you, I would do ... And then weirdly enough, more stuff comes to you, because you're doing it because you want what's best for them genuinely. And they're like, wait a second, you're not trying to sell me? It's like, I don't give a shit. If I was you, I'd do this. But we do this little piece. And especially when it comes to digital marketing or stuff too, or whatever it may be, they think of, there's one slither which I could do, or someone I don't know could do. But then weirdly enough, there's so much that they don't know. So you almost just be like, stop, zoom out. What's the actual problem, exactly to what you said before? Ask the right question.
It's getting at solving that one problem, because as you solve that one problem, then as you start to build that relationship, you'll get more opportunities as a result of that. And I guess to go back, if you are dealing with a number of different clients, like I do the same at the moment as well. If I think we can't do the best job here, I will always recommend somebody else, because I know that they'll recommend me to somebody else or other business that they've dealt with, because I've been upfront from the very start. Because if there's a business that I know we could do a good job, but we can't do a great job, then I don't want to work with them, because it's not going to be a win-win for both. And I'd rather be working with clients where we can solve a multitude of problems, have a starting point, but make sure that we have everybody as part of that journey. So, when I was talking about the DHBs before, I'm building relationships. I'm building multi-layered relationships, with the users, with the chief financial officer. I'm working those relationships, because New Zealand's very small. New Zealand's very relationship driven, and people talk, everybody, and if you do a really shitty job, people will hear about that. and you just don't know who knows anybody else. And the reason I've talked about the DHB one specifically is because it is tougher. It is multi-layered. Not all businesses are that hard to get. But if you do those key things right, I'm not worried. I don't give a shit about what the competitors are doing. You know, we're going up against the Datacoms, the bloody Fuji Xeroxes. I don't care what they're all doing, because I know that if we do a great job and we add so much value and we really tailor our approach to solving their problems, we're going to win. But it's just having that confidence within our team and having that confidence with what we do. So, but it's us coming into that. I keep getting back into that value. It's just coming in with that value-driven mindset to how you look after your clients and the value you can offer them. And it's not only to the clients, but it's your partners. It's everybody who's around that ecosystem. It's around those networks and leveraging all of those.
And being clear on what that specific value in comparison to others.
Yeah, being able to articulate that value.
Totally. Before we go, last question. Tate Oliver, quality, value, and energy. Once you've established this, how do you decide your worth per client / or hour / project?
I think there's probably two parts to that. If you already have an existing offering, then generally you're going through that process. You will, if you're qualifying early up, you've got a bit of an idea of where their budgets are at, if that sits in with your budget, and the best way to go about it. If you're starting out in business, again, it's going back to, the problems that you're actually solving for them, based on your experience. Because I think this is a big one, and we've been talking about this quite recently around how you price yourself in the market. And when I got into business, I've been in sales for 10 to 15 years, but I was sort of lowballing myself because I just thought this is where the market is sort of at. But what I didn't sort of factor in is that the 10 to 15 years experience that I've had previously and all the negotiations and all those things that I've been in are actually why they should be paying more for me. So it's all around having that confidence to know that the potential client that you're working on, you can solve those problems based on your experience. So, price yourself where you need to be. And, if it's too much for your client, then you've qualified that they're not the right client. So again, it's about valuing yourself and valuing your offering, that, you're going to qualify the right type of opportunities, because you'll make the right type of money. What a lot of businesses do, what a lot of salespeople do, is that they will pick up a lot of stuff that they never really wanted to and not make a lot of money out of it, and deal with people they don't want to really be dealing with. And I had a good 10 years of doing that when I was bloody selling copiers. It was a tough industry, and I had to take deals to actually hit my budget. Whereas now I can pick and choose who I want to deal with, how I want to deal with them, and if they're going to be hard work in those very first meetings, if somebody's being an asshole, I will talk about that in the meeting. And again, going back to what you said earlier on, I'm not going to be an asshole about it. I'm not going to say to them, you're doing this. I'll go, look, but I'll say something along the lines. I get the impression that you've had some experience where things haven't been delivered. Do you mind? Let's talk about that right now, because I get the impression that, based on your response to me, that this may be a bit problematic, and going forward, I don't really want that. So how can we overcome that? So I'll sort of approach. I'll approach people like that, and I'll approach potential problems up front, because if I don't do that now, 6 months down the track, a year down the track, those things will keep coming up, and they'll keep coming up, and it'll get harder. It'll cost us money. So the quicker you can approach those problems in the early stages, the better. If you're going to be longer term, the less money it's going to cost you, the less heartache it is. Because, Rebecca, if you dealt with somebody who's a pain in the ass right at the start, they're going to be painful all the way through. They're going to take your time. They're going to cost you money. They're going to complain to other people. It's not worth it. Life's too short, man.
I had a tough meeting I had to have the other day, and essentially I knew a whole bunch of stuff that they didn't want me to know. So I front-footed the call by saying, "Hey team, just thought I'd quickly just get everyone on the same page, as this is where my head's at and this is what I know." ... And you should have seen them just like, I was like, so we can have an adult conversation, and they started off weird and it ended off great, because exactly to your point, you front-footed the gnarly shit first to get it out of the way so it's addressed, so it doesn't lingers, because those things fester, right?
Of course.
A payment term or whatever it may be.
And what that does, it qualifies your audience. It qualifies them. Depending on what their response is going to be to you saying that, is going to qualify whether it's going to be the right fit for you. And if you've seen them, and you've seen the rooms where you've seen these faces, and you're like, "Oh shit!" But deal with them that first meeting than 10 meetings down the track.
Yeah, I also will do it because I would just rather front foot to accelerate what the relationship will actually be eventually be anyway.
Yeah.
And it actually gives me a whole bunch more power at the start, but I feel because if they know you don't need anything genuinely from them, and you already know their position with exactly what's going on with a whole bunch of stuff that you shouldn't have known, they've got no more ammunition, so there's no leverage point, and then you already front foot, and it's just like, hey, if it makes sense, it does. But it was
I always take that Eminem approach where you put everything out there so that they can't come back to you.
100%, dude. 100%. Quickly, if you're a small business, payment terms. Do you have a little mini formula of how you like to ask for stuff? If you're a little startup, you got your first products and services. How do you tips for payment terms, small business and startups?
Sorry, you just broke up there, mate.
I was just saying, any tips for payment terms when you're a startup, small business to make your cash flow a little bit easier? You try and sell stuff.
Yeah, again, I think it goes back to the problem that you're solving, the markets that you're going after. Because if you're going after quite a big market where everybody's doing the same stuff, then it's going to drive your pricing down. So again, really qualify the type of market you're going after, the problem that you're solving. And if you're in quite a niche area, then you can price yourself a wee bit higher and creating that value part of that. Because the more value you create within your offering, you can demand a higher price. So I know it's not really answering the question probably the way they want, but the more that you can get in that niche market, creating more value, you can demand a higher price. If you go into those smaller markets where everybody's competing, and then your pricing is always going to go down. You know, you look at what everybody else is doing in the market, what they're charging, everything's on the internet. But then and have a look at what your competitors are doing. You know, that's the biggest thing is around what your competitors are doing, and then just do shit better than them. Price yourself better than them. Do stuff better. Everything's out there to see. So just do your due diligence and find out what everybody else is doing, and just do it better. Charge more.
Appreciate your time, brother. If people want to go check out your website, what can they do? Where can they go?
Just go to my LinkedIn. I've just got my website's in creation at the moment. Just go to my LinkedIn. I've got a lot of content that we're creating. Got quite a few things that I'm working on in the new year. But LinkedIn is my main play at the moment. And Rebecca, thank you for bursting my bubble. Really appreciate it, bro.
Oh,
very nice.
I feel bad. I just thought it'd be
no,
really
you don't.
funny, so I apologize.
No, you don't.
I don't. Well, it wasn't like a thing. Love your work, brother. Appreciate your time. I'll talk to you soon.
Thank you for the opportunity. Cheers, mate.
For sure. Kristen Harper, sales weapon. The man. Good dude. Champs. We've got marketing. We've got sales. Next up, insurance. Insurance. I don't even know really. I don't know if this is really exciting or really boring, but I know you flipping need it because when shit gets stolen, you need to flip and get into that. We have up Anna Parker, head of Auckland Frank Risk Management, senior insurance broker, former insurance lawyer, and avid golfer. Ladies and gentlemen, Anna Parker. How are you?
Hi, good morning. I hope by the end of my presentation, you think the insurance is a little bit more interesting anyway.
Well, I know you need it. It's definitely a thing. I hate paying for it, but the second shit goes wrong, I love having it. It's just one of those things that every time you're like, fuck, why am I paying this insurance shit? And then stuff goes out, you're like, shit, damn it, I think I had the wrong insurance. So exactly. I get it. You've got slides, Anna, you would like to go through. So what I'll do is I'll hand the floor over to you, go for gold for about 10 or 15, and then I'll jump back in, then any last minute Q&As when we can go from there. Sound good?
Amazing, thank you.
Rock and roll. All right, the floor is yours, my friend.
Insurance. It isn't a word that immediately fills you with excitement. However, as someone who has worked in the insurance industry for over a decade, I have seen just how essential insurance is for all businesses, which is why I say insurance is the unsung hero of our society. It has your back and keeps you in business. I'm Anna, and I'm head of Auckland Frank Risk Management. I'm a qualified lawyer, and now I'm a commercial insurance broker. This means I work with a whole raft of businesses to place their insurance. What I love about working in insurance is that there is never a dull moment. Learning about all the different businesses in New Zealand is fascinating. Plus, the insurance industry has so many passionate individuals, and I just thrive on working with so many motivated people. Knowing that I play a small part in an industry that can help people get back up after they've been knocked down is extremely rewarding. Did you know that there is an insurance solution for almost all types of risk? For example, in Japan, it is common to buy insurance as a golfer in case you hit a hole-in-one during a round of golf. Because if you do get a hole-in-one, then you're expected to host a party, kind of like a mini wedding, where the golfer lavishes gifts, food, and drinks on all their golfing buddies and other friends. It can be extremely expensive, so golfers take out insurance to protect themselves from this. I confess,
Wait a second. Golfers buy insurance so they don't get their mates on the piss?
Well, no, you can go on the piss, but your insurance company pays for that. So if you get a hole-in-one and you're expected to host this massive party, well, that in Japan that can cost tens upon thousands of dollars. So you would make an insurance claim. You would say, I've got a hole-in-one. I'm making an insurance claim. Here, insurer, here it is. Please pay now for this massive party and reimburse me for what I have to do in Japan.
Jeez. All right. Sorry to jump in. I was like, that is. Please continue, Anna. That's probably the most interesting insurance thing I've ever heard in my life. Please continue.
Great. Good. I'm off to a good start then.
Great.
Okay. I confess, so I'm yet to get anywhere near a hole-in-one in my golfing journey. So whilst obtaining insurance for a hole-in-one in Japan isn't the top priority to 99% of this group today, the principle about transferring your risk or minimizing your risk using insurance is relevant to all of us. Insurance is the backbone of our economy, and without it, everything would come to a standstill. This sounds dramatic, but it is true. In a fleeting moment, entrepreneurs and business owners are at risk of losing everything they have worked for. Insurance provides security in a time of need and helps organizations recover from a crisis. Today, I will be talking about the basics of insurance and trying to simplify an area which many find confusing. I'm going to talk about who needs business insurance, the different types of insurance out there for businesses, why insurance matters, and some common insurance misconceptions. Your business is unique and will have specific insurance requirements. Business insurance protects what you have built. Just one accident, one mistake, one legal challenge could wipe out all of your hard work in an instant. I have seen in my career exactly how insurance helps people build business resilience. And the risks your business face will be bespoke to you and your business, which is why insurance is not a one-size-fits-all solution. Some of the common risks you need to consider include natural disasters, theft, damage to stock, criminal cyber activity, injury or property damage, health and safety breaches, and employment disputes. Remember, each business is unique and will have its own specific risks. But on a basic level, these are the most common business insurance policies out there, and this is how they relate to businesses that are either goods-based or provide a service. I'm hoping that you're looking at this chart, comparing your business to the insurance policies you have or don't have. You are familiar with insurance you might buy personally, be it home, motor, life, health, to name a few. But my specialty is the commercial insurance, which involves policies like this on the slide. Material damage insurance, which helps protect your buildings, plants, stock, and equipment in the event of an incident, such as a fire, theft of a property, or natural disasters, such as an earthquake, which may or may not automatically be covered under any off-the-shelf policy. If you run your business from home, then it is a good idea to check whether your household insurance covers your business assets, as sometimes it doesn't. This will be important and relevant to many of you. Business interruption insurance provides financial assistance in the event of a material damage loss. So what that means is this policy would reimburse you for loss of profits and additional expenses incurred until you're back up and running. For example, a common one is a fire would occur in an office, and there is need to rent an alternative location to continue on with that business. A major area in business interruption is how much cover do you actually need. The sums insured for your building, plant, machinery, and contents should be enough to cover the replacement value of everything, not just the market value. This can be really complicated and is something a broker would assist you with. Marine cargo insurance, onto marine cargo insurance. It is the oldest form of insurance in the world, and it insures property whilst in transit against its loss or damage. Despite its name, it's actually useful if you're shipping stock overseas or moving stock on land around New Zealand. Finally, commercial motor, it covers either a single vehicle or a fleet of vehicles. Now, onto the interesting world of liability insurance. It is about covering you for the legal liability you owe or are accountable for to third parties. Liability insurance is a must for most businesses, and there are various types of cover available. Your business will also have additional exposures specific to your industry. For example, businesses offering professional services and advice will likely need professional indemnity insurance, and contractors and tradesmen will need to have sufficient statutory liability insurance to respond to claims made under Health and Safety Acts, amongst others. Directors of companies need to hold directors and officers insurance, which is also known as D&O insurance, which is designed to provide financial compensation to help defend directors and officers against allegations of mismanagement while they carry out their day-to-day management and governance duties. Liability insurance is very complicated, and rather than run through the specifics of each of these policies listed on here, please listen when I say it's truly an area where specialist advice from a broker would make all the difference to your business. In times of recession, a country like New Zealand, which isn't actually over litigious, will see an increase in litigation, and having your insurer cover your legal defense costs, which is a component of many liability policies, is a significant advantage. A recent claims example is under a public liability policy where property damage occurred in level 4 lockdown due to incomplete physical works which could not be completed due to the haste of lockdown. And what happened was there was consequential water damage, which arose as a result of the insured contractors being unable to get back on site to complete or remedy partially completed work, such as a roofer. Insurers have now taken over defence of the litigation for the insured and will meet all defence costs and potentially any costs that may be incurred to repair the property damage. Insurance exists to protect against unforeseen loss or damage. It takes the form of a contract where one person or business, the insured, agrees to transfer the risk that a range of unforeseen events may happen to a business, an insurer. In return, the insured pays the insurer a fee, a premium, which is the calculation of the frequency of the risk occurring of the potential loss. This is formalized in a legal contract, a policy. Now, I thought it would be useful to show you how it actually works in practice and what I get up to as a broker in my day-to-day work. So step 1, I would meet with a client to gather all relevant information about their business. Step 2, I would then draft a submission about my client's business and send that submission to underwriters. I don't just send this submission to all underwriters. Part of my role is understanding the market and which insurers will cover which industries and their specific risks. For those who are wondering, an underwriter is someone who works for an insurance company, analyzing the risks and establishing pricing for the risks they are willing to cover. Step 3, the underwriters then send me quotes and terms for my review. I would negotiate with underwriters to ensure the policy coverage is correct. This means reviewing an underwriter's initial quote and seeing if any onerous exclusions, this is important, have been added to the policy and negotiating with them as required. Step 4, I would then present the insurance options to my client, normally by way of a report, ensuring that quotes are tailored to their requirements. If they are happy to proceed, I would then place, also known as bind, their insurance with the underwriters. Stage 5, if during the year there were any events which gave rise to a claim, I would notify the insurers on my client's behalf and then assist them as their advocate. On top of all of this, I would also check in with my clients regularly and keep them updated on emerging risks and anything they need to be made aware of. An insurance broker is an independent professional advisor who acts for you, finding and handling the insurance cover that best suits your requirements. Brokers are insurance experts and have access to the entire insurance market. Not all insurers will deal directly with consumers, but brokers do actually have access to all insurers. Brokers enable you to buy the right cover for the right price with the right partner, and not all insurance policies are equal. The only important thing about insurance is the claim. It is a promise to be there when something goes wrong, and you never know the value of an insurance policy until you suffer a loss. A broker's claims advocacy for their clients is what sets them apart from others. How they handle claims is very unique and specific to each individual broker. I take the approach that I'm there to hold my client's hand and be their advocate during claims time. This is where relationships with lawyers, claims teams, loss adjusters, and other experts in the field are crucial. Something that links you all today is that you either have insurance policies, or as business owners, you'll be looking to get them in the very near future. This is a bit of a behind the scenes information here about how insurance is priced. Your insurance premium is made up of calculated premium to cover expected losses over a long-term period, insurers' operating costs, profit for insurers, and broker remuneration. This is traditionally on a commission percentage basis, up to anywhere around 30%. For those that are concerned about insurance prices, Frank Risk Management operates on a different model and prices insurance a bit differently. We are known as a disruptor in the industry because Frank Risk is New Zealand's first broking and risk management company to provide full income disclosure to all its clients. What that means in practice is that our clients get to see the exact price of their insurance with no hidden commission, which is unique and very different in the New Zealand market. This model ends up being a fairer cost structure to clients because we place all insurance net, so there's no commission, there's no brokerage, it's all deducted and it's rebated back to you. And instead, our clients pay an agreed fee for our services. Further, we do not entertain any other conventional forms of kickback, be it contingent commission or profit share agreements from insurers that could create a conflict of interest. We are proud to take out the mystery of insurance pricing with our fixed pricing model. It is our passion to provide our insurance services on a transparent and upfront basis. So I'm now on to some common insurance misconceptions. In my experience, if an insurance company can pay a claim, they will. They know how important it is to be there for insureds to be in their time of need. So they generally go out of their way to be helpful. In New Zealand, 96% of claims are paid out by insurers. Another problem I come across is that insurers think they only need to review their insurance once a year. If there is a material change mid-term, then you need to update your broker and your insurer. Things like, have any of the business activities changed? Has your business been acquired? Have you got new premises? Do you have additional staff? The consequences of COVID and their knock-on effects mean that your insurance might need reviewing and updating. Another misconception I hear is, my business isn't big enough to buy bespoke insurance. A broker can offer a breadth of market and can bespoke the insurance policies as opposed to some off-the-shelf products because brokers deal directly with underwriters. Any business, small or large, is worth attention and consideration. Finally, I have heard many times insurance is expensive and I'm unlikely to need it. In the past year in New Zealand, $2.3 billion were paid out by insurers, which shows that actually a lot of people found it useful. Insurance is all about your individual risk tolerance and what your business can or cannot withstand. Insurance is there to capture the unforeseen events. Next year, the cost of insurance is going to rise. Insurers are a global business and they are affected by global events, and all those events have an impact on pricing. New Zealand insurers are all indicating a price increase of around 3 to 10%, sometimes a bit more for different lines of insurance. We are technically in a recession, and at the moment. And in a recession, companies and people suffer financially. This means they are more likely to look for someone who can be blamed for their loss or simply for ways to recoup costs. In turn, allegations can arise against businesses, but even those dubious claims can be really expensive to defend against because that involves lawyers and other experts and can damage a professional's reputation in the process. Finally, cyber. Every business is connected. Externally and internally, your business is connected to some degree. And unfortunately, the media hype is true. we are seeing sophisticated fraud and cybercrime. The aim of the session today is to improve your business, and I hope you feel more informed about insurance. In summary, insurance is a vital tool for business resilience. It is there to help you. It is value adding if you engage an expert. Reach out to me or not. Please find a broker you like, trust, and want to engage with, leaving you to focus on making your business the best it can be. My time as a litigation lawyer showed me on a lot of occasions where things had gone wrong because people had the mentality of, I'll do it myself and it will all turn out okay. I'm a strong believer that everyone can't be an expert in everything, and finding the best team of professionals to help you be a success is crucial. Every industry or business will have their own unique requirements, and there are a lot of risks that can lead to business disruption or result in devastating losses for both self-employed individuals and companies. Take a moment to think about the real-life risks your business face. Finally, review your business, understand it, and tell your broker about any material changes. Now, I understand you may have some questions for me.
Jeez, boom, on the money. If people want to go to the website, where can they go to? What can they check out?
Yeah, so my LinkedIn page, but also we have a website, Frank Risk Management, so you can find all the details on the website as well.
Yeah, it's one of those ones where right on time we got to bounce, but the definitely, you know, in the camera game, every time you shoot around and out, you got your lenses, all the stuff. Every single cameraman I've ever known has always done something, or traveling with their laptops, and it 100% happens. But you know that there's a variance on the mobile cover and stuff that they have as well. So mission critical get in the mix. Thanks for your time, Anna. I don't know if I think you've confirmed that I'm really not extremely passionate about insurance, but I know I flipping need it, like 100%. Like, because I literally, it's that, what happened, we had a power blowout at one of the spots, and just one electrical surge came through, just destroyed like a $6,000 flipping, you know, little TV production thing. It didn't have that insurance, blah, blah, blah. You need it 100%. Appreciate your time, Anna. Thanks for running through, and yeah, have a good rest of the day. Appreciate it.
Okay, thanks. See ya.
See ya. Bye. That was Anna Parker talking about insurance. Probably just the main one as well, just making sure you've got the right one for your business, or different services, directors. I've had times where I haven't had insurance and I've definitely needed it, and then when I've had, and it's helpful. But insurance premiums can be a little bit gnarly too. HR. You need flipping HR. I've been screwed by HR before, and I'm an HR menace myself before, so I know it's extremely important too. There's some parts of, so this is the thing, when you're entrepreneurial, or if you've got, you know, visions and ideas, you just think about that, you know, you just want to go create, do visionistic shit. You don't think about all the other stuff which you actually need to make sure a business runs a-okay. So very lucky to have Samantha Gadd join us as well. So I'll just give a quick little intro. Founder, CEO, Humankind and Employee Experience Design School, helping organizations design great workspace experiences. Samantha is the founder and CEO of Humankind, an innovative and future-focused consulting business, providing expert employee experience and human resource consulting and advice to organizations and government agencies nationwide. Thanks for joining along, Samantha. How are you?
Hey, good. How are you?
I appreciate it. We've had marketing, sales, insurance. Now we're into HR. Whereabouts are you in the world right now, and how is things?
In sunny Wellington.
Oh, lucky. Do you have slides, or how would you like to do this?
Yeah, I'm going to just chuck some slides up. So give me a sec.
Should have share and it should pop through. Okay.
Here we go. Oh, bloody hell. It's not giving me permission. Hold on a second. Good start, eh?
Nah, it's fine.
Okay. Bugger this. I'll just talk, I think, because I think we just need to crack on. So I've got about 20 minutes, don't I?
Try and see if it can pop back up. Surely it should. Or try and jump back out and jump back in again. I can hold it. It's fine.
We'll go.
Refresh your page and see if it comes, and it should just pop up.
Just saying lock permission to share.
There you go.
No, it's all good. I can just talk without slides. I think it might be easier. And maybe I can send out the slides afterwards if you like, Robert.
Yeah, No worries. So Samantha, HR, go for it for 15 or so, and then I'll jump back in the mix. Probably just the main one is always, especially in the startup small business landscape, is getting the paperwork all dialed up front. We can talk about it after your banter. The majority of startups and small businesses, entrepreneurs that I know, don't do the paperwork stuff right. I've definitely done it wrong myself a bunch of times. So, but interested to see what you've got to say and what you can do. So, without further ado, Samantha, go for gold.
Thank you. Awesome. So as Robert said, that I'm Sam. I'm the founder of Humankind, and we've worked with well over 600 organisations across New Zealand, helping them to do HR better or helping them to build awesome workplaces. My presentation today, I wanted to talk about employee experience, because for us, employee experience is the future of HR. And there's a whole bunch of compliance stuff you must get right with your employees. But the reality is compliance will only get you so far, and it won't help you to attract and retain A players, which is what we all need for our businesses to thrive. So about 5 years ago or so, I learned about this concept of employee experience, and I've been pretty much obsessed with it ever since. And I remember vividly listening to a podcast where Mark Levy, who was the very first head of employee experience globally at Airbnb, was being interviewed and talking about his role, which encompassed not only HR, but things like real estate, facilities, catering, digital, all of the things that impacted on employees' time at work. And I thought, this guy's on the money. Like, this is absolutely where HR is going, because if we think about it, if we want to attract and retain the best people into our organizations, we must have a really compelling employee experience to do so. And so we've been working for the last 5 years at Humankind to define what employee experience is, and also help organizations think about the experiences that they're delivering for their employees. So as I kick off, I'll give you our definition of what employee experience is. Employee experience is the combination of your thoughts and feelings and kind of what happens around you in the workplace. So it's what goes on in your mind, what goes on in your heart, and what goes on in the interactions between you and other people or you and other teams. And of course, that's really, really broad. So we've then developed a model to think about employee experience, which we call PrEP. And so we look at 4 types of experiences in the workplace. So we look at purpose experiences, so that's the P, so purpose experiences, relationship experiences, enabling experiences, and performance experiences. And if you think about any time in the workplace, we need our people to be connected to the purpose of our organisations and why we exist, and our leadership communications, and making sure they really buy into the difference that we're making for others in the world. We need people to have really strong connections and relationships in the workplace with their peers, with their leaders, between teams. We need to make sure they've got the tools to do the job. So do they have access to the data? Do they have the right systems and processes? Do they have the hardware, the software to be able to perform in their roles? And then lastly, the performance experiences are related to, do they understand what success looks like? Are they being remunerated effectively? Do they have stretched targets? Do they have that really good role clarity? So when we think about employee experiences, we think about those 4 types of experiences. Why is it really important to focus on this stuff? So we all know that the organisations that win and are most successful in the world today are those with exceptional customer experiences. At the end of the day, our organisations are all people organisations, whether we sell a product or a service, and the organisations that really kill it are the ones that deliver awesome customer experience. Now, you cannot deliver great customer experience without a great employee experience. I would challenge anyone on this call to find me an organisation that delivers awesome customer experience without investing the same amount, if not more, into their employee experience, because employees deliver customer experience. And it's like if you go into a 5-star hotel and you're asking your employees in a 5-star hotel to deliver 5-star experience, but they're being treated like crap. What if they've never understood what 5-star experience even feels like? How are they supposed to deliver that to their customers? So it's really important that we understand what employee experience is, and the why. The why is we want better business outcomes. So in our world, we talk about employee experience equal customer experience equals better business outcomes. So it's definitely worth focusing on. I think when we think about HR and compliance, most CEs, business owners, entrepreneurs, honestly, eyes roll and people start falling asleep. But when you start talking about employee experience, which results in customer experience and better business outcomes, all of a sudden you've got business leaders leaning into that conversation. The other thing around the why for employee experience is that expectations are changing. So modern employees are having fantastic experiences in their personal lives. They are able to book a flight, change their seat, order their coffee, and really customize how they experience travel. They are able to choose what they want to watch, where they want to watch it, when they want to watch it on things like Netflix. And so the experiences that we are having in our personal lives, even when we log into our social feeds, that feed is completely curated for us personally, for our preferences. Most things in our personal lives are becoming what we call hyper-personalized. So it's very much one size fits one. It's modern, it's slick, it's easy to use, easy to find. And there's so many examples of that in our personal lives. And then what's really jarring is we come into the workplace and it's kind of like the 1970s. Nothing's changed. It's very much one size fits all, and the experience hasn't been considered like it is in our personal lives. So expectations are changing, and therefore us as leaders need to behave differently and need to think about the employee experience differently. So I only have a really short amount of time to talk today, so I just thought I'd share a couple of things that everyone on this call can do to make sure that they are improving the employee experience of their workplace, of their employees. And one of them is to think about the strategy for your organisation and make sure that every one of your employees is really connected to that strategy. And when I talk about strategy, I'm not talking about, you know, big, long strategy decks that may have taken 6 months to come up with, you know, really painting a picture of exactly what the future is going to look like with graphs and numbers and all of that sort of stuff. I'm actually just talking about simply getting your people in alignment. So it's really important for all of your staff, whether you've got one employee or whether you've got, you know, 1,000 employees, for every single one of your people to understand the answer to these 6 questions. And I will get these slides out to Robert so we can share them with you all. But if your people and you are on the same page about these 6 points, then you're going to go a long way to creating an awesome employee experience. So the first one is, why do we exist? So if your employees and you are on the same page about your purpose, that is really meaningful for modern employees. Employees today are coming to work because they want to make a difference. It's not just because of the paycheck anymore, as we all know. So why do we exist is a really important part of getting your team in alignment. The how do we behave is the next one. Now, how do we behave is all about your values. Make sure that you've got clear values articulated so that your team are all in alignment about how you're going to bring yourselves to work every day. The next one is, what business are you in? What problem are you solving for people? How are you taking the pain away? I think this is really critical as well. Often we get really caught up in our service or our product and the delivery of that, and we actually forget about the problem that we're trying to solve. So make sure that you and all of your employees can sit around a table and all be on the same page about the problem that you're solving for your customers, for your clients. The next one is, how will we succeed? So what are the things that make you different to your competitors? What are your points of difference? What are your sort of capabilities that no one can copy easily? And so the how will we succeed, for example, at Humankind, one of our key things is we practice employee-centered design. We make sure that everything we approach with an employee-centered mindset. Now, that's not the same as every other HR organisation in New Zealand or every other HR professional. It's what makes us different, and it's certainly what's being sought after by our clients. So that's one of the answers at Humankind about how will we succeed. The 5th point around strategy and getting people in alignment is what's most important right now. So for your employees to be really engaged in your organisation right now, get them in alignment about what the key priority is. And, you know, for us, being really honest, during the COVID period this year, what's most important right now is revenue. It was all about making sure opportunities were locked in and billing. And, you know, that might not sound very exciting when you're in a consultancy to be talked to with the leadership team around, hey guys, the most important priority now is billing. But I tell you what, when we started focusing on those numbers every single day, every one of our team got behind making sure that we met our goals and met our priorities. And that's really engaging for employees to be involved. As involved as the leaders are on what the priority is and making sure that business succeeds. And then lastly is, who must do what? So who must do what is role clarity, making sure your leaders have very clear roles and people know who's accountable for what part of the business. So I'm just going to go over those 6 questions again, because this is critical to delivering an awesome employee experience for your people. If you want your employees to be attracted, if you want to attract and retain awesome people, your team must be in alignment with these 6 questions, which is, why do we exist? How do we behave? What business are you in? What's the problem you're trying to solve? How will we succeed? What's most important right now? And who must do what? 6 really simple questions. They can all fit on one page. And if you're in alignment around that, it makes a huge difference to your employee experience. Now, the other thing I want to share before I go to some question times, I'm really hoping that you guys have got some questions, is this concept of moments that matter versus moments of truth. So as employers, as business leaders, as entrepreneurs, when we're bringing on people into our organizations, we might just have one employee, we might even already have one contractor, we might have thousands of people. We need to be thinking about what people's expectations are and the promise they have in their mind about working with us. And if you're an entrepreneur with a big profile, people will have ideas about what it feels like to work with you and getting behind your cause and getting behind your organization. Now, making sure that that picture really closely aligns with the reality of working with you is really important. So when you're bringing people on, it's great to sell them the dream and talk to them about the problems you're going to be solving and the clients you're going to get to work with and the opportunities they're going to get for growth. And I'm sure you can all deliver that to your people. But if when they come on board, the reality is not like that, or actually you haven't told them about the day-to-day realities of the role, and actually that working with an entrepreneur is really hectic, and that if you haven't really been honest about that upfront lived experience, the gap between the promise and the reality is going to be great. And our job as business leaders, entrepreneurs, employers, is to make sure that we close that gap between the promise and the reality. So I always think it's much better to be really upfront with our people when they come on board and talk to them about, yes, it's really exciting, these are the opportunities we're working on, but hey, this is the current state of the organization. These are the things that we see are real work-ons for us. Here's the things that aren't perfect yet. Here's what the day-to-day is going to feel like. Here's what your onboard is going to feel like. And so people have this really clear expectation of what they're going to get when they join you. And then if they join and the reality closely matches that, they're not going to be disappointed. They're not going to be thinking that they've made the wrong decision because you sold them the right thing. I think as entrepreneurs, and I've definitely been a victim of this myself in the early days, we get really excited about our vision and our mission, and we're kind of already 1,000 steps ahead. But we need to really be clear that when we're bringing on employees into our organizations, thinking about the gap between the promise and the reality and making sure that we're really closing that as our responsibility. We can deliver what we call moments that matter to people. So, that first day when they join you, making sure you're organized, making sure that you think about, as people are joining your organization, the opportunities they're going to get for development or promotion or learning, and making sure that we really design those moments so they're really special and that they go and talk to, their network about what it feels like to work with you and your organization. These moments that matter can be things that we really, that really set our organizations apart. And they're things that we have time to prepare for. So that first day is definitely something you have time to prepare for. Make sure you don't get it wrong. It's a really critical moment to any new employee. But also, if you're thinking about promoting someone or giving them an opportunity, you can really design that experience for them. The difference between a moment that matter and a moment of truth. A moment of truth is when things actually unfold in your organization and how you react as their leader. So, we've all had the employee that comes to us and they've made a big mistake, or all of a sudden they've got to go on unplanned sick leave for a prolonged period of time, or maybe that, someone in their family's passed away and all of a sudden they're not available for you and your project. How you react in that moment and how you respond to this thing that's unexpected and possibly has a negative impact on you is everything to that employee. So that employee will be judging you and how you're reacting in that moment, how you're living your values, and their experience is going to be really significantly impacted by that, what we call a moment of truth. The other interesting thing to note, though, is it's not just that one employee's experience that will be impacted, but all of their peers are also watching to see how you react in that moment. Are you empathetic? Do you understand? Do you support? Do you live your values? Or do you fly off the handle and lose your shit and therefore create a terrible employee experience for this person and therefore potentially lose the trust of other employees in your organization? So this concept of moments that matter versus moments of truth is also something to keep in mind for you as you deliver employee experiences to your people. So I do want to leave some time for questions, but just as a bit of a recap, employee experience is the thing that can set us apart as to be an employer of choice, to attract and retain top people for our organizations, which is the number one thing that's going to help us to succeed in business. So what employee experience is, it's what goes on in our heads and our hearts and in the interactions around us. So it's the combination of the thoughts and feelings and interactions we have at work. We look at 4 types of experiences: purpose experiences, relationship experiences, enabling experiences, and performance experiences. And as a leader, it is your responsibility to close the gap between the promise and the reality for people coming into your organizations. We can design amazing moments that matter, but the moments of truth are also very impactful in someone's employee experience. And get your team in alignment about what your organization is all about, because bringing them on the journey is really impactful when it comes to their employee experience with you. So it's a few little things. I've got lots more to share, and there's a lot more depth behind each one of those comments, but I do want to hand it back to see if there's any time for questions or discussion.
You're going to get some claps there. Can you hear the claps?
Can hear them. Thank you.
Well done. Smacked it. What's interesting from the HR side is, those 6 points that you had, I got them here, is, why we exist, behavior, what we solve, how we succeed, what's important right now, and who does what. That's not actually really HR. That feels almost just like business strat 101 stuff that then people then fit into. But I guess a lot of people don't sort of think of that. And you talk about, entrepreneurs and stuff being different to most with where their heads are at. And I'm exactly the same. I'm not even looking at the piece of paper with the details or anything. I'm just like that way, like we're going. And it is very tough, especially when you have a vision of whatever it is that you're building, that you just instantly expect that everyone should just know what you're talking about. And I've 100% that guy, because many times I just expect that anyone else in my ether should just know exactly what I'm thinking, or how I see the world, or the way this is going to play out strategically, or whatever it may be. And over time, as you get older, you start realizing, they didn't actually realize they didn't see what I saw. They saw this, but not that. And whether that is a communication issue.
Most people don't think like entrepreneurs. And if they did, they'd probably be an entrepreneur, right? So we need to think about that.
No, totally. And also as well, just what that's like in terms of the expectations, because, for most startups and small businesses, there is no such thing as really a 9 to 5 when it's your own business. If you're a sole trader, if you're got your own sort of business, you are living and breathing it. The weekends don't exist. 10 o'clock at night is the same as 10 in the morning. And I think the concept for those, especially on that startup phase around just putting a detachment of perception versus reality, a lot of times too, is not only are they not aware of what's happening with the employees of the perception versus reality, they potentially, if it's their first time around through it, they don't actually know what it will be like for them owning it, because they think it will be one thing and another. So there's a misalignment of expectations from the owner, and there's a misalignment of potential expectations from the employee. So I think it's really the good thing with that is, if you document, I guess, those 6 key things to work through as a team, it's clarity across all of it, right? Which is pretty awesome. What is the you're talking about the people first, and then it comes in the business takes care of it. When you've seen hundreds of organizations now, 600 USA and Samantha, when you look at startups in New Zealand right now, what's the one thing they stuff up the most that you've seen time and time again, every single time, or just the overwhelming winner for where someone stuffs up when it comes to HR?
What's the one thing that's really hard? Honestly, like, one thing that really baffles me, and that we see this time and time again, is, an employer will call us and be like, I've got this real big problem, I've got this person that's not performing, or I've got this thing I need to do, and this person's pissing me off, or this person's done that. And, what do we do about it? How do we solve this problem? And the first question we ask is like, have you talked to your employee? Like, have you asked them kind of what's going on for them? Have you given them feedback? And the answer is generally no. Like, Kiwis are so passive. And so what happens is we sit there as leaders and business owners getting more and more pissed off, or more and more dissatisfied with someone's performance or how something's working. And we've never talked to the person. And so I see like a big problem for New Zealand organizations and the HR space is like, people leaders are not leading properly. We're not giving feedback. We're not having those candid conversations. We're shying away from it. And at the end of the day, that just results in a terrible employee experience for the person that might be underperforming. The result, like, the thing is, if someone's underperforming, I always say, look at yourself first. Like, have you given them proper role clarity? Do they really understand what success looks like? Have you truly led them, given them feedback and coached them along the way? Because if you've done all those things and they're still underperforming, yep, totally, that's cool. That's a problem we can help you with. But otherwise, let's help you as a leader before we just jump to solve that problem, because actually you might be able to improve the situation. So well, I think that's overwhelming, like a problem with New Zealanders, full stop.
Yeah, well, my one, the other way that I've been trying to figure out is I hate to micromanagement, but at the same time, if I just say, hey, here's the North Star, giddy up and go, is this balance of the details of what they need to do versus the vision of this is where we're going. I trust you to do your thing. I'm not going to do it. And I mean, I've definitely struggled with that one too, with when you trust people in the leadership to take them there. But then if they don't know clearly enough where it is, that's my fault. And anytime anything goes wrong, 100%, every time I always say like, my fault. I stuffed up, either I didn't communicate right, or it wasn't documented well enough, or whatever it may be. Gemma wants to know, before we go, she says, what is the number one action or exercise a business owner or leader can do going into next year in 2021 to help them set their people up for a great year? Obviously, maybe.
Great question, Gemma. Yeah, love it. Honestly, the number one thing you can do to set your people up for a great year is ask your people what they need. So that's the other thing I love talking about, the fact that so many organizations focus on exit interviews, but very rarely do stay interviews. So why don't you, as an idea, like if you've got a problem, if your people, maybe you need to improve the people performance, the people that know what needs to happen are your people. So either sit down with them individually, sit down with your leaders and get them to sit down with them individually. If you've got a small team, you should be able to do it yourself. But just talk to them, like, what's going well, what's getting in your way. If we could do one thing to improve the employee experience for next year, what is it? Ask them. They'll have the answer. I think that's my advice, is to, like, we always really advocate for taking an employee-centric approach, because just as if you're trying to improve your customer experience, what would you do? You'd ask your customers. I don't know why we think we need to have all the answers as business leaders and business owners about how to improve the employee experience when actually the employees have the answers. The other thing I'd say to that comment is, honestly, the thing that has the biggest impact on employee experience is leadership. So if you can invest in yourself as a leader, have some leadership coaching, really look at yourself about the sort of leader you want to be, that's going to have the biggest impact on your people going forward.
Solid. Good question. The show says, well said, well done, Sam. Great work, and thanks for sharing these points. Look forward to talking with you on this matter next time. And amen. Alan, good session, Sam. This feels like a 1 hour follow-up session. There you go, Matt. Yes, passive leaders is the biggest issue. Yeah, I think a lot of time it's tough to have a tough conversation. I had to have one recently, and I had to open by, I read, what was that book, Never Split the Difference, by Chris Voss, the FBI negotiator guy, and he said, if you've got bad news, literally, I have bad news. Like, don't sugarcoat around it. It's like, this is going to be a hard conversation. I have bad news, and you get into it.
There's also some really great ways on giving feedback that feels a lot easier for you as a leader. So something I learned recently, which I loved, is instead of me saying, hey, I saw this and I feel really disappointed in that, or I really want you to do, X, Y better. It's like, I would say, hey, what humankind really needs from you is blah, 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 blah. And like, just take the personal bit out of it. And it feels so much easier. It lands a lot better. But yeah, there's some really, like, a few real simple tips that I've got to making feedback easier, but maybe that's a follow-up session. But
it's the Trojan horse of the business needs that. Not, like, I always give the example of John Kerwin with mental health. He created the Trojan horse for men to talk about mental health as the thing without him actually saying it. So there was the to your point, instead of saying, look, Karen, you've been shit at that, it's like, hey, the business needs this from you. Yeah. So it kind of one step removes it from personally, because if I get it's hard for anyone not to take feedback personally. But what was LeBron saying recently in an interview? He goes, never take it personally, take it with you. Like, don't take it personally, take it with you. But it's tough, man. Someone says, hey, Rebecca, you suck. You're like, what the fuck? You suck. No, you suck.
Exactly.
This has been really insightful and helpful, Samantha. If people want to check out Humankind and this different stuff that you're into, where can they go to? What can they do?
Yep, so check out my LinkedIn page, so just Samantha Gadd on LinkedIn, and then a couple of websites. One is humankind.nz is my consulting business, and I've recently actually launched a online program teaching people to become employee experience designers, which is exdesignschool.com. I'm really excited about that, brand new product, but if you're wanting to know how to do this better, that's where to go. But yeah, happy to chat with any of you guys offline or answer any questions via LinkedIn, so just get in touch. And
then feel free to flip me through those slides. We'll put them up and drive for everyone else as well. So sorry about the technical little failure.
No, all good.
Rambled through it perfectly. It was great. It was like, did you have them on the side just knocking them out? Because you're quite...
I may have done this presentation once or twice.
Samantha, thanks for a reminder. Really well said. Appreciate your time, Samantha, and I'll talk to you soon. Thanks so much for joining.
Have a good day. Bye.
See ya. Hey, weapons after weapons. We've had marketing, sales, insurance, and HR, and now we're getting into money. More money. We are talking with Dave Armstrong, who is, let me bring up this little link here, business, finance, property finance, capital raising, restructures, private capital, lots of money stuff. Dave is a finance specialist working with SMEs to help manage their cash flow and grow by raising capital through debt funding and private equity. He's a director of business finance at Vega Business, where he leads a team of business finance specialists across New Zealand to assist in finance applications from lenders and investors to unleash business potential. Sounds like here's the guy you call when you want to show me the money. Ladies and gentlemen, Dave Armstrong. G'day,
Morning,
mate.
How are you? Yeah, good. How are you, mate?
Is a whiskey at the ready, or how are we rolling?
Well, it's 10:50 in the morning here, mate. So I do have a couple of whiskeys in the kitchen, though, if it's not too early for you.
Hey, okay. Down in Christchurch, going well?
Yeah, no, it's pretty good, eh? It's nice weather down here at the moment, and yeah, we're just sort of getting into that ramp up craziness before Christmas, and then just sort of slow down and hopefully have a couple of weeks off.
Now, I've got, you sound like great little times in Christchurch. I've got you down as investment. Is this more investment, financing? How would you pick the nutshell of what we're trying to go after for this piece here?
So look, what I've prepared and put together is basically going to talk about how to get money, essentially, for a business. So I work in the private market. So you forgive me, I got a bit of a cold. So I work in the private market. So we're the ones that you. Sorry.
That's why I was saying that's why you need the whiskey. Yeah,
no, the hot toddy. So basically what we do is we find capital when it's either outside of the bank's norm or the bank can't do it or whatever it might be. Essentially, we're looking for those private funds from investors, private equity funds, private debt funds, whatever it may be. Essentially, that's what we do.
Show me. Okay, have you got slides and stuff you want to bring up? You can, if you just click share, pop up. I can click you into the screen, and I'll get out of your way, my friend.
Oh, good, mate. Let's have a look.
You're laughing. I'll get out of the way. So go for gold, mate. Take about 15, 20 minutes, whatever you need, and then I'll jump off for some Q&A.
Yeah, all good, mate. So yeah, so show me the money. So what like I said, I'm going to talk about is sort of the private capital markets available for SMEs. So for the purposes of this, it's a very, very broad subject. So what I've focused on predominantly is sort of business capital. So I've excluded agricultural funding and property finance because that's a different kettle of fish altogether. So this is purely for your sort of entrepreneurs and SME level businesses and where the sort of money is in the market for them if they aren't going to main trading bank or seeking investment of some form. So look, what we're sort of going to cover off is sort of there's three components that I'm going to talk about. One is private equity, the other is venture capital. So there's a slight difference between what those two are, and then the other one is private debt funding. So those are the three sort of instruments that we're going to look at. And don't worry, I'm not going to bore you all with a long PowerPoint. It's a fairly short one, and it's more just sort of a bit of a visual to show you guys some graphs and data to show you what the state of the market looks like. So like if we look at the New Zealand market, the data for 2020 isn't out just yet because we've still got a couple of weeks left. But 2019 is a good indication, as you can see, that we exceeded over 2 billion funds in private money in the New Zealand economy. Whereas if you look at where it started back in 2003 and where it is now, based on 2019, that's exceptional growth. And there's been a very strong growth in that sort of venture capital funds. It can be a little bit misleading if you're looking at it going, well, 2018 was a better year than 2019. It's because these graphs that we've sourced are sort of based on the changes and such. And in 2018, you had the two massive rounds for Rocket Lab, which was one of the biggest investments we've seen here in New Zealand, including ACC, one of our big institutional funds, plugging in quite a bit of capital into that transaction. So great to see. So there's just some stats here, and obviously we could share these for afterwards. Looking at the debt markets now, if anyone here has got a business in New Zealand and has talked to the bank recently, they may have found that it's getting a lot harder for them. They're not alone. It is an issue that we have across the country, and the reason being is to do with what's called the bank's capital adequacy ratio. So basically, think of the bank having different buckets. So they've got a bucket for housing, a bucket for business, a bucket for agriculture, a bucket for property, whatever it may be. And the allocation of money that they have for those buckets has lowered. And the reason being is that they now have to hold more money aside for every dollar that they lend out. So I think it's a 1-to-3 ratio. It's changed slightly because of COVID, but if we just work on the basis of for every dollar they put out, they've got to have $3 in the bank. So what that means is that the pool of money available gets smaller, and then when you throw in a global pandemic that means the banks are going to provision for some losses, they also shrink the balance sheet that way, which means that debt gets harder to get. So as you can see on those two graphs there, in the bottom one, you can see the amount of business debt that the banks are writing has dropped off quite significantly this year, but there's obviously been a rise in private debt. And the reason for that is someone's got to do it. And then also because interest rates have dropped so low, most investors are getting maybe 0.9 to 1% on their term deposits if they're lucky, which if you take inflation into account, they're actually losing money. So for an investor to continue making yield, they have to put it in riskier assets. So that's where we've seen a surge of investors taking their money out of the banks and putting it more into sort of private funds, be it equity funds or property funds, or doing some projects themselves. And that's where we're seeing this growth from in the private debt market for business. But where's the money going? So look at debt aside, because there's not a lot of data on where that debt goes, because a lot of these funds are very private. But looking at from a VC point of view, so venture capital. So venture capital in New Zealand is typically for early stage businesses. As you can see there, the majority of it in the sort of 2018 and 2019 period has been going into expansion capital. So that's a business that's already got a concept, it's already commercialized, and now they want to take over the world, which is a very different story from when you look back down the line to sort of 2010 and even going up to 2017, where there was a higher emphasis on seed capital and startup stuff. So what this could indicate is that it's harder to get investment for seed and startups because a lot of our VCs are much more preferring existing businesses ready to take over the world. There could be two reasons for that. One is that the market has matured because, as you can see, it's a fairly early market here in New Zealand and context to the rest of the world. And so that way, we're starting to see more mature businesses coming through that have had that seed capital. So we're reinvesting it into that. Or it could be that the investors putting their funds into these VCs and private equity funds are wanting to take some risk, but not too much risk. So they put it into established businesses that are looking to grow because it's generally got a lower risk profile than a seed round that's just an idea, essentially. So the key things to consider if you are looking at raising capital, what I sort of say, it all starts with a conversation because you've got to understand why you need the money. So an example is, if you're just looking to cover what's called your working capital because someone hasn't paid you, you don't need to go to a VC for that. That's a debt note, obviously. That's something you talk to your bank or an invoice finance people about. If a business is looking to ramp up because ramp up its production because it's making widgets and it's looking to expand into international markets, Ethique is a good example of that. They've done incredibly well and ramped up and going overseas. You'd have to look at something more along the lines of either term debt from a bank or a funder if you've got the cash flows to do that, or looking at your sort of private equity and VC. Deep tech, obviously if it's a deep tech, so one there's on the market, floating around the market at the moment, that a bunch of scientists have figured out a way to detect COVID very early. That's obviously a VC application because it's sort of still in its very pre-commercialization stages and it needs the money in to commercialize it. But if it went good, it could go global overnight, obviously. And then finally, you just got to understand does your business generate cash flow, or is there a need to bridge that cash burn? And that sort of really structures to how you structure the deal that you want to bring the money in, whether it is debt, equity, or a mixture of both. And then what stage you're at also plays a big part of it. So, and what the main difference between debt and equity is that, a VC or a private equity firm typically buy shares in your business. So you're obviously giving up ownership of it, and you've obviously got a shareholder board to answer to as well. So that's a big consideration that a lot of people, I don't think, take into account, is that you are getting into a marriage with these people. So if you've been the entrepreneur flying off doing 10 different things all at the same time, and you've all of a sudden got some investors into your business, you have to be focused on that business like a laser beam, because you are answerable to them, and they want to ensure that this business is going on the right trajectory. So really take that into consideration to how much control and time you want to give up into that business. If you were to take on debt, obviously that means you're taking a personal liability. So you may put your personal house on the line, or it might be some other form of asset or a personal guarantee. Whatever it means is that if this business was to fail, obviously you are personally liable for that debt, but it means you retain 100% control of the business, which means you can do what you want. And particularly good at the early stages of business where it's typically a lower valuation because it's fairly new. If you can debt fund it in a sensible way, it allows you to steer the business in the direction you want it to, while retaining the ownership, so that when you do have a higher valuation, then you can get equity in and you're not giving up as much. So, and there is ways around that as well. If you don't have the cash flows to be able to take on the debt, there is some sort of products such as convertible notes, which traditionally haven't been very popular in New Zealand, but we're seeing more and more of them coming through. So for those of you that don't know, a convertible note is a debt note, but it can be converted, hence the name, at the end of its term. So typically it's a 3 to 5 year term. And at the end of that, the holder of that debt note can either convert it into having their debt repaid in full with interest, or into shares based on the valuation of the company. So it's a really good way of protecting both the investor and the founder of the company, whilst protecting cash flow, but not giving up too much too early because the valuation is too low. I hope I'm not rambling on here, but look, how to attract it. So look, know your market and your market in general. So if you look at that top graph there with all the pretty colors, the deep purple there shows tech. So that's showing us, without a doubt, VCs here in New Zealand have got a real flavor for tech. So if you're growing avocados and you want to increase production by buying another 57 trees, you wouldn't go to a VC, because they just do not have the appetite for that sector at the moment. They're very, very focused on the deep tech technology sector, and particularly health. There seems to be a lot of interest at the moment in that sort of deep tech and the health sector. Could be because of COVID, who knows? A private equity firm is tending more to deal with a mid-sized business. So that's a business that's already generating good revenues. Doesn't have to be profitable, but it typically is, and it's generating revenues. And again, that would be the avocado grower or the manufacturing business or whatever it may be. And they're looking at getting capital in to expand it further. And that's more of the kind of market they play in, as opposed to your VCs. And sometimes the VCs will get their exit from a private equity firm buying them out at that stage. So it's about understanding where to go in the market. And if we look at what the outlook is from investors moving forward, even with COVID, and that bottom graph shows you the difference between being optimistic and pessimistic. And as you can see, for New Zealand, the view is incredibly optimistic moving forward after COVID. So there's a lot of investment continuing to go into New Zealand, and investors are feeling pretty good about where we're heading. So it's actually a really good time to be a business in New Zealand. This is a really good graphic that I got online from Rob Vickery from Health Finance. So he's probably one of the newer VCs here in the country, and he's making some real waves. He's trying to do some really good things. And I just thought this was a fantastic graphic, and asked his permission, and he agreed to let me share it. So we can send this out to everyone. This is what he uses when he's assessing if there's a deal there or not for him from a VC perspective. And as you can sort of show, it goes up the line towards your Series A, which is typically where you're going to be more your sort of private equity firm here in New Zealand. But I won't go through this in detail, but it gives you a real good idea of the sort of criteria that those guys will be looking for if you are looking at raising capital from a VC perspective. And from a debt perspective, look, I always say remember the 5 Ps. That's what I was taught when I started in the bank. Your people, purpose, payment, protection, and perspective. So it's pretty straightforward, really. Who's running the business and what's their track record and their personal position. You don't want to give money to an idiot, simply. Purpose, why do you need the funds, and does it make sense? Which sort of goes back to what I was talking about before, about have we structured it right? It doesn't make sense what they're trying to do, The payment, which is, again, self-explanatory. Can they afford the debt, and how will they make interest payments? So we look at the cash flow of the business and the potential risks to that cash flow. And that's why a lot of these startup, especially tech businesses, do not have the cash flow to begin with, especially if it's like a SaaS model that has got reoccurring revenue, and by year 3, the hockey stick will take over and the revenue is going to be absolutely fine. you've still got to bridge that cash burn within the first 3 years, and debt isn't the best instrument to do that because you don't typically have the cash flow to meet the interest payments. Protection is quite simply what's your exit, you know, and VCs and PE firms are going to look at that as well. But from a debt perspective, it's more of an exit of, you know, how do I get my money back if this thing tips over, you know, and that's where they're like, you know, you have to put the chicken farm up or you have to put the house up. Typically banks at the moment and a lot of the debt funds will be looking for a tangible security. Not all of them. Some of them will look at it based on, again, cash flow or what the potential IP is worth. And we kind of look at what we call our leverage ratios to see, you know, if this was to happen to the business, would it still be liquid? Would it have enough cash to cover its debtors, blah, blah, blah. And then finally, what's the actual risk? So if you've got a company that comes to us that wants to borrow $200,000, we can't quite evidence the cash flow, but it's backed by 5 big, you know, high net worths that, you know, own the show. Worst came to worst, they could probably tip in some money. So, you know, you look at that perspective there and go, well, actually, you know, what's the relative risk to this business? And that's it, basically. So that's a bit of a condensed, speedy version of it, but I'm happy to sort of take questions and have a bit of a chat.
Mate, that was really good. That was
yeah, sorry. I kind of my usual sort of just we'll get into it, you know.
It's shit. Yeah, it's bloody great. A lot in there. Actually, I was just going to ask you quick about the whole friends with Rob Vickery. $40 million fund base out of the Tron.
Yeah.
Man, times are changing down there in the Tron. I tell you what, it's game on there. You know, it's good. So, you know, I haven't had a chance to meet Rob yet personally, but from where his headspace is with the dollars that are coming into New Zealand for this, how does he see the New Zealand market currently with where the opportunities are for those that are listening that are in New Zealand that are either in the tech space or whatever as well? Like, where's his head at when it comes to investing in New Zealand, and why?
Oh, look, you probably have to ask him directly, to be completely honest. He's incredibly busy to get hold of. We've been trying to align our diaries for quite some time, and we haven't quite been able to do it. So we've only had the odd chat here and there on LinkedIn and on the phone. He's typically looking at, again, that sort of earlier stage businesses. But his big thing is making sure that there is plenty of equity in it for the founders. He doesn't want to get into a position where the founders look too early. So he's looking for those bigger valuations. And I might be speaking out of term there because I obviously have to talk to him a bit more, but the feedback I sort of get from dealing with him is, he's looking for those companies with sort of bigger valuations that want to sort of take on the world and solve some of the hard problems, you know?
Yeah. One of the feedback around raising funds in New Zealand is from founder side and a couple of people that have had money is there seems to be a feeling of if they raise around too early in New Zealand, going to go after New Zealand money, it actually devalues they give away too much equity too soon by just in general. Do you think that's kind of a fair statement of where they should potentially be looking, or kind of a bit for the background? I obviously haven't been through that myself, but from all accounts, that seems to be that a lot of founders potentially give up maybe just a little bit too much too early by raising to the wrong people first. What are some of the what's your headspace on that, or maybe some of the mistakes that people make too early in the game when they look to try and bring in money?
Look, I think that's a market cultural thing. So like in New Zealand, we're, especially compared to the States, very early on in this whole VC private equity valuation type stuff. Yes, we probably do give up too much too early, but it's all to do with our headspace here on valuations and how we value a company. You know, we're obsessed with property over here, and I think 95% of all the debt in New Zealand written is from a main bank. So generationally, we've gone through this of equities are bad, property is good. So when we're entering this world of sort of private equity, we kind of don't place much value on an intangible balance sheet or IP or something along those lines. A good example is that we were working with a client earlier in the year, and we helped them put some capital together for a share buyout before they went over to the States. And my colleague who was dealing with the transaction, he was talking to the owners over in the States that were looking at plugging in some more capital. And the question he asked, and that's quite common down here, is what multiple of EBITDA do we look at for the valuation? Because that's typically how businesses in New Zealand have been valued. And the Yanks turned around and went, EBITDA? What's that? So, we were trying to value this thing. I think it was trying to be valued in like 5 times EBITDA. And they're like, nah, 22% revenue, 22 times revenue. And so, obviously the valuation from us to them was like this. So again, because for their view is that if you're making money too soon, then you're not growing fast enough. But the challenge in New Zealand is that, we've only got a population of 5 million, so we can only grow so much. And it gets to the point where, we have to get capital in, but typically we want to invest in businesses that are already profitable. So we've got this big disconnect at the moment. So we'll get there. And that's where I think Rob is trying to do some stuff as well around that. So time will tell.
Mike Brigman, Quintet Ventures. Many New Zealand startups do give away too much equity too soon, but this is more of a problem of a lack of experience on the part of the founders and angel investors. Mike Brigman is also raising a fund to invest in New Zealand startups, been working on it since 2018. That's the difference between TE. Jeremy Pack. Tron represent. Thanks for your representation. Question: do any VCs focus in the food and beverage space, or is this best left to crowdfunding? Good question, Jeremy.
I guess going into a bit of detail there, like when he's saying food and beverages, he's talking about like craft brewing, or is he talking more around sort of IP as such, or like say an ice cream manufacturing business or something along those lines? I guess that's what that would be the sort of key difference between those.
So, well, I'll jump in. Hey, if Jeremy, I've just put a link up. You can click that says clickham.com/live summit questions. If you click that, you can join the show, the summit, live, and actually come and join us for that conversation. Debt versus equity. What do the majority of New Zealand tech startup businesses go for, and is it the right play in your eyes?
Did you say tech, was it?
Yeah, tech within technology.
Yeah, it has to be. It pretty much has to be equity. So, like, being from a ex-banker myself that used to bank a lot of the tech companies, it's bloody hard, because again, we don't have those cash flows, and we're talking mainly intangible balance sheets. So, typically, you have to go down that equity space if you want to. A lot of them borrow from the family and friends first, and then they'll plug in some of their own money, and then usually they get a little bit from the angel investor network, and that's sort of typically how it's kind of been done in New Zealand for the last 10 years, really.
I was talking to Paul Adams from Everidge IP, talking about trying to put in some regulation or something for the government to unlock all the value that sits in the intellectual property within a whole bunch of different businesses for actual banks to be able to borrow against. Is this something you've heard of, know a little bit about? I talked to him quite a while ago about it, but I thought it did make a lot of sense to basically have a value when you buy it. You buy it on goodwill and whatever. Why can't the bank sort of loan us sort of against that? What's the goal on that in a 101 thing? Because I thought it was a really interesting conversation. I didn't know a lot about.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, I've been following them for some time as well, actually. So, because he's completely right. Like if you look, and use the stock exchange as a good example. When you're buying and selling stocks, you're not doing it predominantly based on their tangible balance sheet. You're doing it based on the goodwill of that company, because hey, you're in New Zealand, it's taking a hit, but it's going to go good because it's got a good brand, as well as earnings and revenues and all this kind of stuff. But the challenge again with the banking world is that, coming from the banking world, is that, during the 80s, the stock market crashed and stuff. And so the New Zealand banks are very, very property focused. So they will look at intangible lending, but it is more on a cash flow basis as opposed to straight IP. So that's sort of the crux of it, really. It's just too hard. It just doesn't really fit their policies. And a lot of the big banks, for example, the 4 main trading banks in New Zealand, they're all owned by Australian banks. So a lot of their group policy doesn't actually come from New Zealand, it comes from Australia. So it's really driven by where their risk appetites are as well.
Is it a bit stuffed? I mean, if I'm an alien looking at this thing, is it a bit whack that I can sell a business with $1 million of goodwill or IP into the value of the brand, but then I can't trade against that to get $100,000 to work cash flow to pay employees or suppliers or whatever? Does that seem a bit stuffed, or is that just like the way the world is? Is that kind of weird?
I guess if you've got a business with that kind of goodwill, then it must have some form of revenue, which means you probably could leverage its balance sheet to get funding for an invoice or something. But I think it's like you say, it's all about understanding how to structure what the ratios look like and who to go to. So yeah, I don't think that's completely true. But like if it's a brand new business and you got $1 million idea, we over here go, well, go prove it first, and it's like, oh well, chicken egg situation, isn't it?
Yeah, got it. Oh, we may have Jeremy Pack introduce us. I hear audio, but maybe no visual. Jeremy, are you there, mate?
Yes, that's right. I'm here.
Hey, Jeremy, how are you?
Locked up in the basement. work and you can go.
In the sweatshop. Yeah, this is more of a general question. In the food and beverage space, I've got 2 clients that are both early stage / pre-money. One with about 200k revenue, another with about 1.4, and a third one again at 2.7 million revenue.
Mm-hmm. Nice. So, just remind me of your question. You were saying, is it better to go crowdfunding or VC for food and beverage? Was it?
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, I mean, I guess it depends. Again, it comes down to why they need the capital and what they're trying to do with it. If you look at, I mean, we won't go into detail because obviously confidentiality and all that kind of stuff. But I guess if we look at some of the recent transactions here in New Zealand, I think it was Behemoth, who are obviously a craft brewery. They just raised, I think, 1.8 million through a crowdfunding again. And there's been quite a few of a number, especially in that craft brewery space. There's been a lot of them that have used that crowdfunding pretty well. And I think it's because, hospitality in general in New Zealand has obviously been hit a bit. And before that, depending on the region, like in Christchurch, for example, we had a ton of hospitality businesses. I think we had more hospitality businesses than people coming into we had more people coming into the city before the earthquake than after, but we had more hospitality businesses. So we had a bit of an issue here in Christchurch with that whole food and beverage sector. It's kind of flattening out a little bit now, but that's generally been the issue for the last few years to get funding for these guys. And I know a couple of the PE firms have plugged some money into some of these food and beverage ones. I know there's one of them up in Auckland that put a substantial amount into Moa, and then Moa listed on the stock exchange, and it's kind of just been flatlined. Really, it's not really done much with it, and I think that might have scared a few of them off. So I think that's why crowdfunding has been the sort of natural place for them to go. In particular, like without giving up too much about your clients' details, like when you say they're in the food and beverage sector, are they kind of operators, or are they sort of making the product?
Manufacturers, so an element of importing the raw material or ingredient or sourcing from within New Zealand, and in the retail space, so high concentration in market share in progressives and foodstuffs as an example. Yeah, quite nice channel mix.
Yep, yeah, gotcha. So based on the rev figures you were talking about, it wouldn't be a VC thing because, again, a lot of the VCs are focused on more your tech sector. Once the revenues are a bit higher and they've got scope to maybe go abroad, it might be more of a private equity deal, but otherwise I think they'd have to look at either crowdfunding, maybe a couple of individual type investors that have got a bit of a passion for the industry and see a bit of return, or looking at bank debt funding if they've got the cash to do so.
Great, thanks, Dave.
That's all good. Sorry, it's a bit of a roundabout question.
Have fun in the basement.
Cheers, Robert.
Sure, brother. Later, man. Peace. Yeah, good question. The other one is as well, which I'd probably maybe add into the mix quickly before we go, Dave, is especially if it's New Zealand based and New Zealand driven, if there's a kind of a potential global play to it, Kiwis love to back that local, and there is such a community vibe that can get behind big missions and dreams and aspirations. A bunch of Kiwis went and bought part of the Tasman or some shit for public thing as well. So I would not dismiss the value of a good social campaign with some great content and good storytelling to get that localistic pull in. Appreciate your time, Dave. If people wanted you to jump and see where can they go to? What can they do? Check out your website with all that you're
sure. So you'll always find me on LinkedIn. So just look up Dave Armstrong NZ on LinkedIn or Twitter. Alternatively, you can go to vegalend.co.nz or flick me an email, dave@vegalend.co.nz, and always happy to have a chat. I'm a little bit swamped between now and Christmas, but I will try my best to get back to you before then if you've got any specific kind of questions.
Rock and roll, brother. Claps to CUA. Thanks for your time. Send me your slides and I'll let everyone know where they're at as well. And,
cheers, mate.
And your voice will be fine, buddy. Appreciate it.
Talk to you soon. See you, mate. Bye.
Brother. Peace. The bro in the mix. Very smart man indeed. Dave Armstrong. I'll get this in the mix. Boom. We are smashing it through it, team. Not going to lie. Marketing, sales, insurance, HR, funding, investments, now customer service. Very excited about this. We've got the bro Dylan Weymouth, he's a tribe lead at Group Business Operations at the Warehouse Group. Over 15 years in retail, business management, sales, training, and leadership roles with a wide experience across many business functions. Basically, he's a weapon and a good human and a good friend. Ladies and gentlemen, Dylan Weymouth. How are you, buddy?
Hey, great to be here. Hey, Robert.
How are you, mate? Can you hear me okay? Everything rolling your side? Technology is rumbling. We're good to go?
Yeah, we're all good. I just, Wi-Fi was bad here, so hotspot 5G, here we go.
Oh, good stuff. Do you have slides or are you going to talk through?
No, look, I think we'll just have a chat, eh? You know, customer service is all about people. Let's gas the slides today and just have a yarn.
Mega. So for those that don't know who you are, what you do, how you do it, describe your role, functionality, and kind of especially where the whole customer experience and service sort of piece fits into your world, and we can get stuck in. Quick context.
Yeah, totally, mate. So so guys, hi, Dylan. My career has been in New Zealand retail for 20 years in the Warehouse Group. So I've worked mainly in stores across the Warehouse Stationery, and Noel Leeming. So that's general merchandise and appliances and technology. Recently, in the last sort of 2-3 years, been working on a transformation role. So really looking at how we can really take customer service and the way our stores operate to another level. And now in this role, I look after the kind of innovation pipeline for our stores, the building of our stores, our store development, and a few areas of our sort of general operations business across the three retail brands. So very exciting space to be in.
It's been a crazy. Obviously, we go back a ways through the life as we do. But it's awesome to see you in such a big role, especially on the customer side. Where do you want to kick this off with? Where do you want to start? Because from a customer service experience, everyone knows when you have good ones, when they have bad ones. You are now starting to redesign, I guess, what these look like for this new world. You know, I'm in obviously the States at the moment where retail is heading is in an extremely interesting place. What's happened with commercial real estate is extremely crazy and flipped on its head. Maybe at a top, where would you like to start the quick little chat when it comes to customer service?
Yeah, mate, look, I thought I'd talk, I've sort of got 3 points that I thought I'd share, just kind of based on lessons I've sort of taken away over the years, but also kind of what's been relevant in this crazy year of COVID that we've had, and kind of how our retail brands have kind of pivoted and developed over the last few months. So I thought I'd just sort of maybe talk to sort of 3 points, and then maybe out of that, there might be some questions, or we can just elaborate a little bit more. Does that sound like a plan?
Floor's yours, mate. Go for gold.
All right, cool. So I guess, like I said, like my journey in retail has been across many different retail stores, and I've mostly been for a lot of my career on the front line, and I even spent some time in our commercial sales division, which was sort of B2B sales. So in terms of like customer service, like I guess I've had the pleasure of being on the front end dealing with customers in all different kind of shapes and sizes, and then in the back end on kind of how we pulled together the strategy to move us forward. And I guess there's 3 key things I just wanted to share, like, and I think they're relevant to kind of any industry where we're dealing with customers. And the 3 things are, so number one, and sort of first and foremost, and this might sound 101, but truly understand, like when you're dealing with customers, their needs and their wants. So like if I could say to any salesperson or any kind of manager of a business, like you've got to be genuinely curious around what your customer needs and wants. And I'll elaborate a little bit more. It's not just about what it is that you're selling. So for example, when I worked in Noel Leeming commercial, we were mostly selling Chromebooks into schools. But when you go out and talk to the school and you start going, look, what are you guys buying? What kind of needs are you what kind of problems are you trying to solve? You actually realize that the opportunity to engage more with the school is around, like, so I had one example where the school actually wanted to buy air conditioners, solar panels, heaters, desktops, laptops, 3D printers, technology in all manners, shapes and forms, as well as Chromebooks. And then like understanding that like they don't have the money, but they've got the desire. So then you start unlocking like payment options and services. And so what I'm trying to say there is like truly intimately understand like what your customer needs, and what their problems are that they're trying to solve, and then you can really work out where your business or where your products or services fit in to that mix. But don't be so blind as to just think about like your scope of what you're trying to push into there, because you just never know what other opportunities might exist and what other problems you can solve with what they're needing right in front of them. And then that kind of dovetails into the second point I'd like to share, which is understanding how your customers interact with your business or your brand, and truly focusing on like meeting their needs and how they want to interact with you. Whether that's like in retail, we talk about omni-channel. It's kind of evolved now to more of a retail on demand. So I want to deal with you. If I'm talking about a company that I'm dealing with, I want to deal with you like on my terms, in the time that I'm ready to deal with you, for the things that I'm ready to get from you. And, you know, in a COVID world, it was kind of, that was amplified by the fact that like shops were closed. So, you know, if the retailers that had a good online presence and had strong fulfillment networks, they were the ones who flourished when the physical shops were closed. And they're building, you know, those customers will come back to the physical shops after that. But it's kind of like, put your focus on those points where the customer interacts that cause friction. It could be shipping, it could be just getting a quote from you, or it could be taking a quote and turning it into a purchase order. It could be returns. Like truly understanding where those touch points are, and then like understanding where are you doing well and where are you not doing well, and then doubling down on those areas that you aren't doing well with a lens of like what's happening in the world. Like where are you ranked against other competes, where are you available if like we're in lockdown, for example, and just really focusing on those. An example of that, like in Knowles, was like we had a digital human in the front of our Newmarket store, so like a kind of like a digital concierge. When the lockdown hit and the shops were closed, that tech that was running that was just put on ice, right? The shop was shut for like a month. We didn't use that technology at all while the shop was closed. But instead, we redeployed the technology to run a chatbot on our website. So of course, the call center was getting smashed. So by redeploying that tech really fast, it was within like a couple of weeks, we could divert our customers through that channel and handle their queries during that time. And we've still got that running now. So it's just kind of like utilizing the services, you know, that all the partners that you've got and the tech you've got, but understanding where your customer touch points have got opportunities. And then the third one, kind of when I think about customer service and like how do you maximize, you know, the customer experience, but also your return on all those engagements you have with customers. The third one is like sales is all about solutions, right? Solution selling. So not just like you heard the saying, like you can grow sales by getting more customers, or you can milk the cows, the customers you've already got. So, and it's not just like a win for you, it's also a win for the customer if you're selling solutions. So thinking about like, what are the add-on products? What are the services that you can offer that are, you know, not maybe non-tangible, not products? You know, we've seen over the last few years in our brands that services has been one of the fastest growing categories, because you're not just shifting a box, you're shifting a box with a solution that meets the customer's total needs. So if I come back, like if you truly understand your customer's need and wants, you'll understand that there's more than just like shifting a service or shifting a product, or there might be add-ons to your services that you're already selling that you can build on, or there might be partnerships that you can engage with as well, like commercial partnerships where you extend your solution to another partner, and that's all part of the deal that you take to your customer. It becomes a win-win relationship where you're bringing your customer the total package, and you're at the same time you're improving your revenue, improving your profitability. And then that sort of cycle repeats. So yeah, just kind of those are kind of the three huge things. You could talk about them probably all day. Is understanding your customer's needs and wants, understanding where your customer touches your business and how they interact, and where can you remove friction wherever it exists, and lastly, like maximize the sales with solutions, add-ons, and services to extend your brand into another area and differentiate yourself as well. Right, so a bit of a rapid fire, Robert, but like that's
I like it. I was going to ask, how does a small business track the touch points of its business to see what it is doing shit good or bad? Like just practically, is it a spreadsheet of, everywhere they interact with it and what they can do? How do you, how would you approach it if you're a small business or a startup or whatever, looking to try and start your customer service 101 journey? Where do you start?
Yeah, look, I think just a simple kind of list of like, how do customers find you? Like, is it through Facebook? Is it through Insta? Is it through white pages? Whatever, website, social, physical. How do your customers find you? And then like almost just the red, amber, green of like, how easy is it to connect with you? Is it chat? Is it really good? Is it painful? Like, how quick are your responses? You can sort of apply a few lenses. So one, look at all the current touch points you have. And that may help you uncover touch points you don't have. Sort of rag them, and you can rag them against like, how easy is it to get you through those channels? If you can measure how many customers are using those channels, then that's probably useful as well. Because there's no point in like focusing on one channel if most of your customers are coming and finding you via another channel. And then probably like a bit of competitor analysis as well. Like what's good out there if you try to connect with someone who's doing something similar. What experiences make it really good. And like, if you think about it, I take a lot of inspiration from other companies and how they're engaging with customers. And a good example of that is like Zed, the petrol station, recently introduced Fast Lane, where you basically just have your car registration loaded in the system. You load your credit card in the app, and you basically just go through and fill your car, and you don't have to do anything. You can just fill up, and then it says, "Hi, Dylan, thanks very much. See you later." You don't have to do any kind of authorization or anything to get your car filled up. I mean, I said to someone, like, the only thing better than that, I think, is if like I didn't have to get petrol. So like you can look at you can look at people who are doing it well like that, and then just go, okay, cool. How do I apply those principles to take away touch points? I mean, it's a bit like that old school kind of like every click is like an extra inconvenience, right? And it kind of gets to, if you're kind of looking at it that like that kind of level, then that can get pretty exciting.
The understanding the customer as well to start off, or back on the Z prop, so Scott and Mandy Simpson and stuff, they work there. They work with Rush Digital too, so all that stuff there, they've been doing an absolutely epic job with Pav and the team. And it is, they're thinking of the customer experience. People maybe don't want to walk inside, they don't want to get out the FPOS, they don't want to do this or that. Years ago, I remember in Japan, you'd be able to just walk up, someone would actually come out and do it all for you, and you could sort of pay for it there. But it's thinking about that sort of customer service and that experience level. When it's just understanding the customer, what are some of the best ways that you think they should approach that as well? So data, they can obviously think about their touch points. They do red, amber, green, whatever it is. Understanding the customer, how do they start to, how do they figure out, do I talk to the customers directly, and what do I ask them? How do they approach getting that data to sort of start with? Do they go to SurveyMonkey and send an app? How do you, what are some tips to, I guess, starting with getting feedback from customers at a start point?
Yeah, I think there's a bit of internal soul searching or business development thinking that you do, like, first of all, because I mean, like, for example, like we sell TVs, and it was kind of like thinking, well, customers put their TVs on the wall, so like why aren't we offering a wall hang? So it's kind of, at first you can start by just going like, think about the journey that customers have with your products or services, and then you could go with like a survey or even to customers who have purchased things from you and going like, what could have made that experience better? Or even just like sitting down with a trusted customer if it's more intimate relationship, and just going like, how could we make this smoother? Like, and it's kind of like that, what do they call it? Vertical integration. It's kind of like thinking like, what's happening after the people use my service, and what's happening before the people use my service, and how do I help with product or service? How do I help with those 2 points? So it's about kind of thinking about it, what's specific to your business and your product. And then I would say engaging with like trusted customers or regulars, and then applying like then a test and learn, whether it's with like a partner. So like, for example, Knowles could go and get a partner to install TVs on the wall, and then, or going, actually, we want to own the end of that solution, so we'll invest in it ourselves. And then it's just about like put one van on the road, test it out, see if customers buy it, get your pricing model right, and then grow from there.
So yeah, I think maybe just stopping and planning out what that customer journey experience is going to look like from, because the majority of people watching that this is for around the Entrepreneur Summit is they're the one-man band, one-woman bands. They do all the invoicing, the planning, the strategy, the sales, the marketing, the HR. They do everything themselves. You know, I've been there. We've all been there if we're sort of watching this. But just stopping, we're planning that. You know, they get an email to kick off. They see some stuff on Facebook. Is that aligned up? And then does it go to the website? Does it go to a call? Do they then have the email signature that's sort of synced up? I think about, I guess I'm also a little bit OCD too. I'll be, you know, is the color frame around this video the same color text that's at the bottom of the text, which I've highlighted in an email, which is synced to, like, I think of the kind of these little sort of webs and stuff that go around. Tate was saying, hey, Dylan, once the customer need is established and creating a CX journey, any top tips or watch outs that you would emphasize during this process? Check to see what the completion is doing. I liked, makes total sense.
Yeah, I saw that come through. Hey, Tate. Awesome to see you, Tate. Used to work with Tate a lot, so great to see you on here, mate. Yeah, I think, you know, as you were talking, like, I think there's a couple of things that came into my mind. One is, like, shop your own brand, you know, like, go and be a customer. And if you're going to send an EDM that says, like, we want you to buy this thing, then, like, go and buy it. Like, be abusive to your brand and go and shop it, and be like, how easy is it to go through that process? So, like, that's kind of testing your own process in a sort of critical way. I mean, I shop our 3 brands, like, often, I guess out of the loyalty of the brands, but also to go, like, what's working and not working. And then a mate of mine just flicked an EDM the other day for his startup, not so much a startup now, but his business doing like subscription pet food and stuff. And I thought, you know, stuff it, I'm going to shop it for him just so I can give him feedback on how easy or bad it is. And there was definitely some quick wins in there, which I sort of flicked through just after making one like $30 purchase. So it's like just shopping a brand is really helpful. But if I go to like Tate's question, tips and watch outs, I mean, I guess you can't be everything to everyone. So I would think about, like, where are the sort of mass market wins you could deploy. Where are the quick wins, like low hanging fruit? Like, for example, like chatbots in this day and age are a super easy thing to execute. Which is like, well, you know, if you don't have a chatbot, then like a chatbot can answer most of your frequently asked customer questions after you invest probably 8 or 9 hours just setting it up. So that's probably a worthwhile thing to go after if your customers are heading down, you know, like a social channel or whatever. So that would be, but yeah, and just not going after, like, if one customer says, like, oh, this part of the journey is not great, like, I couldn't find you in the phone book, like that's probably not like a big problem to solve, because that might be like one customer. So it's kind of, when you get some information, it's kind of then understanding, like, what are you going after? And then to my earlier point, like that kind of growing your business into services or add-ons and things like that. You know, I sort of should caveat that to a point, you know what I mean? Like, you can't become, if you're an entrepreneur and you're a startup, you kind of have to, in a way, nail your core business before you try to expand out too far. And that's kind of where you know, partnerships and good relationships with other parties will come in, and you'll be stronger for it. But then knowing, like, okay, is it in our roadmap to eventually do this ourselves? You know?
I like, yeah, shop the brand, and yep, totally get it. I was just thinking as well, you know, when you went through your friend's $30 thing, you know, there's, you know, Loom, which does like a screen recording type video thing. I think it's just loom.com or whatever it is. You know, I'm sure if you were running a e-commerce business or some type of online thing where someone was buying, just getting a friend to do a Loom recording video of you going through it with real-time feedback of, oh, why should this button be red? Why is this green? Oh, I had to click on here twice, whatever it may be. Just like a live, you know, a friend will send me instructional videos through Loom the similar type way. Hey, this is how to do it. Click through. Tate says, the man, cheers, brother. Hope you're doing well. Brands competition. Where is the mass gains like business efficiency? Chatbot nail the core and potential partnerships. Totally agree. The chatbot thing is super interesting because there's you know, you said, you know, 8 to 9 hours. I'd actually say, you know, in a shorter amount of time, you can get definitely a whole bunch out the door, especially with frequently asked questions. Just make that a bit more interactive. In the States and stuff, they'll have apps where you text through and it makes it look like someone's replying, but it's an auto, but it feels like it's a text message. Just before we go, I was going to ask as well, you know, how do you think business leaders' approach to customer experience has now changed through COVID with what's potentially next? You know, because to your point, it stopped. Everyone went on lockdown. Technology was basically frozen, and then all of a sudden, oh, we could do this for that. Oh, what that future looks like. Where has the thinking been in terms of decision makers when it comes to the future of customer experience in life during COVID and after?
Yeah, look, from a management perspective, leadership perspective, I think one of the biggest things, and like the Warehouse Group have been on this journey, so I can kind of talk to it, is like agile, do something quickly. Don't try and build, you know, a massive new thing. Just really, I know it's so cliche and everyone says it, but like that proper minimum viable product out the door, test and experience. Like if you don't have a chatbot, then by the end of today, have a freaking chatbot. Like you said, Rebet, like, you know, and then just see how many customers are chatting with it, build the conversation out, you know, like even in an enterprise, if anyone who's worked in a corporate before would know that like getting a chatbot out the door is like probably a 6-month long kind of project from go to woe. We literally stood it up with 10 responses in 2 weeks and had 1,000 hits on the first day. And then we just built out the conversations to be more relevant and useful over the coming weeks. And I think that really is the mindset shift now, is that you just, in the forever changing, rapidly evolving world with COVID happening now, there's no more time than ever where you've got to be fast to respond, you know, quick into new channels, quickly pivoting from one channel to the next if that's what the customer has to do, because that's what the world is forcing them into. Then like you just got to be ready for that, or even if you're not ready, just responsive. You know, be quick to do something when you see it changing.
I even saw Facebook in the last week. I saw it pop up the ability to potentially embed in Messenger into your own website for business that then syncs through to Messenger. So they've obviously realized that instant, you know, they're talking about text messaging, 97% open rate within the first 2 minutes, emails, I don't know, 10%. Syncing Messenger to it, something like that. So exactly to your point, Dill, about where the different touch points are. If they're on their phone and on Facebook, and if you're selling, you know, car stereos or whatever it may be, and if you're on their website and then click it and it instantly goes through, it's almost trying to just quickly get customers into some type of conversation as fast as possible to then grow a relationship, to then eventually convert into currency, right? So I think it's quite, I'm intrigued. When I saw that, I was like, I wonder how now basically personal messaging is going to take business more personal, you know, and clearly, if Facebook, they've done some digging, go for it.
Yeah, man, I've used that Facebook Messenger for business, and like it embeds onto websites with literally like a widget, or if you've got like a Shopify store, you can almost plug it in. And the beauty of it is you start a conversation on the website and then you continue the conversation in the customer's messenger. So like they don't even have to like stay on your website to keep chatting. You can, and then you're chatting on Messenger on this side as well. And then the app will start to recommend like frequent responses. So it actually builds the bot for you. So that's a great example of like technology stack that's so easy to access, so easy to deploy, and super customer friendly. Like I can't think of a better way to like for customers who want to chat. You know, it's not the be all and end all, but if you want to chat, then it's brilliant.
I think, you know, you before you're talking about each different bit that, you know, you click that makes it friction, taking those clicks away of even just having to stay on a website to communicate with a sales representative or whatever it may be, making it more and more seamless.
I'll tell you what, man, I recently just bought 2 vouchers off of Grab One for services. So one was like a car grooming service and the other one was like a window cleaning service, right? So just a couple of good deals. Both of those brands made me email them to try and organize the service. And I just, like in this day and age, like I could set up a chat with these companies like straight away. It's totally free to have chat embedded on your website. And it's and not to mention just a booking application. Like, they're off the shelf now. You know, I shouldn't have to like to and fro an email to negotiate a time to get one of these services. So like this is low hanging fruit, man. Like, both of those companies, I'll tell them, I'll be like, come on, shouldn't have to email you to book this service. Like, get on to a chat, get onto a booking platform. They're basically free, you know, and you'll just make it way easier for the customer.
Well, the power of SaaS when you think about it, and yeah, not too many people stop about every different touch point. You know, does it make sense to send an email, or should be an app, or should there be a Facebook page, or should it be ... what it may be. Obviously, you know, you're not selling a product or service because, you know, you work for the Warehouse Group, and I'm sure they've got their own websites which they can go to. If you want to check you out, maybe if they link up with you on LinkedIn or got any more questions and stuff, where can they go to? What can they do?
Yeah, connect with me on LinkedIn. I'm like always keen for a chat. I love sharing ideas, bouncing back ideas, like feedback on our brands. Like, I'm in a great position to be able to, you know, make our businesses and our brands better. So yeah, just any yarns, just hit me up. LinkedIn's the best.
My man, appreciate you, brother. Thanks so much for your time, Dill, and be safe, and I'll talk to you soon, eh?
Awesome, mate. Take care, bro.
Later, brother. Peace. Dylan Weymouth, another just bloody legend that's was trying to show, and he was a tribe lead at Warehouse Group, been in the retail game for 15, 20 years, definitely know what's up. I forgot, I'm just giving him some claps. My man. Props. So, mate, we are just knocking them out. I think we're into almost hour 3. Marketing, sales, insurance, HR, investment, customer service, accounting. I totally had cooked. I'm not going to lie to him. I totally had cooked it. I had meant to ask our next guest on, and then I woke up this morning and go, shit, I fucking forgot to hit up Luke. So I quickly texted him. I was like, oh, bro, yo, you want to jump on? I want to talk some accounting shit. He's like, yeah, sweet. So without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, the big dog. How we look? Oh, you're not. That doesn't stand for California, does it? Or no, it doesn't. Is this you flexing for education intellect on me?
There we go. The chartered accounting, mate. Got to throw it out there. I was actually on the bike, and I randomly thought of you, believe it or not, on the gym, and I pulled out my phone, and you'd text me. So there you go. I must have known. I could feel you coming from me.
There you go. How are you, my friend? Going well. How's the? I wish I had some letters behind my name. I've just got. I mean, I'm happy with Robert, but it looks super cool when you got like more stuff attached to it.
I'll be honest. And no offense to being a chartered accountant, but the amount of people that ask us now, are you a chartered accountant, is slowly becoming less and less. So something for our accounting brand to work through, but something very intriguing playing out with the rise of Xero. And what some of the guests have already spoken about is, can you solve my problem? Not, are you a chartered accountant?
Huh. Titles becoming less significant when it's about the solution.
Yeah, I think so. You know, people want help and they want fast.
Appreciate. I mean, this wasn't really planned from your side, but I know you always come prepared because you can talk a good bit of banter when it comes to things about business and stuff. For those that aren't aware of who you are and what you do, feel free to give yourself a quick little introduction about Next Advisory and the bits and pieces. Go for it.
Yeah, cool. So, Luke from Next Advisory, we've got a market-leading accounting and advisory practice here in Auckland, but we have clients across the country. We've been building it out over the last few years, massively into helping business owners succeed, especially businesses that are sort of between 2 and 5 years old. And we do a lot of social content. That's been our strategy to build our client base from absolutely zero to where we are today. So, yeah, I love floating around on the old social media and rolling out podcasts and content and things like that. And it's worked pretty well so far.
Well, usually those that come with the name of CA after it usually are boring as shit, Luke. That's why. It's because usually I've met some great accountants that just have banter for days, but I also know quite a few that, you know, they would rather sit by themselves with a spreadsheet than talk to another human being. I'm not sure. But I do like it in your thing you talk about people first, accounting second, which is pretty decent. I see you've brought up a slide deck. You've got slides out of the blue. I'm insanely impressed. Oh, and you've done POWERMOVES. Oh, you've tweaked a slide deck.
Because Cassie's rolled up with a bowl of slides, and I'm like, oh wow, I'm underprepared here. I'm still in my singlet after the gym, having some bacon and eggs. I'm like, I better smack a few together, you know, to try and break down this boring stigma of accounting.
No, I'm with you, mate. So hey, I'll give you about 10 minutes. You do your thing, mate. I'll get myself out of the way, and the floor is yours.
Thank you, sir. Well, look, I haven't got too long with you guys, so I thought I'd just try and quickly put together some things that I think can really help you in 2021, whether you're just starting out or whether you're sort of, in that first few years of your business, and maybe even test your thinking for some of you that have been in business even longer. But let's address the elephant in the room. Rebecca's already said, accountants are pretty boring. And I think that is what is expected of our industry as such. So you're probably thinking accounting, abacus, brown suit, boring. This is me back in the day, living right into that. But
jump in. Did you genuinely make this morning? Is this like real slides, or you already had it?
No, well, I had like say 80% of it, and I just whacked the 20 on.
Oh, okay, my man. Okay, I'm sorry. I'll disappear again. I just wanted to give you extra props because it's insanely impressive. Go on.
Yeah. But back to it. So this is the real deal of accounting these days. I don't know if this video will play, so we'll try it and see if there's some volume rolling through. But this is myself and Phil, my business partner.
Luke and Phil here from Next Advisory. Download this ebook. Yeah. Do you want me to give a bit more to it, and then you can just flow from there? Or? Sorry, mate.
We're done. That's it.
Luke and Phil here from Next Advisory. Download this ebook.
Ebook on growing your business.
Just like Phil, it's short, simple, straight to the point, and will help you grow your business. Execution is the key.
Absolutely. Never short on game.
That's awesome. Continue. That's great.
We actually rolled this piece of content, and it's been one of our best pieces of content over the last few years in terms of helping people understand, that we have personality and that we're here for a bit of fun and whatnot. I'm trying to break that stigma of our industry, but obviously here I'm rocking it in the GC, got caught in my undies doing my work, and we are truly very interesting. Our industry has had cloud technology for a long time, yet we still force employees to work in their office, and COVID sort of caught a lot of other accounting firms up to us, so we've had pretty lean overheads over this last few years in terms of no office, and no clients complain. We get to spend more time with them, and we get to go away and do cool stuff like this as well. So photo down here, we're just ripping through a bit of content, trying to get the lighting right as people would appreciate. I'm sure Rebecca would as well, but into some things that will help you, and going to go really quickly here. But some of the things that what I've titled this is the things that our most successful clients do, and we see them doing day in, day out, month in, month out. And often what happens, people start a business and they don't actually know their numbers. So they don't even know if the thing that they're selling is profitable. Can it be scaled up? Can they actually make a living out of doing this? And they just get caught up in wanting to get to the outcome of having a business and being my own boss and all these types of things. And that's all good and well, but if you're not making money, eventually you're going to end up in trouble. So we try and educate our clients to really understand a profit and loss statement, which gives you your revenue minus your expenses. And one of the things we encourage our clients to do is to set a reminder in your calendar every month. Now, once you've done it once, it should be auto. So you're getting a reminder every month. Hey, have I had a look at the P&L? How did my month go? What do I need to look at? Because you need to focus on your profitability, because if you don't know how profitable you are, at some stage you will run into trouble. So a little tip for you there. Now, second thing that a lot of our clients do really well, they separate out their accounts. And so you might have your trading account A that your invoices get paid into. Then you have a B for a tax account. So you want to move a percentage into that for tax. As a blanket, it might be 20% when you're starting out and move up to 30% as you increase. But what that's doing is it's teaching your brain that you can't spend all of account A because it's not yours. You have to hold some of that over for tax. And also a shit hits the fan account. We'll keep it non-PC here. So you're wanting to try and put aside a little 1 to 3% of your income into a separate C account where you can actually build a buffer for that rainy day where things don't quite go to plan. And that's where a lot of businesses fell into trouble with COVID, where they didn't actually have one of these accounts. Luckily, the government came to the party, and we were all pretty well looked after, if we're honest. And that is something that will really, really help you, and it gives you the sense of confidence of, hey, I've now got 10 grand of money built up that I've paid tax on, that I can call on if the shit is to hit the fan. So the third one, if you don't know about this, you need to use it to your advantage. So your low value asset threshold at the moment, it's $500. So basically, if you buy an iPhone, it's over $500. So you have to capitalize it, and it sits on your balance sheet and it depreciates, and now I've lost you. But what you need to know is that at the moment, the limit is $5,000. So you can get a new iPad, you can get a new MacBook, you can get the new iPhone, you can get what you want. And if it's under $5,000 before that, I've got the 7th of March, but it's the 17th of March. If you get it before the 17th of March, you can fully expense it in your financial year. So what I would suggest you do is set a calendar reminder for the 17th of February and think about, is there any under $5,000 capital expenditure in terms of bigger items for me, my team, that I can bring forward into the 2021 financial year to decrease my profit and therefore decrease the tax that I have to pay. From the 17th of March, that figure will drop to $1,000. So if you need more info on that, or if I explained it too fast, then there's a podcast that we've done on how you can get the most value out of it. Now, having a plan, I've actually put a slide together for you guys. This is the business planning template that we use with clients that pay us tens of thousands of dollars every year. You can download it off our website and do what you want with it, but have a plan. So many Kiwi businesses don't have a plan. I think you know that better than I, and I think people just don't care about that saying anymore. If you prepare to fail, fail. If you fail to prepare to fail. But like, you need to know where you're going and try and get your team on that journey. So that template there will give you a very high level overview of how you can go about it, from values right down to setting some goals, some targets, and there's on the second side of that, there's also some action points that you can do in the next 90 days. So rip into that. And also something that our clients have been doing really well recently is the 80-20 analysis. You want to go through your revenue and go, righto, who are my biggest customers? Who's contributing the most here in terms of our revenue? Does that pose us any risks? Do we need to go and find more people like them? Do we need to get closer to them? Actually, who's chewing up all of the time internally that we're sick of? Can we get rid of them as a client? There's an old saying in accounting that if you double your prices and lose half your clients, you've still got the same amount of revenue. So think about that and think, who is taking up too much of my time, and do we still need them? Do they serve us? 2 questions you can always ask yourself and your team to figure out how to do better in business. What's working well? Do more of that. What's not working well? And do less of that. And lastly, on this topic, avoiding the shiny object syndrome. Now, it's very easy, we're just talking about chatbots, for instance, and stuff, to see all of these shiny objects and think, I need to do each of them. But you need to prioritize what those shiny objects are that fit in with your strategy for your long-term growth. Example for us, we started doing podcasts. We've just gone past 50. I've seen other accountants look at us and go, shit, they're doing it. We better do it too. But they don't know that we've only picked up 1 client from it, which to me is still a massive win, but it's in line with our overall strategy of delivering value, and it's another funnel for us. So really map that shiny objects back to what your plans are. Now, similar to having a plan, you need a cash flow planning tool. Now, the banks are starting to get so hard on this, even clients that are going to borrow for a car, and they're saying, hey, the bank want to know our financial forecast for the next 24 months. So save yourself some money, start doing it yourself, then work with your accountant to sort of tidy it up and sexy it up. The bank will want it from the accountant to de-risk themselves. But you can do some of the work. So there's a template on our website, for instance, and you'll find one if you just Google cash flow planning template. Do something at a high level, be able to explain why you built that out, and save yourself a little bit of that, hey, accountant, do this for me. Right, so reviewing your terms and your tech. So give you a good example of a client who every year for me has just gone up and up and up in terms of their profit, but still has the same amount of cash in the bank, and which is minimal. And so then they're struggling to pay tax because they don't actually have the cash to pay it, because their profit is tied up in debtors that they're still trying to collect. 3 years ago, I said to this client, you need to change your terms. You are in control of your terms. The 20th of the month thing is done. It's gone. It's so years ago. You set your own terms. You're in business, set your own terms. So whether that's 14 days, 7 days, invoicing 50% up front, all of those things successful clients are doing to help manage their cash flow, and you need to be thinking about it too. Then you want to be looking at the tech that you're using to collect that money. So Stripe, for instance, that gives us the ability to all accept payment via credit card. Go Cardless is a direct debit version of Stripe, not as popular or scaled, but have a look into that. PayPal, of course, as well. So use all the tools that you can to fight the war of collecting money, because if we move into a really tough recession or depression, everyone's going to be clamoring for that same dollar. So you want to make sure that you are collecting it and stashing it, and you're giving people easy ways to collect it. You're following up. You're not letting things get overdue too long and things like that. So really using the tech for you that can do some of it. So into number 7, ask your accountant questions. They are there for you. one thing that our industry is horrendous at talking about is the fact that you pay us to study business all day. It's outstanding. It's the biggest rort. We go to uni, we become a chartered accountant, and then we actually charge clients and we study their businesses and take those lessons from the ones that are doing really well and the ones that are doing really poorly, and effectively sell them in some way, shape or form to other businesses so that they're doing well and avoiding the mistakes. So we get to look under the hood of so many businesses, and you need to leverage off of that and draw that out of your accountant, because they're probably not going to do it for you. So most people are too scared to call their accountant because they think I'm going to end up with a bill. Ring them and say, hey, I need help with XYZ problem. How much are you going to charge me to fix this? And put them on the back foot, you know, make them do the work, make them do the sales. Accountants are horrendous salespeople. So, you know, that's why you get an invoice out of the blue, because we hate having upfront conversations around what things are going to cost. So flip it and get in control of your accountant. Draw the information out of them. They got phenomenal networks of people in behind them as well that they're leveraging off themselves and other clients that have already solved similar problems that you might have. So just pick up the phone and say, hey, who do you know that can solve this problem for me? It might not even be the accountant. It might be someone they know. So, right, into a bit of fun. Buy YouTube Premium. Now, why I say this is because at the start, I've been able to do these slides and put this together whilst listening to this outstanding summit on YouTube, you know, this morning whilst doing things, and it's because I have YouTube Premium. Now, why I think it's so important is it's teaching you to value your time. One thing that we see business owners doing very poorly is trying to do everything and not understanding when they should be cutting out, you know, them doing the task and actually, you know, paying for someone else to do it. So getting in the habit of paying your time back, because business owners are so busy, and, you know, not to rag on employees, but often they don't understand that. And so it can be hard. You have those confrontational conversations with your friends or with your family and stuff about just how busy you are. But use all these new technologies to your advantage, like YouTube Premium. There's so much knowledge on there. You can listen to it in double speed. And that's the speed that I'm probably talking at to you right now. But, you know, buy your groceries online. Don't go drive to the supermarket, line up, you know, scan them all. Just don't get out of that. You need to find ways in your business and in your life to give yourself time back, because it will make you feel freer. It will give you the time to focus on your business and spend time, you know, with the people that you love. And that's probably why you got into business, for more money and more time. So use these things that are around you that other people have built for you to get your time back. And if you have people saying, oh, you know, how pretentious you get Uber Eats all the time and you're ordering your groceries, stuff them. You know, they're not playing your game. So remember that your time is your most valuable asset when you're a go-getter in business, and value that. So use those tools that are there. Right, number 9, something for Christmas, and not accounting related, but wear white when you're hungover. I got taught this when I was first, you know, studying to be an accountant, and they said to me, look, you know, if you're going to turn up to work and you've had a few beers the night before, wear white, because it makes you look a bit fresher, a bit crisper. So, yeah, so it's something there. People probably already know that one, but here's a plan. If you want to grab that as well, you're more than welcome to. And remember, the number one way to get it done is to get it done.
Mate, that was
no tequila.
Awesome. That is.
We hit the spot.
I think Misty says, I want you as my accountant too. Really, really good though. So you've got, just like quickly on your website, you've got the 12-month plan, you've got a cash flow planning template and more. What's the website they can go to? Is it just Next Advisory? What is it? What's the?
Yeah, nextadvisory.nz. So rip into it. We've just updated our website to a real long form as well, which is probably sort of future-proofing ourselves from what I think accounting websites are going to look like in a couple of years. So if people do have a look, I wouldn't mind some feedback, even if you think it's shit. Take it with us.
Edmund says that was awesome. A couple of ones in there I wanted to maybe jump on quickly is you talked about, you quickly said, oh, your B account. Now, is this when you're talking about your main, your tax and GST and your shit hits a fan? Are you saying you should name your account? Because I'm just genuinely interested. Do you name them as, you know, A is your main account, B is your tax and GST, which is like 30%, and then C is your 3% if shit hits the fan account? Like, what was that? What did you mean by B? If I got that wrong, or what were you thinking?
Yeah, so just A, B, C. So basically, you know, your A account's your transactional account, and then your B is where you're moving some tax and GST into. So you could call that your tax and GST account if you want. Most clients do. But, you know, say you had $1,000 invoice plus GST, it's $1,150. As soon as you get paid that $1,000, you'd move over $150 plus say 20 to 30% of that invoice into that B account. So you're left with $700 in your transactional account to spend. And you know then that you're always on top of your GST and tax. And so you might want to move the GST back into the end of the GST period back into account A to then pay. But once you sort of get into a bit of a habit of it, it's a very easy way to stay ahead and stay on top of taxes, which is something that does get in the way for a number of business owners, especially through in year 2 and 3 and as you're scaling.
Yeah, I've definitely done. Been shit at that in the past before as well. Of like cash comes in, but already you're growing and it's going out for expenses and bits and pieces, and you just keep kind of cycling and going it. And definitely, I've 100% been a victim of that myself. But I just really like I'm very visual. I can kind of see that. Let's say tax and GST stays 30%, and you've got 3. I'm kind of just like go A, B, C, boom, 33. Keeps it pretty easy and on the money, which is really cool. And then finally, pay your time back. Understanding what time is valuable for you, how that actually works, I think is extremely important. And I like, you're talking about YouTube Premium and bits and pieces, just the simple thing of figuring out where you can spend time. So I'll know if I'm heading past, I'm going to get Starbucks or whatever, I could just literally app it. So I'm just walk in, walk out, and straight on to the next. And when you think about time, there's a audio thing called Blinkist, which basically does condensed versions of the top bits you learn in a book, and it does it in an audio version in about 15 minutes. And then when I play that at 1.5 speed, I have time of, wait a second, if I've got a spare 10 minutes, that's half a book of a couple of little tidbits of learning, just thinking how to rank that. Finally, before we go, I just wanted to ask that 5K to 1K.
Yeah.
Be the nutshell of that. So up to the 5,000 that you can depreciate off, you're saying that's dropping down to $1,000 from the 17th of March. Is that right? So just give me the context of that. Because that's a camera. If it's over, most cameras and computers are under the 5. What's the deal with the 1?
Yeah, so basically the 5's there till 17th of March to encourage us to be spending in business to help drive the economy. So it was one of the early rules that got changed when we kicked into COVID mode. So after the 17th of March, the threshold will be $1,000. So say you buy a camera that is under $1,000 post 17th of March, you'll still be able to claim that as a 100% deduction. But if you brought a camera that was worth $5,000, you would have to depreciate it on your balance sheet. So basically, any sort of major assets, you could set yourself, if you decided, I've got a couple of clients at the moment who they want to get into podcasting next year. I'm like, cool, before 17th of March, get your Rodecaster, get your speakers, get your headphones, like get all the kit, get all the tech and take advantage of it because it's 100% deductible.
Very cool. And that's it was an incentive from the government to try and increase spending and get some dollars floating around, right?
Yeah, 100%. Yeah.
Got it. Okay, so next, what's the website? Nextadvisory.nz, is that right? Or is there a .co?
Spot on. You man.
Oh, man. Hey, I've got to give it to you. I totally stuffed up because I actually was like, dude, I've got to get Luke talk about accounting. Because then when I woke up this morning, I was like, shit, fuck. And then just quickly did that. So I appreciate you saving the day and bringing in the value. And on top of it, customizing some slide decks with some words and bits and pieces. I'm extremely impressed, Luke, as per usual.
No worries, mate. And big props to you, bro, because, I draw a lot of inspiration out of the things you do. I often watching the technology you're using. I saw StreamYard by you and implemented that as soon as lockdown hit, and we've done streams with a number of different people, and it's really helped us with some of the things that we're doing. And the other ventures I'm involved with and with Next Advisory as well. So, even just putting things like this together, you're always going above and beyond to help people out. And I think everybody, has a lot of time for that and can see that it's very genuine from you. So, mad respect.
No, I appreciate it, bro. And to be fair, when I've got a desk here, I can just have a quick little whiskey on the side. I mean, it's not all bad, right? Like it's not too bad. I appreciate you, brother. And hey, thanks again for your time and the insights. And I love number 9. I won't be taking that on for fashion reasons, but I definitely appreciate it. I see that my thing would be wear black, because then the older you are, when you get uglier and fatter and older and balder, it makes you look skinnier the fatter and older you get. So and as well, when you're real sweaty, and which I am, if I wore white and grey, I realized that wouldn't be the best stylistic choices if I was in meetings just looking like I'm flipping some hobo that's walked off the street. But that's I'll do my own slides another time. I appreciate you, brother, my man.
All right, mate. Take it easy. See you guys.
Stay good. Later, Luke. Luke, the bro, Next Advisory, coming through with the fire. Extremely impressive, actually. So marketing done, sales done, insurance done, HR done, investment done, customer service done, accounting done. Oh, tech. Tech is up next. I'm getting excited for this one. Get me hyped. Ladies and gentlemen, introducing Anthony McMahon. Hey, my friend.
Robert, good afternoon. How are you?
Rock and roll. Are you in a basement? Where are you? You've got lighting, but it looks like you're trying to
I'm not in a basement, so I'm coming to you from the hangar, which is a co-working space out west, out in Hobsonville. There's a lot more room out the window here, but the hangar's above a bar, and Harcourts have they've booked out the bar for their Christmas party today. So I've ended up in a soundproof booth, so that you guys don't get doof all the way through my presentation. Although if you want doof, I can go back out the door.
There's a guy down there whose name is Paul Wright. I'm imagining if this is the Harcourts Christmas party, he's the chair of the global board of Harcourts, and you tell him that Rebet said, shut your face and then buy you a drip beer. Also, there'll be a lady called Rachel Kernahan. Ask for Rachel Kernahan and say, Rebet said to give you virtual high fives. So Paul Wright,
legend,
buy you a beer, and that will be a-okay. Let's get into it, mate. Tech. Actually, sorry, I forgot to describe you and the IT wizardry that you get up to. Introduce you yourself and your business, and then I'll jump back in and we'll get into it.
Perfect. So good afternoon, everyone. And before I forget and move on through the presentation, then exit stage left, big thanks to Robert for organising today and pulling all this together, because it's no mean feat. But the opportunity to hear from some of the stuff, I dialed in earlier to hear Dylan talking around customer service, which is a focus of mine at the moment. So it's been a great opportunity to hear that. A little bit about me, Anthony McMahon. I know there's a few people out there who I've probably sat down and had a coffee or a beer with at some point. But for those of you who don't know me, my background is tech. I've been working in the tech industry for just on 2 decades now, working through big business, worked through enterprise with BNZ, and I've since gone out into small business and working with mid-market New Zealand and small business New Zealand to help bring some of the maturity around technology that we like to think the enterprises have, but they often don't, but try and shape it up in a way that small and mid-size businesses are approaching their technology decisions, the way they manage it and the way they use it in a mature, robust way. So I'm branding myself as a virtual Chief Technology Officer, VCTO, under the IT Psychiatrist brand.
I like the, I've started to see a few of those little small V's in front of people's on LinkedIn, and I'm like, oh, growing virtual. So this is going to be a new thing I see this coming up. So you said you got some slides that you wanted to share. Is that right? If you want to bring that up?
No slides. I'm just going to launch in. I've got some talking points. Taking the lead from a couple of the other guys. No slides. No one wants to see slides on tech.
Yeah, that's I mean. Smack it out for about 10 and then jump back in the mix when we go for any questions, and then we can roll on. But the floor is yours, my friend. I shall delete myself away and educate us all on the wonderful world of wizardry. And before you start, I would just say the majority of small businesses owners, I don't feel understand how much efficiency they can instantly implement into their business today by literally listening and thinking about what they could integrate in with, or even if they don't understand much, they don't need to understand code and Python and Java and all the bits and pieces. Just there is a lot to be gained for their time and efficiency just by simply leveraging and utilizing technology in smarter ways. But on that note, the floor is yours, my friend. Go.
Totally, thanks, Robert. And Robert's so right when he talks there that technology has the ability to deliver efficiency gains, whether you're talking full-scale automation with artificial intelligence and chatbots, or whether you're just bringing it down a little bit and integrating with tools like Zapier. Now, I'm not going to get into the deep and dirty on tech and talk about how the technology works, but what I've got is just 3 key headlines that I want to share today with how to approach technology better, whether you're a small business, a medium business, or a big business at the top end of the scale. All of this stuff is stuff that will help you manage technology better, manage your providers better, and start to use technology as a tool that delivers your business outcomes as opposed to being a tool itself. And I'll use the example of a CRM there. I was recently talking with someone the other day about CRMs and the need to have one that's well maintained and well populated, but also having a workforce that knows how to use that CRM is valuable as well. And that's why I say technology is not the outcome, it's the solution that enables the outcome to happen, is because you can put a CRM into a business that doesn't have a good workforce, that doesn't know how to use it properly, and all you're going to do is accelerate how fast you're not selling anything. So that's what I want to talk about today, is how to make sure you blend it all together and bring the people into it as well, because it's people, process, platform, and that's the 3 Ps. We could talk about policy, but we'll leave that to a lawyer. So the first thing I want to talk about is planning out your technology needs. Now, this is something I see a lot from small and mid-sized businesses, where they approach technology purchases based on what friends, family, and neighbours have got. So they'll talk to someone at a barbecue, they'll go out to a Facebook forum, they'll ask what people are using for System X or System Y. Where I'm working with my clients to do is actually plan that out, is to not say, don't just buy something because everyone else does, because if you do, the only person who wins out of that is the shareholder in HubSpot or the shareholder in Zoom, if you're choosing it just because someone else said. As we've seen today, StreamYard's a very good tool for delivering video conferencing. So what you need to do is plan out your technology needs. To do that, you've got to have a business strategy in place first, and you've got to make sure that your technology needs are going to deliver on the business outcomes that you've got. You also want to bring in a mature process underneath it to actually help you choose and select the tools. So start ranking them, start looking at reviews on the internet, start, if you haven't already, go through an RFP process or an RFQ process. Now that's procurement talk, request for proposal, request for quote, but use those to get people to come to you and tell you how their system is going to deliver on your needs, as opposed to going out and trying to find the system you think will work for you. Don't just buy off that barbecue chat, because if you buy off the barbecue chat, you could end up with a lemon. Modern services, a lot of cloud-based services have a subscription and a trial period. And I encourage you to use those as much as possible, because that's the only way you're going to assess if the tool's right for you and if it's easy to use. I went through a period where I was trying to use HubSpot in the business, and I used that trial period, 30 days, to figure out that it wasn't right for me because it was overly complicated for a single person business to run a CRM off. If you're a big enough business that you've got staff, you also need to get out there and start talking to your people about what they're going to need. Include them in the decision making and find out where their pain points are, because unless you do that, you may just start adding more tech into the mix that they're not going to be able to use properly, and they're going to become less effective, less efficient, and revenue overall is going to take a hit as a result. So make sure your people are using the tools they need and that they've identified that they need them. And lastly, treat technology like a disposable asset. Use it and abuse it. When it no longer works for you, don't get sentimental, throw it out and bring the new one in. If you've done your job properly, disposable technology is reality. So you can start to switch things out. I used the example of the CRM before, where I didn't use HubSpot because it was overly complex. I've built the CRM that I have chosen in such a way that if I need to throw it out and bring in HubSpot, it's easy to do because it's all about the data. And that data point brings me on to my next point. Build a single source of truth for your customers, your products, and your people. Now, what I'm meaning there is don't have a single database that's got everything in it. But when it comes to customer databases, don't have 3 or 4 different databases where customer information could exist in, unless it's all been duplicated and replicated around automatically. The minute you start moving customer information across to 2 different sources without a single source of truth between them, or without a linkage between them, you start to make it harder to provide a very good customer service. Integrate, don't duplicate. So what I'm meaning there is look for the tools that actually talk to each other. And this is something that Robert was talking about before. If you're running webinars, see if Zoom will actually link with your CRM, because if you're going to be running a webinar, you want to make sure that all the information you've got is held in one place. Don't try and duplicate everything you've got. Integrate as much as possible. Define what information you do want to capture from your customers and what information you don't. And this is part of the privacy laws and part of what the Privacy Commission is quite hot on, is you should only be holding the information you need about customers in order to serve them better. So don't go and harvest as much as you can thinking that you'll be able to build a huge database, because 2 things will come from that. 1, if you do have a data breach, you're going to lose a whole lot more. But 2, it's going to cost you more to store more data. The more lines of data you have to hold about a customer, the more it could cost you in the storage along the way. Work out how you're going to use it. Once you've figured out what you need and what you don't need, work out how you're going to use it, and then start to figure out how you're going to move it around. And that comes down to that integration point. Do the systems you have talk to each other natively, or do you have to start bringing in other systems like Zapier, if you're familiar with that, or even building your own APIs to bring them talking together? Have you got systems in your stack that are old, if you're a legacy company, that aren't going to integrate with any of the more modern ones? And what's your roadmap to start getting those up to speed so that you can use the data effectively? And that roadmap ties back to the first point. Plan out what your technology needs are. And the last one in data is your customers have shown you a lot of trust by giving you the information that they have. Don't abuse it. I think off the top of my head, I can't remember the exact stats, but at least 80% of New Zealand customers, and I will, companies, and I will dig out the actual reference to this later and share it on LinkedIn, but at least 80% of New Zealand companies have had a data breach in the last 3 years alone. The stats that I do know in the UK, 92% of data breaches were caused by people not doing their job properly. So they were caused by human error, not by system failure. So make sure that you don't abuse your customers' trust, and that when they give you data, whatever it might be, you keep it as secure as you can. I mean, I know stories of companies out there that are still holding credit card information in Excel spreadsheets. And as far as I'm concerned, you shouldn't be doing that, particularly not if you're using a Stripe or something that's well-defined to actually manage it securely. Sorry, this cubicle's quite warm as well. So not only is it soundproof, but it's breeze-proof. The last point I wanted to talk about is manage your IT providers. People who help support the business that you run. You pay a lot of money to them. You should be the one in the driver's seat. Don't let them dictate to you what they're going to be delivering and how they're going to be supporting it. You're paying the invoice at the end of the month. You need to be the one that's telling them what you want to see. You want to find out from them how often you're having to call them, how often they're fixing when you do call, and what issues are still outstanding. They should be coming back to you and giving you a rundown on all the issues that are caused because they haven't done their job properly and what they're doing to fix it, or anything that's caused because of human error. Someone doesn't know what to do and they need a little bit of training. Within that, though, make someone accountable in the business. If you're a small business, it's going to fall on you. But if you're a large enough business that you can pass that on to someone, make someone accountable for the relationship between your business and your providers, and then empower them to do the job they need to do. So don't just make them accountable and not let them make decisions, but empower them to make the decisions around the tech providers. Define the success metrics you want to see, and work with that person who's accountable for it as well, so that you can define them properly and that they understand what they should be measuring on. And the last point in this one, and it ties back to what I said about planning out technology needs, there is absolutely no room for sentimentality in business. A relationship with a provider that may have been right for you for the last 3 years may not be the best relationship for the next 3 years to take you to your goals. They may be too small. They may not have the services you need. They may not have everything in place that they need to support you. So don't get too sentimental. Make sure that you're reviewing that relationship regularly and that you're working to find the right suppliers that will help you support your business. If you have to bring people into the business to run your own technology, same thing goes. Start looking for people who know how to manage it properly and can understand your business. That's pretty much it. Plan out your technology needs, use your data wisely, and manage your IT providers better.
Mate, powerful. That little sweat box, but powerful.
Really, it's almost a stormer in here, mate.
Yeah, really good, my friend. Interesting thing, 80% of the breaches, I was like, holy shit. I will say one thing. I feel that the majority of small business owners, startups, employees, sole traders, entrepreneurs are very hesitant to feel dumb to ask someone that knows something that they don't. And weirdly enough, they will blindly commit to shit that they have no idea with just because they would rather feel uncomfortable about actually saying to the IT guy, yo, so I actually don't know how, G Suite links up to add on a new thing, or what is a dedicated server, or what does HTML code embed in for a YouTube, And people will blindly go down the path of pure failure simply because they don't have enough confidence. They don't have enough maybe internal confidence just to say, I actually don't know what that shit means. Help me. So I really appreciate that. If people are wanting to link up with you more, where can they go to? What can they do?
So linking up, and I'll just address what you talked about there, but I'll give some of the links below. So the itpsychiatrist.co.nz is my website. But if you look for me on LinkedIn, Anthony J. McMahon is the URL, or just Anthony McMahon. Look for me on LinkedIn and I will connect with anyone and happy to share ideas. The one thing that just come back to what you said there, though, a bit about people don't want to be made to feel dumb or don't want to ask the stupid question. I think that's back on us in the IT industry to help overcome that as well. There are plenty of IT professionals tend to forget that things they do every day may be a customer's first time. So things that we've done thousands and thousands of times, someone may have never done, and we've got to expect that when we explain it back to them. So we can't make them feel dumb. And I was talking about this with a colleague this morning, in fact. just about how often we do things that we take for granted that the other side might go, man, that's really hard and I'm really confused and I don't know what to do. And the example was when I bought my first house, where for about 2 weeks, we waited and waited and waited to hear from our solicitor about settlement details. And it wasn't until about midday on Thursday that I cottoned on that the reason that he wasn't talking to us was because everything was going smoothly. And the reason he knew everything was going smoothly was because he'd bought and sold or he'd settled on hundreds of thousands of houses in his 40-year career. This was my first house, so I just wasn't sure. So there was a communication gap in there, but it wasn't until I realized that he actually knew what he was doing and silence was a good thing, that I was a lot more comfortable. Flip that round to the technology industry. Silence is not a comfortable thing. So if people don't know what they're doing, we need to start getting out there from a technology perspective, from a professional perspective, and helping them understand it better.
Totally agree. I think not that it's tech for dummies, but perfect example is Luke gets on before and talks about accounting and relatable up front, and all of a sudden it's like, holy shit, accountants aren't boring. Oh my gosh, I could actually have a conversation with that dude. Technology needs that same thing, because there's so many times that people don't ask because they feel that, and it feels like there's this big barrier of, I don't want to feel like a dummy by asking something. And I had always been told that until I was in the room with a managing director of one of the big tech companies, and he just stopped and was like, hey, can you just explain what this thing means? And I'd never seen someone in real life that was so important ask something which no one else would have actually asked, and he just asked it in the simplest way, where it was like, oh yeah. So I really appreciate it, bro. So IT psychiatrist, is it .co.nz?
itpsychiatrist.co.nz, and or LinkedIn, Anthony McMahon, if you look me up there as well.
Mega. Hey, this has been really helpful, and I totally appreciate it. Thanks, brother. And I'll talk to you soon, eh? And remember,
no worries. Thanks, Robert.
He's the chair of Harcourt's Global. He's the guy who started it. You go tell him that Robert said to buy you a beer, and then Rachel Kernahan, tell her that a virtual high fives and a big hug. They'll be downstairs, and it will be good. But I'll leave it to it.
Sounds good, because rumours from some of the people that looked over the balcony are that they're eating lobster down there, which, being real estate agents, I wouldn't put it past them. But if I can get them for free beer, I'm going to get me some lobster too.
Just honestly, go down to, is Paul Wright here? And everybody like, holy shit, Paul Wright. And then just like, hey, yeah. All right, I'll leave you to it, brother.
Thanks, Robert. Catch you all later.
Later, bro. All right, bye. What a good bastard. Keep holding it down from out west. Mate, we're just on fire now. We've been back to back. We've had marketing, sales, insurance, HR, investment, customer service, accounting, tech, and now we've got a lunch break from someone else who's having a middle of lunch break, who's decided to jump in, talk about leadership and good stuff. He's probably tapped and hopefully ready to rumble. I see he's almost ready to go. Ladies and gentlemen, Simon Mundell, Advisory Works, Managing Director. How are you, brother?
Awesome, mate. Yourself?
Can I just say, I'm insanely impressed that in the middle of a lunch break of a full-on day of other chaotic things, which I know you're getting up to, you've decided to quickly pop in and jump in the thing. But I'll give you an update. We're on hour 3 and we're about 3.5 hours in, just going into it. Yep. And it's been bloody, really, really, really interesting. So I appreciate your time.
Yeah, you're welcome, mate. No, we're doing some planning. There's a whole bunch of people out here. It's been a fantastic session this morning. Good outcomes. It's been amazing for us with the whole COVID situation, because everyone's plans just redundant, right? So we're doing lots of planning, and it's been pretty cool.
We've been going through, I've put yours here under leadership. Now, I think you've only got, I think we've got you about 15 minutes or so until we jump into the next, but I just wanted to maybe, quick context actually, introduce yourself in Advisory Works, and then we can stuck into it. Just quick thing.
Okay, well, Advisory Works, we're strategy execution partners. We partner with businesses to help them execute strategy, and execution being the operative word. And the elements of that are obviously you need a plan, you need good leadership, you need a good culture, and you need a good execution structure. So there you go. That's what we do.
Easy, just like that. How do you want to spend the time, man? What do you want to talk about? Do you have slides
or
anything?
Do you want to bring up? I've got some slides here, and I think to talk to those will give people a lot more detail. So how do I share slides?
Just on the bottom right, I think it is. There should be a little thing that says share. Click it, and then it should pop through, and then I can just sync it from my side. Jump up and go. It should pop up.
Share screen.
And it'll pop up on my side. I'll just click it, and then we can get into it. You'll share it. I think you might have to share the application window, not the full screen.
Application window. Okay. Share.
Popping up.
Share.
Hopefully.
Hopefully.
If not, you can just do it and we can run through, but it's fine.
The screen.
Done.
Screen.
Any luck?
No. Microsoft. Share.
We've had, what have we, Cassie? I think you might be speaking up a 10, 6, I think you're speaking up in 10 already. So it's been full on.
Okay, so you can't see this?
No, not yet. If you click share screen, which should be the little box, it should pop up and then it'll give you the option of what to share. And then I will then share from my side. So if you're in the little StreamYard thing which pops up, there should be a box that share screen. Is that showing up or not? Just talk through it if you want, it's fine.
It has, and then you've got the application window or the entire screen or stuff. So I choose application window, yes.
Yep, that's it. And then just pick the where that's got your slide in it. Yep.
Yeah.
And then it should pop up on my side. You have to double click it or click share on the bottom right. Sorry, team, for the tech difficulties. I can give you.
It's kind of asking me to download some. Oh, well, I guess we're doing it without slides.
Just no, that's right. Just we'll read it through if you want. Do you want me to? I'll give you the floor and just.
I can do it without slides, mate. No worries. Don't you worry.
Yeah. All right, it's yours, mate. Forgot. I'll jump in about 10. So it's all yours. Go for it.
Okay. All right. So for those that are unaware, we've got some technical issues. So the slides I was going to share, I'm no longer sharing because you won't be able to see them. So that's all right. So Robert's asked me to come and talk a little bit about leadership and how you really, I would guess, get your team aligned and lead them to the success that your business needs to be. And it's difficult as a leader in the current day and age, even without COVID, right? Because there's so much change around and an enormous amount of change. In fact, I'll demonstrate one thing right now with the amount of change. So firstly, would you like $1 million in cash? Just think about that. I'm going to give it to you right now. Who wants $1 million? Now, of course you want $1 million. Why wouldn't you? But then if I gave you a choice to either keep the $1 million or I'll give you a cent and I'll double that cent every day for a month, which one would you choose? Would you take the $1 million? Show me the money, give me the money. Or would you take the cent doubled every day for a month? And inherently, I know you're thinking a trick question, I'll take the cent. Look, the reality is here's how it plays out. If you took the $1 million, you get $1 million. If you took the cent, at the end of the month, you've got $11 million. 41 days and you're a billionaire. Amazing. And it's interesting because it doesn't do much for the first 25 days and then it goes into hyperdrive because that doubling ratio, when it gets to a certain precipice, it just starts to go out of control. This is exactly the same thing that's taking place with Moore's law, that governs computer processing speed. And it's pretty much happening with every technology in the world. Things change exponentially. They don't change in a linear fashion. And we tend to look back 10 years and think that the next 10 years will feel much the same. But no, there'll be more change in the world in the next 10 years than the entire history of civilization combined. So no matter how much change you think there's going to be in your industry, there's going to be more than what you actually think. So what does this have to do with leadership? A lot, because people resist and hate change. And unless you can bring change as a habit in your business, then you've actually got a problem. And as a leader, you need to set the vision. You need to have the team aligned to the strategy around that vision, most certainly, but then you need to create that as an iterative framework. Now, we use a one-page planning process for our planning, and it's a fantastic leadership tool because you bring your leadership team together because they, with you, create the plan. Those who plan the fight don't fight the plan. So it's really important to do this as a team. Create that vision, that long-term 10 to 15-year vision, often called a BHAG, a big, hairy, audacious goal, people need to go after something, and it needs to be beyond your current capabilities so that there's a stretch to drive innovation. That's the reason you have that long-term vision to start with. Ideally, though, it needs to be well beyond your current capabilities. It needs to be set in reality, but you just shouldn't know how you're going to be able to do it. If you know how you're going to do it, probably doesn't qualify. You need to know that you want to do it, you can do it, and the team need to get on board, and then we go, right, that's it, that's what we want to achieve. So get that vision out there for the long term. Here's a good example. The NASA Apollo missions, the space program, they wanted to land a man on the moon, return him safely to the Earth by the end of the decade. Now, that's what JFK came out and said. And before that, NASA's goal was to be the leaders in space exploration. Oh, yeah? Sounds right. How do you know when you've got there? It lacked context. When he said we're going to go from X to Y by when, it all changed. It became understandable, measurable, and everyone can get on board with it. And it's a great example because it was well and truly beyond their current capabilities, but they knew if they put enough focus on it, they could do it. And they did. In fact, they did it in 8 years, unless you're a conspiracy theorist, of course. So do you have that vision, that shared vision out there for the business that's beyond your current capability that people have bought into? And as you create that vision, make sure that you do that with your key leadership team, because those who plan the fight don't fight the plan. So make sure that it's a combined effort, and then everyone can own that plan to drive that and move that forward. Ideally, you should be able to count your way to it. I like counters. We put them into a lot of businesses where they've got a measurable, long-term, aspirational, often called a BHAG, big, hairy, audacious goal, was suggested by Jim Collins. And if you can turn that into a number, so by 2030, 10 years from now, we want to create, X number of this, we'll do X of that. That can be a big number up there. Then every time you go through a milestone, the team can celebrate. You keep it alive. You're playing a game. People love playing games. So craft that vision, craft that BHAG, okay? The other thing I think in leadership these days that's absolutely vital and it's becoming far more important than ever before is culture. Culture is king, culture equals cash, culture is everything. And if you can create the best culture, you will have the best company. You want to be the company that everyone wants to go and work for, because look at what those guys are doing. Look at what they're being. Look at how they work together. It's an amazing place. So you want to define the values that really stand for your company. And these aren't generic statements. I hate it when you see things like honesty, integrity, teamwork, because they don't define you at all. They're table stakes. I mean, who would ever hire someone that didn't have honesty or integrity? They're meaningless. So you want things like, one team, our team. Client firm of our Sequence is a good example. So these guys do geological surveying software. We started working with them. There are about a dozen people. They've now got 19 offices around the world. And one of their core values, is a good one, is step up and own it. And when they're employing people, they will ask them questions, and I might say, hey, I've read all their core values. That's one of them. They might say, hey, can you tell me about a time in a previous role with a previous firm where you came across a problem? It may not have been yours to solve, but you dealt with it. And if they can't tell a story about that, well, maybe they don't fit that value. See, the values, the core values in your business, these are the stories that we tell ourselves about ourselves. And if you can't test people that they fit the values in your firm, then you've got a problem, because you can't change who they are. You can always change what someone knows. You'll never change who they are. So get your values right. Make sure they're real and that they absolutely define you and they're not generic. And make sure that everyone knows them. Most firms don't even know what their values are. We're all aware now, there's been a lot of publicity around Simon Sinek's Start With Why. If you haven't watched it, don't know what part of the planet you haven't been on, but the core purpose of an organization now is the single biggest component when it comes to defining your strategy and aligning your culture. It's one of the keys to leadership. And when you've got a big enough why, people will find the how every single time. A good friend of mine and one of my clients, David Katz is the gentleman's name. He has a business based out of Vancouver called the Plastic Bank. And David created the Plastic Bank for he was in Haiti and saw just the poverty is incredible, but also the amount of plastic that's just littering everywhere. And Haiti's on quite a steep landscape. So when it rains, all this rubbish just flows off into the ocean. And he just thought, how do we deal with this? So people are trying to clean the ocean. Unless we fix this problem of everything, we've got to stop this. We've got to stem the flow to the ocean. So his core purpose became, I want to reveal value in waste. So that this isn't discarded, this plastic waste isn't discarded, it's seen as value. And so he created this app, in fact, which is on a smartphone, and it's a blockchain app where impoverished locals can bring plastic waste into the collection centres, and they can exchange that plastic waste for credit in their app, which is now a bank account. So they've never had a bank account before, now they've got one, and they can redeem that for cash, they can redeem that for products and services, they can redeem it for all sorts of things. So then we went and talked with the likes of Procter & Gamble, Unilever, Henkel, etc., some of these big brands, and we created a brand new category called social plastic. So it's not virgin plastic, it's not recycled plastic, although fundamentally it is, but it's a new category called social plastic. It does two things that are socially awesome. It's stemming the flow of ocean-bound plastic and giving impoverished people an income source. So the power of this purpose, revealing value in waste, has become enormous. We've gone from 15 people to about 180, 190, just literally in the last 18 months. David recently got invited to meet with the Pope because the Pope wants to turn every Catholic church in the world into a collection centre for the Plastic Bank. That's the power of an amazing purpose. And that if you have a strong enough purpose, people will follow you, people will follow your purpose, and people will, it'll be the gravity and the glue for your organisation. So there's really three things that sit in that element there of leadership, I believe, that need to come to life in a business. You need that long-term vision, that long-term big, hairy, audacious goal that people believe in, they want to go after. You must have crafted that powerful why, why, and that should be represented in that long-term BHAG statement. And also your who, that is the core values that really do define you, the stories that you tell yourselves about yourselves. Obviously, you then need a strategy. And as a leader, it's important to bring a strategy to life. We've got a vision. How do we get there? Let's get the strategy. Planning is a process of alignment. It is not an accounting and forecasting exercise. It's a leadership exercise in getting everyone on the same page. So when you can bring people together to align around a plan that they come up with, guess what? They own it. So top down, we call this thing accountability. You're accountable for these things. But bottom up, particularly if they're a part of crafting it, they own it. So my department or the piece I own or on this area, I own this bit. And you don't need to put a lot of controls around them because they come up with it. They own the outcome. Obviously, you want it to be measurable. And obviously, you want to bring it to life. So by having involvement, understand that those who plan the fight don't fight the plan. Some companies are, too cautious about getting their team involved. Get them involved. Get them to have that sense of ownership, how they can achieve more together with you. It also has a huge impact on bringing one of the biggest dysfunctions that teams have. It deals with it. So if you've ever seen Patrick Lencioni's 5 Dysfunctions framework, if not, maybe Google it. It's a powerful one. At the base of the framework, it starts with trust. And if you don't have trust in the business, then chances are you don't have productive conflict. You're more likely to have unproductive conflict. By the way, if you're doing planning or quarterly reviews, which is one thing we are absolutely committed to with execution, is every quarter you should be iterating and reviewing your plan. But those moments in this planning, that's the time you have that productive conflict. Because if you don't have productive conflict, chances are you will have unproductive conflict as a result. that if you have the productive conflict, then you get people to commit to a decision, even if they disagreed with some elements of it, because they were part of coming up with it. Yeah, we agree with this, in which case, yes, you can hold them accountable, and therefore you will get the outcome, because everybody owns the plan. And that's a great way to lead your people, to take it from a view of they own the plan rather than here's your plan, and it's just trying to get them to do it and forcing it down their throat. So you've got now a great vision that people are inspired by, that they were a part of coming up with, and also you've got a plan that they can understand and that they can own. However, then comes the hard bit. 90% of strategies fail due to poor execution. Now that's Harvard Business School research. There's lots of research on it. All suggests the same thing. Execution's actually the issue. I'd rather see an average plan with fantastic execution than a world-class plan with poor execution any day. Most plans literally die on the page. Why is that? Because you do this plan, and then instead of it being on one page like ours, it's 30 pages, and where does it go? Into the bottom drawer and never sees the light of day. Or even if it does get simplified and it is invisible, business as usual still turns up, and the phone rings as a complaint, and you've got to deal with that, sort of fighting that fire, and then just putting that fire out, and then all of a sudden, oh no, now we've got some more complaints because we've got some product quality issues, and then oh no, now we've got some morale issues in the team, and then oh no, now we've got a couple of our team members resign. Sound familiar? So business as usual will always be there, but until there is as much or more focus on the strategic action priorities as there are on that noise of the whirlwind of the day-to-day business as usual, then business as usual will always win the day, and getting on with the important stuff will never actually get done. Nothing will ever change. So the cadence that you set in a business as a leader is critical for that. And if you only did 2 meetings, the two that are so important are your quarterlies and your weeklies. Now, an annual is just a deeper quarterly. I want you to write down a formula for me. And this formula is called the results formula. If you want to achieve any result in your life, in any part of your life, in any way, it's only a consequence of 2 things. How clear your intention is, multiplied by the amount of attention that you give it, will equal the result that you get. So write down for me, please, intention times attention equals result. That's the results formula. So your quarterlies they are about coming up with the intentions, whereas your weeklies are about the attention that you're applying to it right now. And those weekly meetings bring those elements of the strategic projects into the meeting, and that someone owns, and find out how we're tracking to get this done. Are we red? Are we yellow? Or are we green? Use a traffic light system. And what do we need to do in the next week to make sure we get that done by the end of the quarter? And you'll be amazed how much you'll drive the execution of strategy and lead your people to that strategy, the pieces that they own. How are we going, Rebecca, for time?
That was perfect on the money. I wanted to bring up 2 things. I love the the intent times the attention. But I wanted to jump back to something you'd said, which is around leadership to have a change mindset. If you're a leader of a business, but you're fearful of the future and you don't know what's going to happen, but you need to lead this team, but you are scared of change, what are the first steps that a scared leader can try, and not scared, maybe it's the wrong word, but you know what I mean, someone that's not comfortable with change, with the world, everything changing so fast around them, to how do you as a leader help change the mindset to, attack the future with a bit more confidence when you haven't had to do that before, because things have always been the way they have been? What's their first steps to go for that?
Well, I think this is where leadership has a great opportunity to thrive, because if you get the team together, everyone's got to be together and they want to help you. And so if you just create the medium, the mechanism, the moment, this is why we get into these quarterly planning rhythms. And every quarter, because the world's changing so fast. So if you get into a quarterly rhythm, and we build a crystal ball, call it, right? So using a couple of different frameworks like Pesselin, Porter's 5 Forces, etc., you can create your best guess of your industry over the next 3 years, and have you and the team come up with your best guess. Now, based on that best guess of the next 3 years, then look at what should we do based on that, and then come up with the strategic actions that you need to take as a business. And again, you've done it as a team. Those who plan the fight don't fight the plan, and there's a high sense of ownership to it. Just lead the conversation.
Always good. It feels like we've had chats before, and for those who don't know, Simon's in my kind of inner circle. He's helped me with a whole bunch of stuff, but always just around the headspace of how I need to approach the energy. And it's just tricky because as smart as you think you are, you can still stop me like, shit, what next? Where do I go to? What do I do? And I can never always listen to you, my friend. And it takes time, I think, as well. It's tricky. Like, even though I can see it, when we had our first workshop, we a couple of years ago, and it took me ages to, even though I knew, but to try and find my way to those moments, that it's tricky and it takes time. So if anyone is, I guess, watching and listening, you need to be patient with watching it all kind of unfold and actually strategically stop to think about, okay, cool, now what? Where do I go to specifically? How does it work? And that's...
If you don't have the regular cadence, you've got a problem, because planning is iterative.
Yeah, 100%. Brother, thank you so much. Much love. Really appreciate it. And this is your lunch break, so you have to quickly run and smash up a couple of foods and jump back into the mix. So hopefully...
And I'll do this all right. We've had a great morning. We're knocking this stuff out of the park. We've done a fantastic thing.
Thanks, brother.
I am New Zealand, Mr. Hollis.
I know, man. See you soon. I'll be seeing you very shortly. I love your stuff. See you, brother. Simon Mundell, absolutely good bastard, and also managing director of Advisory Rex. Very smart man. He's helped me a lot with, he's got a great mind. Just think about, like leadership and thinking and direction and mission and purpose. And the plastic bank that he's talking about, if you haven't looked into it, definitely check into the back. I'll give him some claps. He deserves some claps. Good human. So we've gone through marketing, sales, insurance, HR, investment, customer service, accounting, tech, leadership. Now, talking about property. We're actually very fortunate to have this guest. We are blessed. We are beyond. I mean, I don't even know where to start with this guest. He told me specifically. He said, "Just Robert, FYI, I do not do virtual. I do not do it, but I'll make an exception." So I am. But to be fair, logistically, we've had some challenges. So I'll take it. I'll take a mini win where I can. Ladies and gentlemen, head of commercial property for Bailey's in New Zealand, and a good friend, brain weapon, Lloyd Budd. What's up, brother?
Hey, bro. Good to see you. And
are you okay?
Always the intro from you, isn't it? Half bullshit, half real, but I'll take it.
Mostly bullshit, though.
Well, look, I think it's awesome what you've done to pull together today, and I've been tuning into a few of the other speakers as well. So I'm glad I've broken the virtual rule for you, Robert.
Thanks, man.
A bunch of weapons, and just a privilege to be involved. Really, that's all I can say.
It's I've got to say, like, in terms of like layout, it seems like you've really gone for it. Looks like you're in the executive office next to DB's place. It looks like you've got an iPad synced up with some potential slides. It looks like you've I mean, who would have thought? You've come prepared. So I won't go for the full minus in here, which outcrops you, but I'll go there and then you can get into it with that. First of all, Auckland, how are you? How life? You have been getting some good learnings and nuggets so far across all this divide variety of what you've heard so far?
Mate, it's been awesome, mate. I think to have learnings, talk about Auckland, but to have learnings from across the globe, it does plug you into what's happening. I think that's the awesome thing about tech, right? That's this hybrid model we've all learned over the last 6 months that I think will become a new norm, to just be so accessible to so many good people around the planet is it's something that we hopefully never leave. It's just how do we integrate that with the real world and real people, and make sure we don't lose some of those cool things that we've got around collaboration and the human touch. We're tribal people at the end of the day.
The bit that we had Ant McMahon on talking about tech before and all the stuff they can integrate into it. The bit which I feel is paramount over all of that is tech is just a tactic. Tech is a thing which you can integrate in to create efficiency or blah, 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 blah. It doesn't take away the experience, the in-person, relationships, the core connections that you actually need for customer experience, those things which are, tech isn't a strategy. It helps it, but it's not a thing, the thing.
It's an enabler, right?
Yeah, 100%.
You talked about DB, David Bailey, our founder and vice chairman, and we've integrated a lot of tech into our business. And he says, Lloyd, property's a people business. It's a, we don't need this tech. We're about people. And better say to DB, we use tech to be better with people. We doesn't replace it. It just helps us say who we, potentially how we connect with people in environments like this, or where we're spending our time, or to be more productive, to spend more time with people, not less. I think that's the balance you've got to get when it comes to tech.
Well, a way for people that are outside of it that don't understand tech intrinsically is, hey, if we do this right, our people won't be in front of screens doing stuff that they're shit at. They will be in front of people. And that is the trade-off. So, think of it's I guess, optically. Now, when I just go to the full screen, just quick, have you taken the POWERMOVES logo and created a little mini slide deck of something that's gone in the background? What is going on there?
I have. I've got memes and whiskey for this afternoon. I thought, real estate can be quite a mundane topic. And so I've filled an entire Bailey's corporate deck with memes to hopefully keep everyone entertained for the next 25 minutes. Whatever we've got.
Do you need to share a screen, or what do you got? Or are you just going to do it behind you?
It's up to you. I mean, if you can read this behind me, then a lot of it's just memes and pictures. So I don't mind if this is the frame we're going to roll with, and people have with that.
Go for it. Let's roll. Are we going to have did you actually bring a whiskey? Are we going to have one? What are you doing?
Well, it's unlike us to catch up and not have one. So I've actually picked a New Zealand favorite of mine, just to give you a little taste of home, because I know you're missing New Zealand. So the Thompson Smoked Manuka. So I've got my crystal here. If you
very cool. I've got a Macallan 12.
While we're doing whiskey and memes, then we might as well really keep the theme going.
Well, I'll take that. So I've got a Macallan 12, which I have in my little Raiders go-to. And so a virtual cheers to you, my friend. It's been too long, and I appreciate your time. Oh, nice glass too. Solid. All right, let's talk property and memes. I'll give you the floor, my friend, and I'll get out of your way. I'll jump in if I need to, but I think I'm interested in this because actually, for quick context, in the States, the commercial game has gone crazy, and there's been so much movement. COVID switched up a whole bunch of stuff. What's happening in New York and San Francisco, the exodus out of Silicon Valley to Texas and Austin and whatever. And from a New Zealand perspective as well, just for many that have either had to navigate with landlords through lockdown, and there's been a bunch that we dealt with from questions from everyone, from every single business owner asking about property and leases and questions and queries and all of it. So I'm sure you're going to get through a bunch of it. So I'll give you the floor, my friend, and I really appreciate it. So get into it, and cheers to you.
Awesome. Cheers, Rebecca, and welcome everybody. Look, today what I'm going to do is break it down into three parts. I'm first going to look at what's been happening out there, and obviously the COVID impacts, and I will do a little bit of a market update, but it will be Auckland centric. I'm then going to look at where I believe the future of workplace is going, and the more trends that we're seeing opposed to necessarily the commercial terms. And then I'm going to talk about how you can make the most of a workplace, of the physical built environment. We're not going to get into topics such as negotiating leases or lease terms. We're here to help with that, but I find we can address that in the Q&A or after this call, because they can get quite specific when you get into rights of renewal, rent reviews, make good clauses, etc. So we've got all that in the toolkit, but we'll just keep that aside for now. So to kick off with, and hopefully this does work, so we talk about the work from home experiment. So I'm not sure if you can pick up that text behind me, but the heading is the future of work, and it's a guy working at home in his pajamas with some alerts saying, alert, you're only working at 30% efficiency, and warning, you're not meeting your keystroke quota. And look, we were forced into this work from home experiment as a result of COVID, and it was not something that every business was prepared for, whether that's the physical setup, the hardware and the work from home office and that quiet place to work, or whether it's actually been the way in which we connect, whether it's StreamYard that we're talking to you on now, or Teams or Zoom or whatever else. So there was this huge adoption of new tech, of new ways of working, and for a while it was fun. I think we even for a while there thought it was quite productive. As we cleared out inboxes, we color-coded our calendars, we caught up on some projects that were overdue. So for a while there, we said, this is so productive. I'm catching up on everything. But as time went on, we found we were missing a lot of key things. We were missing that human interaction. I talked before about us being quite tribal. We need to have those people around us to bounce ideas off, to innovate with. I don't know how many times you notice it, but at the end of a meeting, you sort of congregate outside the meeting room for an additional 5 minutes and say, hey, about that other project we're on, or hey, I've had this idea that I think we should try and progress a bit further. Yet when you hang up a Zoom call, it's not quite that easy to have those sort of additional innovation type moments. With a lot of data to support this too. There was a global survey done by Cushman and Wakefield that surveyed about 42,000 people and took into account what the impacts were with them. And as well as that innovation piece, there was a huge concern about mentoring as well, and that people were just getting lost. So if I've just started in real estate, for me 20 years ago, I want to bump into David Bailey. I want to see him in the hallway. I want to see him for a drink. I want to see him see me at work at 7 o'clock, giving that extra hour and putting in that work. So that career development or that mentoring aspect was some feedback we had from very talented young employees that they weren't getting in this work from home environment. And most importantly to me is the mental health piece. And it's probably something that Robert will touch on at other points of today. And I know he's even been leading the way with some of his LinkedIn posts around this. And he's probably had it tougher than all of us being in a separate country. But you need to get that balance right, because we're not built to go from living room to kitchen to dining room to parenting duties to house cleaning duties to work. We need that time and space in between for our sanity. So look, as an industry, this was a fantastic experiment. It's one we've talked about for a long time, about getting the balance right. And as a result, some of the learnings we'll touch on, I think you'll see we're finding a hybrid solution to that. In terms of the market itself, this was the best way I could actually describe 2020 so far. That meme just shows the importance of certain things like masks, track pants, shaving, etc. Which I thought was quite funny. And look, to be honest, the market in Auckland has been much the same. If we came out of lockdown and we heard about the sublease market, we heard about big corporates dumping space, whether that was because Air New Zealand had made a number of redundancies, or whether it was because AMP had decided that this work from home thing could last forever. There were some snap decisions being made, and they were predominantly cost driven. Let's be really fair. These were businesses that were struggling financially and had real estate as probably their third or fourth biggest cost on their books. So they needed to make some decisions quickly about that. What we've seen is the drivers for those sublease space has changed too. So those that reduce space because fundamentally they have less headcount, yes, of course, they're not going to grow back as quickly. But others who reduce space because of changing the way they're working are actually finding out that as they change the way they work, more people are wanting to come back to the office. They're actually wanting to be around their colleagues. They're actually finding it a more enjoyable place to be. So all of a sudden, that big spike of sublease stock has dropped away. What we've also seen is some epic new products released to the market this year. Commercial Bay goes without saying. If you haven't seen it, you need to go and check it out. If you want to go and see some office space, come and talk to me. We'll get you through some of the space there. Obviously, the retail downstairs, it's phenomenal. But it's not just the 40,000 square meters at Commercial Bay. Just looking out my window here, across the road is the latest development from Callum Manson, the Manson family, who have built Kiwi Bank House across here, which is not just home to Kiwi Bank and Southern Cross, but also Trade Me. And I'll talk a bit about their premises later as well. So we have had increased vacancy, but it's been as a result of some fantastic new product, a bit of subleasing, a bit of movement in the market. And ultimately what my team are telling me coming into Christmas is that the good space has 2 or 3 tenants on it and they compete for it. The bad space does take a bit longer. So that tenants have understood what their physical workspace or their work environment needs to deliver for them. And when they see it, they want it. In terms of what the trends are that come out of this, I've titled this Back to the Future because a lot of these trends we have been talking about. So we've been as an industry slowly adopting these trends. And I don't mean to say slowly as a bad thing. The nature of the commercial lease market is when you sign a lease with your landlord as an entrepreneur, that could be as short as 2 to 3, 4 years. for some of the bigger companies who have been doing a lot of the innovating in the workplace, they could be signing 6 to 9 year leases. So it's difficult to innovate or spin on a dime when a market incident happens, because you actually have the contractual relationship to see through. So back to the future for me is some of these trends we've seen coming through that are now being accelerated at quite a pace. And first is flexibility. Now, flexibility means so many things. To me, this is, I think, first and foremost, an appreciation of our people. We've got 2,000 people that work for Bailey's across New Zealand, and every one of them is different. If I ask them who wants to sit to stand desk, 20% will say yes and 80% will say no. If I ask who wants a closed office, 5% will say yes, 95% will say no. If you ask if you want to work remotely or flexibly, people will give you a different answer based on their family situation. They might have kids drop off. They might want to go surfing in the morning. They might have a triathlon they're training from, and they can only train with their mates on their bikes at 4 o'clock in the afternoon. So flexibility can mean time, can mean place, and can also mean the way in which we work when we are in our physical environment. And I think this flexibility piece is something we forget, and it's important for us as leaders and entrepreneurs on this call today, that we're not making decisions just on how we work. We might be, myself, I like to be in the office as much as I can. I love the physical environment. I love interactions with people. I do my best work around people, and that's how we do deals. That's how we make our revenue. So for me, I like a permanent desk. But some of my other team, they might be leasing product in the Southern Corridor, or might be doing some work in Rosebank Road. So they don't need to be in the office all the time. So they could do with a smaller, more flexible desk. But perhaps when they're here, they want more meeting space. They want a better meeting room so they can meet with clients, or they want a stand-up desk so they can collaborate around there and maybe lay out a floor plan or some street maps and say who's targeting this property, or who's targeting this side of the street. So flexibility means so much. I think a piece of data that's backed this up is JP Morgan Chase out of the States, recently published some work around the productivity in their workplace. And flexibility was the #1 driver for their productivity. But they've actually made flexibility a 5-day-a-week thing. I think when this first came out, you could work from home. They found productivities on Monday and Fridays dropped away. So that wasn't being flexible. That was people just taking the piss. A longer weekend, leaving early to go away. And that's not productive for any business if people aren't working in that collaborative manner. If I look at the pride of place, and that's what I think is driving the physical environment. I've touched on what I enjoy being in a work environment, but there's so much more to it, right? There's so much to that, not just the innovation piece, but I've got some clients that work in around Wynyard Quarter here. We work opposite Air New Zealand. We work opposite Fonterra, Datacom, Microsoft. So when I go downstairs for lunch, I bump into them. And they say, hey, Lloyd, I've been meaning to give you a call, actually. We've got a mandate coming up for XYZ. We're going to sell a piece of property in Palmerston North, and we need some help. Those things don't happen when we remove ourselves from the action. That's why we've invested so much in the built environment in CBDs for so long. That's why we've built so much infrastructure around transport and around amenity in the CBD, because people come here to create a buzz, a hive of activity. And that's been the way we've traded as humans for centuries. There's always been those focuses of trade. And yes, that's not all of our work. Yes, we need quiet time to go and write the report, read the board papers, finish the admin tasks we've got. But if we're not creating innovation, we're not creating sales revenues, we've got to be careful about what else is coming down the pipeline. So this pride of place thing is something we are big on. So when you do pick your workplace, make sure people are proud to come there. An example I use is Trade Me, and I'm literally pointing out the window because they moved in there about 4 weeks ago. In their previous premise, they were averaging about a 55. This is pre-COVID, about a 55% occupancy. So that means that any one day, 55% of their staff turned up to the office. Now that could be sickness, it could be travel, it could be they choose to work from home because they've got a flexi work policy they've had for some time. But since they've moved into these new digs across the road, that number's up at 67. And if you've considered they've moved in there post-COVID to improve your occupancy is showing that people are proud of their office. They're proud of what it means. They can go in there. They've got a lunch to put on for them every day. They've got ample meeting rooms where they can make their calls and dial into conferences and things. So it's a really cool environment that you got pride in place. I think the other piece, and Rebecca and I probably touched on this a bit earlier, is that technology, that ability to integrate technology into the workplace. That's making sure you've got the hardware set up. You can go into a room, take your iPad or take your Surface Pro or take whatever the devices you've got, and it plugs straight in. We don't have these awkward 10 minutes of setting up and excuse me while I adjust the sound and who's got the password for this. You've really got to invest in that from a performance and efficiency point of view, but it's also becoming your brand. I know that for us, if we're doing a submission and we did a big submission to a company based overseas. In fact, there was a participant on the call from LA and one from London. We were in the room 15 minutes before, making sure that technology was working perfectly, because if it didn't, we were afraid we wouldn't win that brief if they couldn't hear us properly or that our tech didn't work. It's going beyond that too into the service world. We're seeing people in their real estate now starting to understand, Rebette's coming to the office. We know Rebette likes a long black with a shot of whiskey on a Friday morning because he's normally hungover. So that is ready for him waiting at his desk when he arrives. They can pick up cars that are coming in, and so it might be my client and I've registered his car. So I get a notification on my desk, my email, my desktop saying your client's just pointing to the car park. So I can tidy up what I'm doing. I can go downstairs to reception, put my jacket and tie on it and shake his hand or her hand in reception and say, welcome to Bailey's. What an incredible arrival experience, opposed to turning up and pushing some welcome buttons and trying to print out a label that says, I'm here to see such and such. So all those things are integrating into what we do. I think another trend that's been coming for some time is sustainability. Now, this is not a real estate trend. This is a global trend for all the right reasons. The biggest news that we've had in the last 6 weeks is that the government, who are the single biggest occupier of space in New Zealand, have actually committed that all new leases signed from January 1 in 2021 will have to have a NABERS rating. So that is a rating that judges the efficiency of both energy and water in their tenancy. This is massive. This is part of our carbon net zero goals. This is part of what the industry has been leading for some time, but having the government on board now, I think will drive that even more. So we're seeing Green Star integrated into briefs. We're seeing people choose properties based on their environmental performance, which is great. And the final one in terms of a trend is the war on talent. It's not just the physical environment I've talked a lot about, but it's what's around you. It's that place-making piece. Where's my closest gym? What are my options for lunchtime entertainment or lunchtime, for food and drinks? Is there a cafe I can meet? Is there a nice bar nearby? But even more so than just those place-making initiatives is some of the softer things. Is there a mental health program that my work offers or my building might offer? Because I'm keen to go and learn more about it. Is there a policy around diversity and inclusion that I can tap into instead of creating that myself? And young, particularly millennials, we hear a lot about their ability to choose who they work for, are taking into account those softer touches in the built environment in terms of where they choose to work. So if I could sum up what people really want in their future, is probably Freddie Mercury probably said it best. I want to break free. I want to ride a bicycle. I want to make a supersonic man. I want it all. And I think that's the nature, not only of our workplace, but where we're moving as a workforce. We need to be able to cater for people who work different ways, who have different family structures, who have different passions, and make sure they can come together, collaborate and innovate. And we genuinely believe that the built environment, that the workplace, the physical workplace, is an absolute critical element in that. The last thing I want to go through just before Rebette comes back on for questions is what does it mean for you? we've got businesses that may have never signed a lease before. We've got businesses that may have signed leases that don't know what to do. Look, I think the most important thing for us to be able to help is to have a brief. And property follows people, okay, not the other way around. So, are you growing? What type of staff do you want to attract? Are you looking at mergers and acquisitions? Do you need car parking for sales reps? Do you need signage for your brand? Do you need flexibility? Do you need short-term co-working leases like what Robert led the way with, 5-6 years ago? What is that brief? So rather than jumping online and starting to search properties going, I think I need 100 square meters or 300 square meters here, actually create that brief. And, I've put a meme up here that is half funny and is probably making half you cry out there who have had a creative background, and you get this client that comes in and said, I'd like a new logo. Okay, well, that's great. What does that mean? So, that's the same thing goes with property. And look, and we're here to help with that. We can bring people together in a way to leverage the market opportunities for you, whether that's working in sort of co-working setups that have got more flexibility. It's really exciting with Spaces opening their first co-working brand in New Zealand up at K Road, and another one in Commercial Bay. Obviously, WeWork have announced to come here. The companies like Generator and Smales Farm have been doing a fantastic job in New Zealand for some time. So, we can work with you to unlock solutions and get people together and going along a single path towards success. And Rebecca, that's my memes and whiskey.
Did you genuinely, for starters, cheers, that was solid. Secondly, did you actually create a full slideshow of memes because you knew you were going to talk shit with me, with whiskey?
I did. I also had my EA help me find better resolution ones. So not only did I spend my time creating a full slide deck of memes, but my EA, Angelina, who also likes whiskey, then took some of them and found higher quality ones so they could work on the big screen behind me. So yes, we did.
That's amazing. You got no audience. We like pictures. We like good pictures. I want to jump on a couple of things there. First off is the psychological changes that employees have felt after the wave of, holy shit, I'm not now working from home, I'm living at work, right? I'm missing, I've read it here, I'm missing the mingling, I'm missing the mentoring, I'm missing the ideation, and then the mental health sort of side of things. If you're the CEO and you've got a nice little mansion with a couple of spare bedrooms and you're just cruising, working out of the library, like, good for you. If you have 2 screaming toddlers and you're in a 1-2-bedroom apartment in the middle of the city and you've got Zoom calls all day with everyone, probably going to be a bit trickier. But your point around
think also about a lot of our working population that still live in flatting situations. Think of security of information. If you've just instructed one of your entrepreneurs on today's call have just instructed PwC to do a confidential piece of work for them about their business strategy, and that person for PwC is sitting at home on a Zoom call with 4 other flatmates sharing a living room, what's happening to your data? Where's that going? Who's seeing your business plan or your confidential information out there? It's scary to think some of the other implications that exist beyond just daily disruption.
Yeah.
Let's before I get into the sort of freaky, beyond my level of skill set about hacking of data and the safety of the internet or the data infrastructure in your residence versus your office as well. So,
well, especially for any publicly listed company that's got a bunch of their data that's sitting in the cloud somewhere, and then those are thousands and thousands and thousands of employees who are going at home and they're on their Facebook feed, and then all of a sudden they're in the private data here. And interestingly enough, there hasn't been a massive failure and security breach that's been insanely public when half the workforce or the whole workforce of New Zealand all had to go home. So I guess kudos to the tech, which remained to keep most of it sort of secure. I wanted to jump quickly on at the end of the day, we're human beings that need connections with other humans. Your point where you finish a meeting and you go outside, and then after it, you can have that sort of, that mix and mingle, organic sort of curated time, and kind of an energy architect for opportunity, right? Like that's really what those things are. And you're definitely right, because, you know, virtually it is just log on, log off, later bolt, log on, log off, later bolt. But for anyone who's creative or thinking or strategic, you don't get any, there's no real like organic human, you know, competitiveness or idea or spirit. There's no zhuzh when it's just you and the screen. It's like, all right, cool. Well, opposed to when there's, you know, 3 or 4 of you in the mix there as well. So, you know, that pride of place. And also I think the bit that from a leadership perspective, yes, there's been a bunch of cost cutting where people are getting out of leases and bits and pieces, but the struggle that they're now seeing, especially here that's starting to see in the States, is how do you create culture virtually when no one's ever met anyone? And how does that help with retention rates for that staff that actually make they even give a shit if they've not even met anyone? You know, it's why the Gore-Tex founder, he said anytime he'd got over 150 people on the location, he would then build another factory because he wanted everyone to know each other. So then when it came time to matter, they weren't just a number. They would actually know that person. Oh, I'm helping Steve to do this. I'm helping that. So, you know, the human connection, I don't think is going anywhere. And if anything, it's probably been more amplified, right?
Well, and to your point of costs as well, I think businesses are starting to understand the cost saving of the physical environment. You look at what it costs to recruit a new person, train them up. So that's the cost of the cost of the downtime, the cost of paying the recruiter to get the person on board, the cost of training, and the cost of disruption to your business. Versus, you know, good quality office space in Auckland that probably costs you somewhere between $600 and $800 per person per month as a comparison. You know, so those sort of things, when you start to understand that in its scale, are probably cost saving initiatives rather than costing more.
And so more practical thing, commercial real estate in Auckland in the next, or say New Zealand or Auckland in the next 12, 24 months, if you're a business and you're looking to start making some plays, any tips or tricks or advice for things they need to be either looking for or where they think the momentum will be going?
Yeah, look, I mean, as I said, when this sort of teamwork makes the dream work, talk to a professional. You know, I'm not here to sell Baileys. There's so many of my colleagues out there that do a fantastic job, but talk to the experts and actually understand that brief. You know, get what you want, because I know that when we take a brief to the market you can talk to a landlord and say, this is what they want, this is what they can commit to. And, you know, here's the parameters of a deal. The tenant, the occupier, the person that you and I are talking to now on this call, will get a far better deal than just scattergunning it. And the landlord's coming back saying, who are these people? And how many other options they're looking at? And am I really going to take time to make an offer to them to look after my premises for 3 years? And, you know, so I think that it's that sort of ready, aim, fire mentality that we've just got to get a bit of discipline around. Would be my best advice for 2021, because there will be a lot of options out there for people to make the most of.
And if you're a startup, I say I'm 30. I'm a startup. I'm about to hire a couple of staff. We want to get an office together. Leasing 101. If you're never had a lease before, what should or shouldn't they do to start off with? Never done it before. I've got an idea. I've got a business. Say there's 4 people and we want to get a little office. Where would they head to? What would they do?
Start with co-working. I mean, co-working is absolutely the future. And the benefit of that is you can sign a 6-month term. So if you go to a landlord, you're very unlikely to get a term less than 2 or 3 years. And you just can't plan 2 or 3 years in advance if you've never had an office before. So you need to have that flexibility, that one of those key slides I had earlier. So you just go to a WeWork, a Generator, a Spaces, a Beehive. There's some very, very good operators around town, and just get that office and just start to get in the habit of it. Hey, we use that meeting room a lot. Hey, actually, let's do some research. So we know when we go and take a premise, we need a meeting room that can cater for 10 people, because 5 days a month we're having meetings of up to 10 people. So you get used to a habit of how you work. You also get used to where you think you could work. You know, is that location right? Is it easy for the staff to get there? Is it easy to find parking? Is it easy to find good food? What happens when it rains? You know, is there an undercover access to get there? So, you know, these sort of trial and error. You know, get out there and start is the best thing I can say. I've just given my wife the same advice. She's got a startup where there's 4 of them in a business, and they've done exactly that. They've taken a 6-month term, and they've just never had an office before. They didn't know where to get furniture. They didn't know where to, and I'm her husband. You should better give us some advice. And but the advice was just learn how you guys work together. Do you need other two leaders of the business, both alphas or both reds or whatever you want to call the personality types, where they need a divider between them, or else they distract each other all day? Or are we all collaborators that we need a round table we all work off and share constantly? I mean, you need to work those things out for you and your business rather than a one size fits all.
100%, and exactly that to start with. It's the flexibility opportunities where you're not tied into anything long term. You've got the space to be able to grow if you win. And most of the time with these sort of small businesses, they can win 1 or 2 of these bigger contracts, and all of a sudden they've got to go from 4 to 10 people. They've got to go to, they need to ramp up quick, and they send a small office space for 3 years, and then 6 months into it, they get that, all of a sudden they're screwed, and now they're kind of stuck into a lease, and they need, then it becomes extremely tricky. So until there's kind of that, I guess, consistency with where they're going as well. And plus, I guess if you're raising and stuff too, if you go through that tech startup round and then, give away some equity, bring on a bunch of cash, hire a bunch more people, that's also going to have a, when those dollars drop, will also dictate when more staff are going to be on, when you need more space. And it's a great way to de-risk to start with, 100%. So no, that's, I would agree.
With collabs and obviously later on with Generator, you think of how many of your members did business with another member. They would have never done it if they weren't in that environment, right? So you're not just providing a physical space for people to stay warm and dry. You're actually providing them a billboard for their business. So when they go to that cafe, well, what do you do, mate? Oh, cool. Well, I actually do this, and maybe we could do something together. So that's invaluable.
It's like connection architecture. It's literally, Tony Shea from Zappos was extremely famous for it. He would know the energy of people and opportunity. Now, I can do it. He was obviously introverted. I'm more extroverted, but I can know the energy architecture of people and relationships and how I know things will pop. And, I can sort of see that. So co-working, especially as well if you're an introvert or not so out there, a co-working space is a great way to kick off with, because it gets you around more people. Then it's a bit more organic than, if you're just like sitting in front of your screen. Lloyd, I'm very impressed that you brought whiskey, memes, and no tie. That's 3 for 3 for you, buddy. No, your audience. Also, I'm very proud and impressed that you've broken your the bar to come and do something virtual. Not that not that it's too serious. It's
It's only in the hope to get more of you in physical. Yeah, it's a trade-off.
Jeez, I know. Well, hopefully I'll be seeing you soon, brother. I really appreciate your time. Tell the team great work on the high-res memes, and I'll be trolling you soon on the text messages, no doubt.
Love you, brother. Thanks, team.
Sure, bro. Talk soon. Much love. Later, bro. The bro, Lloyd Budd, good human, head of commercial for Bailey's Property, brought some solid memes to the game. Not going to lie, flipping solid memes. He knew he was coming on, so he had the whiskey. He texted me, he's like, yo, can I bring a whiskey? I was like, shit, yes, you can. Pretty impressed. He brought the Manuka Thompson, New Zealand whiskey. Happy with that. So what have we gone through? Marketing, sales, insurance, HR, investment, customer service, accounting, tech, leadership, property. 2 more to go. We're on 4 hours and 30 minutes. I am on fire. This is mentally, I don't know if I'm ramping up or ramping down, or just realize that I could probably do this for another 5 hours if we needed to. Law. We get into law. We get into legal activities. Not illegal, legal. And what we're going to talk to is when you're starting up, you're going to not have all your paperwork right, pretty much guaranteed, because everyone's a muppet and you just want to go create and go and do. And then what happens is something happens, you're like, oh shit, I need to talk to someone, because you always will have to hit them up if you've done something wrong. You shouldn't do that. You should plan ahead, plan accordingly, and do it right. Just like with the insurance, we had Anna talking to us about insurance. Legal is another one of those things. And the bigger you get, it's like my bro Biggie said, mo money, mo problems. And as soon as things grow, shit gets a bit more tricky, and everything comes at you. So you gotta get legal close is what I would say, and always try and get good weapons around you. Which brings me to the next weapon that is joining us today for the 2020 POWERMOVES Entrepreneur Summit. It is Toby Cartwright. How are you, mate?
G'day. How are you going?
Hey, okay. I thought you would have been 3-piece suited up with your little waistcoat, little pocket square, get your bow tie going on. Like we Looking good, mate. Looking casual. I like it.
Well, yeah, and I was trying to keep it more relatable, I guess, because we deal with, everyone from your one founder business that has just started up through to, your multinational. So I considered putting on a tweed jacket, but then I thought I probably shouldn't because you're rocking the t-shirt as you always do. So
I keep it pretty basic. For those who don't know, you are I'm just going to bring it up, a senior associate at Hudson Gavin Martin. Hudson Gavin Martin is New Zealand's leading boutique law firm with expertise in technology, media, and intellectual property. The firm is ranked Tier 1 in Chambers and Legal 500 for technology, media, and telecommunications. So you're right in the sweet spot where most of the people that are probably watching and engaging with this content is they're in media and tech or understand things of that nature in the digital landscape. So I really appreciate your time for joining us, mate. And where do you want to go today? How do you want to spend the time? What's bubbling in your head? Do you have some slides you want to talk through? What do you want to do?
I think I just want to chat,
Cool.
So I'll just have a chat.
Yeah, for sure. What do you want to talk? How about I'll give you the floor. You do your thing for 10 minutes and I'll jump back in because I'm sure you've got some goodies in there. All right. All yours, mate.
Cool. Thank you. So I guess the events of 2020 forced a lot of businesses to pivot or redesign the ways they're working. And it also gave, startups, businesses, entrepreneurs time to come up with new ideas and new ways to work. So this talk is all about what founders, startups, businesses, and entrepreneurs can do over the break and next year to prepare for 2021. Everyone's had a lot of new ideas, and so what this really is talking about is, knowing and protecting your ideas, your intellectual property, and we've seen a lot of collaboration this year as well. So things to think about when you're collaborating with others. So in terms of the first one about knowing what you have, knowing what intellectual property you have, people have come up with a wide range of weird and wonderful ideas in 2020 and for new products and services, but from a legal perspective, we typically talk about protecting the expression of the ideas, not the ideas themselves. And so this kind of ties in with something that Robert often says, which is ideas are shit, execution is everything. So one thing that we really suggest is to think about, if you have got a new idea bobbing away or you've been working on a new product or services, think about what you've created. Is it repeatable? Is it valuable? Is there a market? Is there someone that would pay for it? And so turning to thinking about the different IP you could have and how you could protect that. Typically, we talk about IP being protected in the form of either registered or unregistered rights. So your registered rights, you probably heard of all of these. Patents is one. So that's where you essentially get granted a monopoly on commercializing an idea in exchange for telling the world how the idea works. Another registered right is a trademark. So you will have seen this. You've seen the TM or the R or the logo beside a trademark. And essentially, a trademark is a registered protection for a word or a mark or a logo that applies to a class, and all the conceivable classes of goods and services have been put into different categories or classifications, and so you register to protect your brand in respect of one classification. Also got registered designs, which is a similar related form of protection for essentially drawings of ideas. That's sort of oversimplified, but I'm kind of crunched for time, so I'll move on from that. And then you've got your unregistered rights. So you've got copyright. Copyright exists essentially as soon as an idea is written down. So that's one where copyright, if you're in the tech sector, for example, copyright is in the New Zealand context a pretty important intellectual property right, because in New Zealand at least, copyright is the main protection for code, for example. And then you've got other unregistered rights, including goodwill, reputation, which are harder to ascertain. And then another big one is confidential information and trade secrets. So you might have an idea that you want to protect. You don't want want to disclose to everyone, and so that would take the form of confidential information, protecting it by an NDA or a confidentiality agreement. And then when you're thinking about sort of a new product or service and taking stock of what you've created, you want to make sure that you own the IP. And so if, for example, you have employees or contractors working for you, making sure that you have full rights to the work they created. Generally speaking, an employee, if it's a pretty standard employment arrangement, then you will own the IP and what your employees have created. If you have contractors, and generally the same applies. And then if you've commissioned for work, so you've paid for someone to create work for you, then typically their role is that the person who paid for the work to be created will own the IP, but that's kind of the standard position, and that can be modified by contract. And when you've got IP that's complicated and comes from a number of different sources, then it's important to really be sure that if you're paying for something to be developed, that you own the creation, or at least you have all the rights that you need to be able to do what you want with the creation. And so that's really important to take stock of that. Another thing to keep in mind is your competitors and overseas markets. So if you are thinking about launching in a new territory, then it's making sure that you're doing your due diligence before you launch overseas, because it's a lot more expensive to fix an infringement, for example, after the fact. So in the SaaS context, for example, the US has quite a different patent landscape to New Zealand. And so you've heard of patent trolls, and that can come about where someone has sat on a patent for an idea, you go to sell your service in the US, and then someone brings a claim for patent infringement, and that can be very expensive to defend. So really, if you're thinking about launching into an overseas market, it's not just patents, though, it could be brand as well. So say if you have an idea for a product or a service that you want to sell, you've decided on a name, definitely do your due diligence for your target markets. If you're wanting to go in Australia, search on all the Australian registers, do your standard things like Googling, and then we refer to as a freedom to operate search, which is making sure you're not going to infringe someone's rights in the particular territory that you're wanting to operate in. So really, what we say is a rebrand is cheaper at the outset than having to do it as a result of an infringement claim. So you want to save on paying lawyers' fees where you can. And really that comes, when you're thinking about ideas and IP you've created, it's tailoring a protection strategy that makes sense for your business and your brand itself. So just because you've come up with a new invention, for example, or a new way of doing something, even though you might have heard that patent is gives you the most protection, that can be an expensive process, and also it requires you to disclose how you came up with that invention, essentially. And so that might not be the best method for your business. And the other thing that I wanted to touch on was about collaboration. So you've heard the LinkedIn, you've seen the LinkedIn hashtag collaborate to innovate. But really, 2020 has seen we've seen a lot of collaborations going on between businesses, which is awesome to see. If you're wanting to commercialize a product that's as a result of a collaboration, so you've worked on something with someone else, or you've taken parts of another product and put it into yours, then another thing to think about when you're taking stock of your new idea or new product or services, how does that collaboration impact what I'm trying to do? And so this ties back to IP is one aspect, but it's not the only aspect. So for example, being clear about who owns the IP and what is created. Now, typically, if you were going to create something in sort of a joint venture approach, then you will have discussed and ideally agreed on what that looks like in terms of who owns the IP. But at a bare minimum, you want to ensure that you still have the right to use the IP the other person has brought to the table. if you don't know them very well and the IP that they bring to the table is critical to the product or service that you want to sell, then at least you want an assurance that they had the right to bring the IP to the table and you can use it in the manner that you wanted to. And so, you can do things like in the contract have warranties, indemnities for the contract for either commissioning the work or the contract for creating the idea, the joint venture. Maybe you paid for them on a services sort of arrangement, but how you would try and mitigate the risk that they didn't have the IP or they didn't have the right to give you the IP, rather would be in the form of stuff like warranties and indemnities. Another example might be if you created a tech product and you were using some open source software in the development of the product, and it's making sure that you're aware, of the terms on which that you got that open source software. And if you were to commercialize a product that contains open source software, for example, then what is that? What do the terms of the license mean? Do you have to disclose your code because you agree that if I use this open source software, then I would need to disclose the whole thing? And then thinking about the other sort of aspect of collaboration is more the business model stuff. So what do you need from the other party that you collaborated with? Do you need, monetary resources? Do you need development? Do you need production support? Do you need some customer tech support? Do you need help with marketing? Are they going to do the sales on your behalf? There's so many questions to consider when you're setting out to go and work with someone to deliver a product or service. So it's really thinking about, what have we created together, and what do I need from them in order to deliver on my promise that I've made to potential customers. And then kind of a related structural point is that if you have come up with an idea, but for whatever reason you're not going to be the one that sells it directly, then you still have a number of options to kind of make something from your IP. So, you could sell it outright for a one-off figure. Could you create a new kind of joint venture company that you ran together, but then there's some kind of consequences of that you might not have thought about control, or do you want to appoint them as your agent? Do you want to own the customer relationship? And what territory can they play in? Is there a particular customer segment? Do you want them to stay away from some people, target some others, that sort of thing? So really, I guess it's taking stock of where you want to take this and what level of input you'll need from them. And then this is, sound like a very boring monotone talk for me. So I just wanted to close out by touching on personal data, because that's a hot topic for a lot of people. And so, because of the Privacy Act and overseas data protection legislation and regulation that applies to personal information, if you're wanting to do anything with personal information and you're getting that personal information from someone else, then you want to be sure that they had the right to give it to you and you were allowed to use it in the way that you understood. So, for example, if you want to market to people, did they get the consent to do that? Because it could have some pretty significant consequences from a reputational and liability point of view. So that's what I wanted to touch on instead of an overview for what things to think about over the break. And yeah.
No, totally. The bit that's really interesting is most creatives and entrepreneurs and stuff don't think about the most valuable asset around the IP and their thinking and the creativity and the brand and all these different things which you just think everyone else has. And then next thing you know, next minute, someone's taking your shit and copy pasting it here, someone's white labeling it there, someone in an overseas country is finding a similar type product, getting it on Alibaba, chucking a little stamp that's 10% different. There's all these little crazy scenarios where at the end of the day, if they're not protecting what's valuable, they end up commercially losing, right? And so, the thing is, just before, obviously you go is kind of stop, engage, actually get someone that understands all the different nuances of what you can do with these blind, invisible things. Like you try to talk to an inventor about intellectual property or this or that, and it's like, what license to what, dude? I just want to make my widget. I just want to and there's probably a lot of there's probably billions and billions that are under even they're not locked down, they're not being protected. And it's where the older I get as well, I can start to see when people are like, oh, that's why they did that. Oh, licensing deal. Okay, I see. And it, to navigate it out. But I think out of all of the different things, it's very clear that you need to, kind of stop, engage, and protect your shit. Like literally figure out all the different bits and pieces that you need to. And NDAs is a big one at a certain level. I think at the startup world, to start with, I don't know if it was just me personally, but then, if some student's got an idea and he's like, hey, Ruby, I need you to sign this NDA before we have a conversation because this is the next best thing. I'm like, dude, like, if you haven't even started anything yet, like, whatever. I always feel maybe it's past a certain size business, then it needs to take a bit more seriously because it's a bit more instant of like, hey, this is actually could affect the bottom line or the business directly. So if you're a startup business right now, if you want to engage, like, what is the one thing they should do that they right now for their business coming into 21? Is it to identify what hidden things exist that should be protected? Is it to think about what paperwork needs to tighten up? Like, where do most startups or entrepreneurs fail with paperwork when it comes to legal? What's their kryptonite that they don't see coming?
Yeah, I think if they've created an invention, then telling people they shouldn't have is a pretty common one. So, you talked about NDAs and are they worthwhile? And they are a good thing to have. They're a stick that you can shake at someone, but we always say that, the best protection is to only disclose as little as you need to achieve your outcome, right? And so, yes, an NDA is helpful, but, it's better to just not tell someone the extra bits that you don't need to tell them. So that's kind of one area where we see them failing. I think the not kind of being clear on who owns the work is a pretty common one as well. So if if there's two founders, for example, having some sort of agreement, I mean, it doesn't have to be a full-blown kind of negotiated lawyer on each side agreement. It can be, an email that sets out, hey, we're setting out to do these things, and this is how we see the relationship working. So, you've probably come across stuff like your MOU, memorandum of understanding, or heads of agreement, or letter of intent, or those kind of like preliminary things that people talk about. They're kind of nice to have. Well, they're good to have if you can have them. They don't always need to be binding. So that's something that I think there's a bit of a misconception around. But if you are setting out to create an idea with someone, getting on the same page about who owns what, particularly if you're bringing IP to the table yourself as well, so you've created something independently or in the background, what happens to that IP as well. So I think it's kind of just everyone gets excited and there's a million different things to do, and no one cares about legal until they need to until it matters. But I think getting on the same page about the understanding that you have is pretty important.
Totally agree. Even in deep email, to get through top line of what they're thinking. It's something I definitely always do to start with. If we're having a yarn, I kind of do a quick email recap. Just at least it's there, and not that it stands up in court, but it's more so that it's clear of what you discussed and the intention of what it is. And then if things deviate way off, then it's pretty clear that someone's not really being a good human about it. I really appreciate your time, Toby. I know you're a very busy man. Got your stuff kind of all crazy and rolling there. Tell Simon and the team I said what up. And if people want to contact you, where can they go to? What can they do?
Yeah, so I mean, feel free to add me on LinkedIn, send me a private message, or the contact details on our website, hgmlegal.com as well. And thanks so much for your time. Hopefully catch up soon.
For sure, man. Did you just say for people to slide into your DMs on LinkedIn? Is that what you just prescribed? Is that what you
if they want to, whatever works for them.
I appreciate you, brother. Hey, thanks, Tobes. I'll talk to you soon, man. Tell the team I said what up, man. Appreciate it.
Yeah, will do. Cheers.
Hey, brother. Bye, man. Bye. Peace. Toby Cartwright, senior associate at Hudson Gavin Martin. Very, very smart man indeed, and appreciate him jumping on. Yeah, lock that shit down, especially when you got the ideas, you got relationships, all sorts of stuff. At least document it, get it in writing, which makes life a lot easier. Okay, we're 4 hours and 47 minutes into this thing. We've been on fire. We've had marketing, sales, insurance, HR, investment, customer service, accounting, tech, leadership, property, legal, and It says finance, but I know we're going to talk about, geez, who knows what all around it. It's the bro, Jamie Eddie here. How are you, my friend?
Cheers, bro.
I'll just get rid of this here. So one of the finance background, entrepreneurship background, part of the Whariki Māori Business Network as well, and obviously a good friend. So I appreciate your time on the day. How are you? Where are you? What's bubbling away before we get into it and talk about money or whatever it is that we're going to talk about?
I'm all good, bro. Just working from home. Note to self, don't arrange for the electrician to come in and put a new circuit board in, and the day we agreed to be on the Bitch show. So he's only just left, and so the lights are literally now back on in the house.
No, you're good. You're good. But this is a show. This is a summit. We've gone virtual. We've had people from Portugal and America, and it's been quite a wide variety. And there's been banter that's been coming through across Twitter and LinkedIn and Facebook and all sorts. So it's been a mission. For those who aren't aware of you and your background, real quickly, give people a quick bit of context to who you are, what you're doing, how you've got to the spot today.
Yeah, sweet, bro. So I'm an accountant. Didn't want to be an accountant. I'm a lawyer. Didn't want to be a lawyer. I gave the big 4 accounting firms a go, decided not to do that. I went banking, didn't want to be a banker, and now I'm just really causing havoc out here with multi-business and just trying to be an advocate for them and change the rules and make it work better for everyone. So that's pretty much it in a nutshell.
Yep. Accounting, legal, banking, and now fun, cool shit. But the dangerous bit is, and I think people like you are the most dangerous, is because when it's community driven around, like a different energy of what's your driver, but you've got the back end of understanding how the rest of the world works in terms of the big money stuff, the big corporate stuff, how the big engines of the big, the big fours, all the rest of it. That's an extremely dangerous, Swiss Army knife to have in the back pocket for you as well, right? Which is pretty awesome. So how do you want to spend this time now? What do you want to talk about? What's bubbling in on top of your head? We kind of had it as finance to kick off with, but within the world of your intersection of, I guess, essentially culture and commerce and community to some respects, where do you want to head this time?
Yeah, so I've been listening in most of the day. So I thought we would tag team a bit here, brother, and we'll grab some of the corridor I thought made sense from earlier in the day. And I've got a really loose framework we can talk through. So you can be like the active Q&A as we kind of roll through some shit, bro. That works for me.
Totally. It's a great way to do it, because that's what I was wondering is you can, have been ducking in and out. There might be some different touch points you want to sort of dive into it a little bit, or whatever you want to do. Go for it.
Me. So power moves. It's about embracing the hustle. That's kind of what you fellas do. So there's a couple of things I heard early on. I think it's from Anna and Sam early on. Like, no one can be an expert in everything. Get good help. You don't have to have all the answers. And that's true. Because in the finance world, when you come and talk to them, they know your gaps and you may not know them yourself. So in terms of a system kind of point of view for entrepreneurs and startups, look, the system needs to grow, it needs to be improved. It's not quite what Dave said this morning, because kind of that finance system in that space, it's kind of like a precocious teenager. It only works when it wants to work for you. So how do you make it work for you? You got to figure out who do you know there that can hack that system for you and make it work for you. Does that sound like a good little recap of some of the quarter I had today, Robert?
100%. The tricky bit I do find or feel for those, if you're a startup entrepreneur, sole trader, especially that bottom thing, is you're the one man or one woman band that has to do literally everything. And what is I found really tricky on my road is the balance of personal and professional, plus that whole 360 approach to it. And I think the smartest bit is smartnerships. Like, who can you partner smarter with earlier to help fill those gaps. But then it comes down to people and trust, because if you don't trust them, you're not going to flip and list them. Anthony was talking about the tech stuff. Most people don't trust things they don't understand. So how do you have a commercial relationship with someone if you don't understand what they do, how they do it? You just give them money and things happen. There's a lot of, at the core of it, it does come down to people and trust and those relationships and trusting their skill sets for what you actually need for your business as well. Not just saying, oh, squirrel, I need this thing, but actually being like, stop, pause, what bit needs attention. I think it's challenging. But the good thing is there is more and more, talent and resources and services that exist online to be able to find out about that there should be, I think, no excuse why you can't actually have a better business today by I think been having more of an open mind to see how other things can help you, and actually trying to reach out and ask for the help that you actually need, and ask the right questions, right?
Yeah, yeah. So obviously the key to getting a right partnership or partnership is their communication bit. And we all have kind of translation issues. So a lot of the speakers today talked about the mindset of what a partner is going through, because it's not necessarily your mindset. So, you know, entrepreneurs, no one really knows what you guys are talking about, because they don't necessarily think like an entrepreneur. And so they have their own viewpoint. So understanding their viewpoint and where they're coming from helps to bridge that gap between, you know, getting that trust kind of in there. So whose job is it to translate? Well, it's got to be yours if you're asking for someone to do something for you. Because Simon talked about, you know, getting everyone to own it. Because if everyone buys in, then they're going to hustle on your behalf. So really just trying to get a team of hustlers who's going to work, who's going to hustle on your behalf, so you can not be so reliant on yourself.
And the vision for that too, with where they're going and what they're doing. It's something that I've definitely haven't done probably the best jobs at times. If in my head I can just see it, but if I'm not clearly articulating or communicating that back down the channel, if they see things differently, that's my fault, not their fault, you know, as a leader of a business or whatever too. So no, I totally agree on the comm side. And even what Samantha Gad was talking about from Humankind around, they will ring up HR when they've got an issue with a human or an employee, but not actually talk to the human, you know. They jump to someone else to try and fix something when it's actually a conversation that it's a hard conversation they need to have, or it's, you know, talking to where the issues actually are and asking the right questions once again to get the comms right.
Yeah, exactly. So I've got like 4 key things I think we'll try and talk through real quickly, see where we get to with that. And one is understand the game, understand the finance game, because until you understand how to hack it, you can't really hack it. And so then how do you get yourself ready to make the most of that? How do you get your business ready? And then, you know, kind of how do you find the right finance from the right place? Because a lot of people talked about how, you know, where do you go when I'm doing this? It's like flat out confusing. So maybe we'll just kick into that then.
Yeah, sounds
so
good,
capital, funding, finance. What is it? Who is it? How do you approach them? How do you get the right people on board? That's really, really confusing. So I'd just like to agree with Dave. I think the stuff that Bob put out in terms of Hookfronts, it gives a really great example into the mindset of an investor that is investing a little bit earlier than some people here in New Zealand. It's kind of teaching you what he's looking for, what he's thinking. It's really, really important, because it's confusing, because we use terms like this: angel investors, venture capitalists, local networks, government-backed providers, what the hell that means, banks, incubators, accelerators, crowdsourcing, peer-to-peer, overseas options. I mean, dear Lord.
Free family as well.
So if you're on a really rapid fire path, you're probably more on Rob's thing. But if you're a smaller business, the problem here is that who's going to talk to you? Because banks are kind of moving away from one-to-one relationship stuff when you're small. They want you to do self-help. They want you to do it for yourself. And then they're going to pitch you into a call center. They may call it a fancy name like a small business stuff, but you'd be going to a call center. And the problem with that experience is that usually it's a step through job to somewhere else. They may not be that well trained. They may not be in there long enough to get fully trained. And you kind of like, they don't really have a lot of discretion to do stuff for you. It either has to look like this, or they basically can't push yes. Usually it's going to be no. And that's, you know, when you're learning what to do and how to do it, and you've got no one really to show you the ropes, it's going to be a very frustrating process for everyone.
I'd 100% agree. And I remember having a conversation to someone at a bank a while ago about this, and they said, look, you know, if there's 100 staff and 1,000 customers, and, you know, 100 of those 1,000 customers are spending $1 million, our attention goes where the money is. And I ruthlessly understood that. And when you're a startup or a small business, or, you know, you've got, you know, $1,000 in your bank account and you're trying to talk, you know, whatever, life gets a lot trickier if you don't, you know, you get a lot more attention the more money you have. That's definitely sure. Like, and fair enough, because you want a better experience. You know, the bank doesn't want to spend too much money if they can do things. But you flip the other side, the amount that small businesses can do for themselves now is getting bigger and bigger by the day, which is good. So it empowers those leaders and stuff as well, right?
Yeah, it's also a bit confusing too, because everyone's got cash flow forecast templates. Everyone's got go here for a business plan. It's kind of okay, but who's teaching you how to use those damn things? Even the IID will give you cash flow forecasting tools. I mean, dear Lord, when did that happen? But apparently it's out there. So I just want to agree with Luke earlier on. We said, look, know your numbers. if you're going to spend some money, because budgeting and cash flow forecasting is the gateway to getting finance, or the gateway to building yourself a bigger plan to get investment, get someone early on to teach you how to do it so you can own it. The banks will prefer you to have someone else looking over the numbers and kind of agreeing with you. That's the gateway to that debt financing. So understand that that's a pretty massive thing. Quite a few people said that today. So understand that's how you get into that side of stuff. Because it's really, really important to make sure that you come across as credible, because everyone's BS meters is just on track all the time.
Well, especially when there's pressure coming down from either government or recession or economy or whatever, especially to those banks and other lenders, they're looking at things probably with a bit more of a magnifying glass to certain bits and pieces. And if you can't speak their language, you know, it's like an artist trying to explain to a scientist the beauty of this painting or whatever it is. If they're not speaking the same language, they're not going to understand it. And at the end of the day, unfortunately, when it comes to either, you know, debt and financing, whatever you need to be able to speak their language with terms they understand and things that actually value for them to be able to, you know, push the green light to get what you want to get your business where it wants to go, right? So totally agree. And that's something that I've been shit at, because I'm not good with like numbers and understanding forecasts and like that's not I'm not good at that. So it was awesome to see just the way that some of them are approaching it, to say, you know, simplify things out, do this, boom, 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 you know, because everyone's got their strong part, and you might have some entrepreneurs that are super epic with the books, but maybe super shit at sales or super shit at marketing and brand and creative, whatever. So, you know, I don't think everyone's perfect at it all. That's for sure.
Well, it's going to take a team approach to really unlock full potential for your business. So it's the understanding where you need that help, and either you're going to buy it in or you hire it in, if you can get it that way. But, you know, any investor, any debt opportunity, the questions should relatively be the same. They're really going to be really interested in buying into you as much as your business. So you need to really spend time on kind of telling your story. So I thought, I think it was Sam earlier on took through some questions that you said would look just like a business strategy, and I agree with that. I think that's kind of like, that's just as equally good for small to the bigger end of town. So real quickly, why do you exist? What type of business are you in? How will you succeed? What's important right now? What do you need, and who must do what? I mean, that's pretty basic stuff.
Yeah, that was Samantha Gadd from Humankind. Yeah, it was why we exist, what behavior, what are we solving, how do we succeed, what's important to you right now, and who does what's his accountability. I thought that was great, because, you know, most people probably don't have those things dialed, you know.
It's a great starting place. If you're looking for more money, or you're looking to do more stuff, or you've been around a little bit longer and you want to dial it up, these are kind of the things you need to kind of go through your head, you know. Yeah. List what your sweat equity is, because that's really about who you are. You know, where do you spending your time and energy to get where you're at? That's a powerful story in itself. They need to figure out, we need to be real clear about where you want to be and how. It's got to be believable too, you know. So be really clear on your long-term goals. If you haven't thought about what your exit is, you need to think about what your exit is. That's one of the very first questions I'll ever ask you. But going bigger is totally cool too. I mean, you know, you've got to be real clear what's really driving at the end. And can you really articulate the value in your story, and really, really quickly? And then have you got the stuff behind it that really backs it up? What are those milestones of success that you've already got? What are the milestones that fund your kind of further growth? Really, really be ruthless about how you do that. And then you kind of think about understanding what they refer to as a capital raising process. But let me put it this way. Every founder at some stage needs to figure out who they are and where they're going. Either you're the guy that's happy with a smaller bit of a much larger pie, or you're a person that's happy with a large bit of a small pie. And you know, that's kind of sets everything that you're ever going to do in business, because that feeds into how you value your business and how other people view and value your business too. And then the real question for funders and investors is, with this extra money, what are you going to do with it? And how are you going to get there? So that's a much more in-depth look. And that's only, you know, flushing out some of the due diligence stuff most funders and investors will ask you when you're really looking to move the needle.
And I think maybe on that as well is that approach those founders take into it, whether it's a small of a bigger pie, a big slice of a small pie, is then realizing if they can, you know, is it go fast alone, go further together, or whatever, is then figuring out who close to you should have a piece of that pie together in that same mission to get you there faster, and then what that looks like. And I think that always comes down to the leader or the business owner deciding, you know, is the CFO really engaged with this, that it makes sense for them to have a small piece of the pie. If this programmer or coder or whatever it may be is so amazing, should they have a stake in the business as well? And it's kind of those internal conversations which I mean, who do they really talk to? Because they're not going to talk to their team about it unless they've got kind of a circle of advisors or people close that they trust. You know, navigating that bad to start with could put them in a, you know, extremely shitty position down the line, especially if, you know, some of the other team's vision goes the other way, or they get a piece of the pie and their energy drops off, and how they compensate, and they're kind of like, stuff it, now I've got a piece of this, I don't really care. Then they kind of hold the shares to ransom over the, you know, it gets very, humans can get very tricky, especially when you put these things into mix as well. So I think probably your point, it's exactly right, Jamie, is just knowing what your approach is to what type of business you want to have, how you see it growing in the vision of what that could be, and the smartest way to be able to get there with the right people that are in the room. It's a very big issue that almost every founder has, right? I think that's a huge thing.
You have to figure out how much are you willing to give up, and then the question is, who are you going to give it up to? Because if you're funding, you're going to demand to have equity. Debt's not going to demand to have equity, but it's gonna throw some things into your working with them. And if you're going to give it to employees or key employees or things like that, they're your team, you know, because the who you are is who your team is. And so if you really need them, you're going to have that conversation early on, or else it's gonna bust up, and it's not going to be great. We've all been through those relationship bust up, so you know it's not the best experience, especially in business.
But to the point before on legal, having those simple things documented makes any exits way easier. Way easier, having those things up front, and really, you know, not just drinking their own Kool-Aid, but actually breaking it down specifically, who does what it looks like, what the expectations are, and all the rest of it, even just in an email form to start with, without getting crazy. You know, so Toby was talking about. So yeah, go for it.
Yeah. So if you're the founder, you've kind of gone through this process, and you're kind of still learning, but you kind of at least you've dealt with some thoughts in that space. That's about getting your business ready. People really like to invest in or be in a business that's going somewhere. So you got to really clearly explain how you're doing that, kind of expanding market, what's kind of going on there. So the good thing is, Toby talked about IP as well. If you're not doing commodities, IP is driving your cash flow. You can get lending against your IP or intangible assets here, but you kind of need everything to go your way. Okay, it's not normal. It may not be normal here in New Zealand. It may never evolve to be a huge part of it. So that kind of stuff too is just like, you know, the more you kind of getting more complicated in your business, the more you really have to be able to be quite crystal clear and simple about how you describe it. The good thing is, I'll touch on what Dave talked about. He talked about the 5 Ps, and that's kind of how they teach you at frontline banking. And, you know, it's all about people, purpose, payment, prediction, and perspective. So I won't go over that stuff. They kind of talked about that too. But the reality, if you're from a bank, then you're taking someone else's deal and you're going to fund it with credit. And credit kind of looks at it a little bit more differently than how the frontline bankers are trained. They always talk about the Cs. What's the character? What's the cash flow? What's the collateral? And these days, what's the contracts that underpin this kind of stuff too? So the reality is, we have a story that's now being told. It's been told to people who are looking at it from different viewpoints, and it's not always you that's telling the story. So a lot of the times they'll send it back to you for further information, because they need to have more story that will hit the buttons that someone else is looking for. Or they're just not very good. So I'm not too sure what's going on. Sometimes there is a dud involved. Sometimes it's the dud banker. Sometimes it's the dud person asking for money. Talking out of school, I have a friend, they went to get some money from the bank to expand their business into a separate location, and they've run a very successful business. However, they said that they will be fully utilized and fully going from day one, and the BS meter just went off the charts, going, yeah, doesn't seem believable. And then when you ask him, how does your current location work? It doesn't work like what he put in his forecast. So his forecast is rubbish. He had to get someone to redo them. So sometimes there's a dud in the mix. Just hope it's not you.
Solid. That was what is that number? What was that number?
That was number 3. So now you kind of get everything kind of ready. So let's find the right finance from the right place, because some types of stuff just suits a type of business. So crowdfunding is kind of cool if you've got something people can actually understand, they can really buy into, especially if you've got a real slick marketing campaign. You know, that's kind of a great place for that. But if you don't have that, you're kind of not really going to be there. Dave talked a little bit earlier this morning where VC have honed in on. So obviously tech, software and biosciences, that's where they want to spend their money because they think there are huge margins going to be there. So if you're not in those kind of spaces, then you really are kind of in traditional financing. But if you can get the right person that understands the system, they can hack the system for you, they can make this experience a whole lot easier. So businesses like Dave's are pretty good too, because they do the advisory, but they understand banking, they've got relationship, they've got private debt, so it helps you hack the system a little bit better if they talk to you as well.
Yeah, it's totally tricky to start with. Exactly on your point, Jamie, is if they don't know who to talk to, and if they listen to the first person, they just know one slither, but not the full lay of the land, they run a very high risk of giving away too much equity too early, listening to bad advice, and kind of strategically taking the business in the wrong direction. But it becomes for them, where do they go to specifically to start with? What's that first step that they can do to, I've just got a product in this, where do I go to? What do I do? It's this barrier of unknowing of who to actually talk to and then who to actually trust as well, right? It keeps coming down to people and the trust and to know, but it feels like that's such a massive, massive handbrake on it, because eventually, if they don't have enough confidence to ask the right question to the right person, they could potentially jeopardize their entire business for the future of it because they're going on a path that actually wasn't meant to be or wasn't the right way. I'm sure you've seen it time and time again.
Yeah, especially the smaller end of town, because the system doesn't really work too well for you. That's just being blunt about it, because everyone's kind of moved to other areas. So, when you're starting out small, it's going to be real hard to kind of figure this kind of things out. I think those of us who aren't necessarily reliant on the game need to do a better job of making a lot more simpler for everyone to at least get the basic information so they can have more chance of success. It's a bit of it's not great to say that, hey, 80% of small businesses didn't fail in the first year. How the hell do we bring that number down? I just think there are other players in this space that really should be leading into this space at the moment. And I just don't see it happening yet, but hopefully it will come down the line, hopefully next year.
Well, in the snowboard world, there is a 90 to 95% drop off for people that take their first snowboard lesson, that they come back into their second lesson. 90 to 95%. That's an insane, unbelievable drop off of retention, purely because the experience is, not as tight or as good. And so, we had Jeff Belieber, who's head of global resorts and education, on. He was actually talking about how do we create different experiences for the user so that retention rate drops to 80. Then all of a sudden we've got 3 times as many people on the slopes because we haven't had a 90% drop-off rate. Within the startup ecosystem and small businesses that fail, we've all had businesses that have failed and tried and do whatever. If you're a small business at the end of 2020 coming into 21 and you don't want to fail, and you're looking at the ecosystem with all the change with COVID and unprecedented times and yada yada yada, you've got a break coming up. Where do you take your headspace over this time to reset how you think the business can be for 21 with where you think the priorities should be for their business? Because everyone's about to, everyone's tapping out after this, right? They're gone until mid-Jan. Where do they go to and what do they do headspace wise?
Really lean into the space that if you don't know your numbers, you're gonna have to get there. Because if you're going to need someone else's capital or whatever it is to help your business grow, finance is the language, numbers is the language. So if you don't know how to do it, book in, get someone to help you start on that journey, because that's how you're going to unlock further value. But it's also important to understand, how much value you're willing to give up. You're going to have to put some numbers in there, not to be dorky about it. So if you need to use capital or debt to expand your business, then if you can't do it yourself, find someone to do this for you that you trust, or get recommendations on someone who's damn good. There are some damn good players out there, but they are probably super busy, and they may or may not choose to help you unless you've been referred into them.
Especially those ones. Solid, like it. Final parting words, man. What else is on your head or that you want to recap on? Because I think this has been, it's a great way to finish off, actually, just kind of going through all the top line from the different learnings, because everyone's an expert in their own, every weapon's got their own little piece, right? But, at the end of the day, we've heard, you're number 12 now for the day across this whole sort of 360 thing. And, you've got one slither, one slice, the entire way around. And it can be kind of, I guess, mentally overwhelming for people. It can be super overwhelming. You feel that it's your brain is overloaded and you don't know what to do next specifically, and that's why it's great to, I think you're sort of speaking the language of finance. What other sort of last little words or bits and pieces really kind of stuck out that you think people need to think about?
I think the key thing is get people in part of your team, whether it's in your team or alongside you and your team, to help you make the most of this, because they bring networks, they bring reputation, they open doors that you can't open for yourself. They'll teach you how to be better at stuff where you're not good at. Spend the time making sure you've got that right team in there, but act with integrity. If you're going to ask someone to do a solid for you, make sure that you act with integrity and treasure that kind of relationship. I've seen a lot of things get friction, especially in COVID. This year has been tough on all relationships, whether it's your own, whether it's a business relationship. It's just been, it's just a stressed year. Next year is still going to be a little bit stressed. So, lock in those things that you must have and treat them as special. Have a conversation other than business. Make sure that you're actually okay. So, so what Sam said earlier about actually have that conversation, and make sure it's there for next year.
Totally agree. Great note to finish off, brother. I really appreciate your time. And I don't know whether you'd be super stressed to be last or really excited because you got to hear all the good nuggets and you can just pick out the nice pieces which really struck true. So I think either way, it was a bit of a win, man. It's awesome.
I just thought, as when we talk about, I'm just going to listen as much today as possible and just kind of add something that the others maybe didn't talk to, add something that reinforces a lot of the good messaging that the crew today delivered.
I think like that one of like speaking the language of finance is definitely a thing. And the more you can genuinely understand all those nuts and bolts, at the end of the day, if you're in business, you're speaking finance. You're, as much as you say, even if you don't like numbers, you better get good at it. You better at least understand what's bubbling, what's going on, or else life can get a lot trickier. Appreciate you, brother. If people want to check out, obviously you got Whaariki, rock and rolling. Where can people connect up with you if they want to link up or reach out or just say thanks or whatever it may be? Where can they go to? What can they do?
Yeah, so Whaariki exists mainly online, on Facebook at the moment. So we launch our better community hub next year. Otherwise, in person, you can find me at the best place to chat him.
I don't know what you're talking about. Sorry. Appreciate it, brother. I'll talk to you soon.
Yeah, well.
Later, bro. I don't know what he's talking about there. I just don't know what that was. Anyway, okay, I digress. So team, we've made it. I've been sitting in this chair for 5 hours, 14 minutes and 43 seconds, 45, 46, 47. And we've had a pretty bloody good day. I think this was a great way for us to do this. I've been really thinking about how we could combine all this value into one thing. And then I thought, wait a second, I thought of business as a pie and these little slices, and then you can get each slice as a different thing that you need in your business, and you get this. Put it all together. What could you do? Oh, how could you improve a business in one day? There you go. Summit. Cool. I know. Go. So I literally just did up a spreadsheet and I just put down, marketing, sales, blah, 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 all the way down. And I put people that I knew next to me. I was like, shit. Okay, I'll just ask them. So I literally just text them. I was like, hey, yo, you want to jump on real quick? This will be good. Sweet. Here we go. Tate, made it value to the max, choose and the weapons. Yeah, 100% weapons. If you have been watching since the start, or have you enjoyed any value, I'd like to say maybe kia ora, hello, thank you, your favorite whiskey, leave a comment or something so I can see you've been here, because a few people have stuck around. We had Deborah even said, I bet you certainly made history today. You kept me in an online conference for nearly 5 hours. For someone who probably has ADD and OCD, that's pretty amazing. Thanks to you and all the fab speakers. I think the key was there was an insane wide variety that was just back to back. So your brain was just going wide. Lesson is, you will never be the best at all of it, but you can partner with the people that are the best at all of it, and then 1 + 1 = 3, right? So I was just going through a whole bunch of things. So started off with Cassie Roma, talk about marketing. Own your own story, realizing that the story that you've got to tell, what she's saying, don't distract me for 30 seconds, but I'll take 30 minutes to listen to a good story, 100%. Catherine said, thank you a bit. And all so much, kia ora from I don't know what you're talking about there. Sorry, don't know, I'll delete that. So that was really cool on the marketing front. Also, when it comes to the sales, which we got into with Kristen, is asking those questions like, do you have a budget? What is the budget versus this? Talking about the payment terms, how to make cash flow a little bit easier for you. And he jumped in. Me too, and it was fantastic. Well, with the expertise we have privileged to share. Nanny, hopefully I said that the right way. You can feel free to add any of your comments in that you wish if you felt any value. Actually put one thing that you've learned. What was one thing that you learned today which was going to help you for 2021, which would be really cool. Kristen was then talking about on the sales side value. You know, what is that value that you're going through? Insurance. We got into insurance with Anna Parker. Thinking about the mission critical things and when you're starting up all the different, there's an insanely wide variety of stuff that you need, and actually reverse engineering what your business does to what potential protection it needs. And once again, insurance is usually pretty flipping boring, to be fair, but when shit goes wrong, and like a power surge came through the studio a couple of months back and it blew out a full ATM TV producer thing, which was worth like $6,000, it was extremely valuable to have insurance, which I would highly recommend. So understand from the insurance side, just making sure that you're protected on that. Then we got into who was next? We had Samantha Gadd on HR, and that was a really solid chat too. Top line for her, she's saying, you know, I think these 6 questions are basically saying, you know, look after your people first, and they'll look after the business. Great, but then these 6 questions are around, you know, why we exist. What type of behavior do we want? What do we solve? How will we succeed? What's important right now, and who does what? Clearly articulating those to you and the business and then just into 2021, which I thought was really good. If you're still listening to this or watching this right now, ask your people what they need. Instead of having an exit interview when they bail, what would it look like to have a stay interview when they actually, like, to keep you around this business? What do you need? Do you need more leadership training? Do you need more skill set? Do you need more time off? Do you need more flexible working? Do you need ... Actually having a stay interview with your employees to sort of see where things at and what things are going. Dave Armstrong, big thanks to him as well. Talking about debt versus equity, raising versus New Zealand versus Australia versus the way all the markets different work. And same as Jamie said, there is a lot of ways that you can make money or try to find money and play in the landscape. And he had a slide deck from Rob Vickery from Hill France that had kind of what investors sort of look at. So we're going to get all of our speakers, I'm going to hit them up for their slide decks. I'll put them up online. You'll be able to check those out as well, which will be super cool. Then we had Dylan Weymouth, for he was the tribe lead at the Warehouse Group, talking about customer service, kind of going through, you know, how has the customer experience changed through COVID, and actually going and shop your own brand, find out what you're selling, how you're selling it, and what is that experience like when you use it, buy it, take it, whatever it may be. What does it feel like? What does it look like? Are there any pain points? Do I need to be clicking more? Is there a drop off at this one thing that becomes sort of tricky for your business? How you can kind of make that. And he was then talked also about quickly. He talked about potential chatbots. You know, 9 hours of work to take your 10 frequently most asked questions to save a whole bunch of time, which you can then put in your business instead of answering the same thing over and over and over and over and over again. And also around different messaging things that came into the mix. Then we went to accounting. Who do we have for accounting? Oh, Luke came in. That was so rad. Talking about the different tax accounts, your main account, your tax and GST account for like 30%, then your 3% for if shit hits the fan type thing. The products you can buy dropped down from 5,000 to 1,000 on March the 17th, I think, to try and get some more dollars rolling. Thinking about your cash flow planning template and all that stuff, which you can see on Next Advisory. Then we went to tech with Anthony. Man, today's been a flipping long day. Jeez, I need to, just give me a sec, just a little, finish that. Anthony McMahon, the virtual chief technology officer from IT Psychiatrist, talking about, you know, the different options that you have, but at the end of the day, tech is just a tactic to be able to utilize for your business, and understanding about this security and privacy. That I think he was saying about 80%, there was 80% of businesses had a breach in the last 5 years due to human error, not things. So making sure that the systems and processes were in there as well. Then we had Simon Mundell, Managing Director of Advisory Works, come in the mix. He was talking about, you know, long game versus short game, having the purpose, and then challenging of how do you have the mindset of change and leadership for it as well. Jason Schottrebet, big up to all the experts who came on and shared some crunchy business knowledge. I agree, Jason. It was also probably pretty tricky because all of them had probably an hour presentation, which they had to do in like 10, 15 minutes. So pretty tricky. Catherine says, I loved it. Thanks, Robert. One thing I was made aware of was the immense value of storytelling. So good. I would 100% agree, Catherine. 150% agree. What else? Then we had property. Oh yeah, property. I understand that, you know, where is their pride of place? And if they're going virtual, how do you challenge and maintain culture virtually without people being in the mix, and thinking about the connection architecture of the mingling and the mentoring and the ideation opportunities and the mental health potential consequences from lockdowns and people not being close to each other. Those are super important things as well. and even the jump up from the employees which were on site from 55% to 67% at the new Kiwibank place. Why was there a 13% increase in people at the office? How have they set up their structure a bit differently? What's the experience that they're providing for their employees to make them proud and extremely excited for them to be able to be at the office and have those kind of organic sort of bumps of bits and pieces? They went into legal. Essentially stop, engage, and protect your shit. Make sure shit's on lock, because you obviously don't want to get tricky and niggly, especially when it comes to IP or thinking or different bits and pieces, because as soon as you go into that loophole, as soon as you create an asset out of that IP, there's a lot of different options they can do with it. As he was talking about, do you license it here? Do you partner it there? Do you joint venture it there? Do you ... whatever it may be? And then finally finishing with Jamie, I think the main one is, you need to be able to speak finance. This is something that I am not good at. I understand the vision of things, but I don't know how the rest of it really works. I try to have people close to me. I'm definitely not the best at it. I struggle a lot of times with trying to understand all those different bits and pieces with how it all works. I probably should do a way, way better job, and it's something I need to get better at. But it's that balance of, do you have people close to you that you like, that you trust, that that can execute? So that was it. The challenge for this was, how do we in one day help an entire business? And I bloody well know that if you haven't got flipping value from today, you're a flipping muppet, because this was some good shit all day. If you have managed to have a little YouTube screen put up on the side in the little corner, then you have about 80% of the screen left, and you've had your emails and shit going on, you've jumped in and out when you've seen good stuff, then A-OK to you as well. Rangi, thanks bro, I learned a lot, especially the importance of the right collaboration and how it may create other avenues. 100%. Shot Rangi, I appreciate it. So, to all of our speakers, Cassie Roma, Kristen Harper, Anna Parker, Samantha Gadd, Dave Armstrong, Dylan Weymouth, Luke Hemies, Anthony McMahon, Simon Mundell, Lloyd Budd, Toby Cutright, and Jamie D here. Thank you all. This was free. This was put on absolutely free. Their time was donated to all of us for this. The goal of this was, I knew that people were about to tap out into 2021. How could you have a recap with a bunch of stuff which would be practical and tactical for them to be able to get into there and integrate into their businesses, which is good. Also, I figured what would be good out of this is, this is the ... I wanted to then how could create a playbook, which would be all of the learnings and the key things from these 12 awesome speakers that we could put into something. So, we've got a sponsor that is going to be paying to get a free POWERMOVES playbook for the Entrepreneur Summit 2020 together, which you'll be able to basically wrap up, put together, and take away with you, that we will be creating obviously next week in a bit. John Short and Nahmed Rabet, awesome insights across the board. Number one quote: those who plan the fight don't fight the plan. Shot John. That was from Simon Mundell, Managing Director at Advisory Works, which is also agree. So, here we go. And Leanne, Fastic Summit and guests, love them all. You have some wonderful friends, learned heaps, and had an awesome time. Aroha nui, and Merry Christmas. Shot to you. Malcolm, power contribution to the New Zealand entrepreneur. Oh, shot Malcolm, shot bro. Hot Gizzy, hope Gizzy is mean. No, to bro proud. Hell yeah. So then, on top of all that, sorry, back to rewind a minute before we do the other stuff, is we have a free POWERMOVES playbook. It will be a free ebook with all of the key learnings from each speaker, with actionable insights that are practical and tactical, which you can be able to do for you and your business, that we're going to do up. We've got some design that we're going to do daily. Capital D. is going to be doing, and we've got Gemma who's joined the mix to help us with that too. So that brings us to the end and the close. It is now 5 hours, 26 minutes, 13 seconds that I've been in this. And as you can tell, I really, really enjoy it. I've been paid absolutely nothing for this. No one has, but I think it helps, because if I have access to people that are smarter than me, and if I have the opportunity to get them to be able to take a bit of their time to help others, I think that's really, really cool. And for me, that's important. It's important because I feel that when you're in a spot that not many people have been in before, and you've got the opportunity to help others like this, it is your responsibility. It is your duty to do those things. And I thought this would be a good way to finish it off for 2020, and it's important for me to do. And so I've done it, and there it is. And I've 5 hours 30 live streaming, just another day. Now I've got to go, because I am going to go home. I'm going to have dinner with the Groms, and then I'm going to put them down, and then I think it's Monday Night Football. So I might be watching some football tonight, which I'm pretty excited about. I start off to recap. I had a really, really shit day yesterday. I got some bad news about something which I was flipping super dark and pissed about. I woke up this morning and I really, really wasn't energized for this. I knew that I should have been. I knew I should have been at a 10 and I wasn't. I was at like this has just been me being honest with you. It feels like we've got a relationship now, so I can have a conversation. So right before this, I stopped and then I actually sat in silence for about 15 minutes and I just meditated. And I just stopped and I said, look, reset the deck, reset the headspace, giddy up, start off with Cassie, start off with love with Cassie, and finish off with fire with Jamie. So my bad news from yesterday now, which you guys, some of you will find out about in the future. Actually, all of you will probably find out about in the future. I don't actually really give a shit now because I'm doing what I like. And I'm just focused on doing things that I enjoy, and I can't control things I can't control. So I appreciate everyone for their time and energy. I appreciate for all your attention. I hope that you've got some good value out of this. Now I am out because my voice is pretty much done. It's been 5.5 hours straight, and I haven't done all my emails all day, and I'm probably going to have an entire backlog that'll be up to midnight. So without a doubt, can I send off with an outro? Let's do this. There we go. I should have had the music playing. Hopefully you can hear that. That is us finished and dialed. It's been a mission. It's been fun. It's been good. It's been real. And that's it. So, adios team. Really appreciate you all. This will be my last big sort of live stream for something like this for a while, but I do think in 2021, maybe we should potentially do it in person. I see 1,000 people in a room. I see it potentially at the new Sky City Convention Centre or somewhere where it can hold a shit ton of people. And it'll be later in the year, so it's almost just like a full end of year blowout of awesomeness. And then that should be A-OK and good and gravy. And there'll be an after party somewhere cool that only a few people know about maybe, but we'll see. Thanks for your time, everyone. I hope you've enjoyed it, and I will see you all soon. Adios, team. Deuces.